charge lead today.
Good man.
Must have forgotten something.
It's just a reminder that apparently there's a county championship game today starting at 11. Leicester in Worcester.
The umpires now, media people at New Moon. The cricketer had said the grounds were unbelievable. What's that?
Hi, bud. Thank you very much indeed. I would have brought them down, but I didn't know where you were. I sort of saw you going down the
Yeah, I've been all over
corridors and things, so I don't know where to bring them really. So
you just take them to the meet and have them in at the desk where you collect it from, and then they'll know you.
they will know to expect them.
Yeah, they'll know it's for the interval, they'll know who's it is.
So just take them to the bar.
To the meet.
Oh, actually up there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
That'll be fine. I'll see you in a bit, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm John Cully today, by the way, as well. So John's not here, so I'll be doing the
All the press
just in case you're wondering where John is.
See you in a bit, guys.
Okay. Cheers, mate.
Curtis isn't there, isn't there? To do with association.
Leicester's official feed has resolutely ignored cricket fans. They think there's one young bloke who thinks only football. I'll make a cup of tea there.
You're a good man, thanks matey.
Well, Ross has already backed Mark Woody.
cold sip is fine. I don't want a cold cup. Right. Did you have your breakfast at the hotel? Or?
I did, international duels.
Potentially that was a big one, you might go straight away. Potentially. He scored 3 centuries last season.
Yeah.
And he's playing with sort of confidence these days. stream. Here we go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 3 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture, Division 2 fixture, that is, between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. Ball-by-ball commentary, brought to you by the BBC, as it does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the season. BBC Radio... Is it BBC Radio Hereford, or is it BBC Hereford and Worcester? So no radio, as opposed to BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Hereford and Worcester.
We don't mind as long as you pay your licence fee.
The voices of Richard Ray and Dave Bradley, as ever, bringing you the commentary on the game. Worcestershire on top at the moment, having scored 348 in their first innings. A fine effort, recovering from 45 for 4 at one stage, led by the skipper Brett D'Oliveira, who finished with an unbeaten century. Leicestershire lost 3 very quick wickets when they began their reply last night under the floodlights. 6 for 3 at one stage, still in deep bother at 42 for 3. But a recovery of sorts. It could have been, we were just saying off air, far worse. Lewis Hill, who is 26 not out and playing very fluently, was dropped shortly before the close. Josh Haynes off at second slip when he was on 19 off the bowling of Charlie Morris. So another life for Hill. Will he make Worcestershire pay, Dave?
Yeah, and it's an interesting scenario, isn't it? Because Worcestershire, of course, were 40-odd for 4 on the first day, and they recovered. These two are the key, aren't they? I mean, Hill is playing fairly fluently. Ackerman, well, you'd have to earn his wicket. So I think these two are... I know it sounds daft, because, of course, they're the key, because they're top-order batsmen, and once these two have gone into the wicket-keeper and lower order. But Ackerman looked very solid to me last night. And I just whether there's still I spoke to Brett D'Oliveira last night. He thinks there's still a bit in the pitch. He thinks there's still a ball in the pitch that will do a bit every now and then. The ball was still fairly new. What have we had? 13 overs with it? 13 overs and 2 balls. 13.2. Yeah. So that's fairly new. A bit of cloud has come over, and it's a biting wind as well. It
really is. It was bright and sunny. It looked lovely from up here, but it is chilly out there. 104.4 overs potentially to be bowled today, as we continue to strive to regain some of the overs we lost on the first day when only 26 overs were possible. I'll be a smidgen surprised if we get 104.4, but you never know.
I will be a smidgen plus surprised, I think, but there you go. Yeah.
So Ed Barnard is going to continue the over he started last night, only bowled 2 balls in it. In he comes to bowl the third to Ackerman, who is forward, stroking the ball out the thickish inside part of the bat, out 2 odds mid-on, and there is no run. Charlie Morris, the unlucky bowler yesterday in terms of that drop-off Hill, the fielder, he did pick up a wicket, that of George Rhodes, I was going to say his former teammate, but yeah, they would have been together at Worcester.
Oh, yeah.
So his former teammate George Rhodes, who was caught. Interestingly, in goes Barnard and bowls outside off stump, left by Ackerman, shapes back in just a touch, taken by wicketkeeper Cox to his left. It was an interesting catch for Cox off Rhodes, because it was knocked up by Barnard, wasn't it, at third slip, who sort of knocked it up into the air, and Cox reacted brilliantly, actually, flung himself to his right and just got his gauntlet underneath it before the ball hit the ground. So Barnard is in and bowls, squares up, just a touch there Ackerman as he came forward, very determined, both these batsmen, to get forward last night, and looks like it's going to be that way again today. He did just have to adjust a fraction there.
Yeah. 3 slips for Ackerman this morning. There was 4 for most of yesterday. Oh, it's that time of day, isn't it?
Coming up to updates on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Hereford and Worcester, as in goes Barnard. Thick outside edge for Ackerman as he leant forward there. He's guided it down to third man. It could get to the boundary. Slides and dragged back. So, in fact, they could run 4. Ackerman turns, thinks about it, but it will be 3. Good work down there on the third man boundary. 45 for 3. Ackerman into double figures, on to 11. End of the over. Will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly. Joe Leach is going to open the bowling for the visitors today from the Bennett end. Picked up a couple of wickets in his first spell yesterday. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12. He'll be bowling to Ackerman with that 3 off the last ball of the Barnard over. 9 off that Barnard over, one way or another. Remember a couple of deliveries yesterday. In comes Leach, bowls to Ackerman, who is staying back this time and defending. Dropping it down into the offside, off stump, out towards backward point. And there's no run. Sun comes out, making it very pleasant out there. But both umpires muffled. Both wearing hats, different kinds of hats, flat cap. And sort of Panama. In goes Leach, bowls outside off stump. Ackerman steps forward, doesn't look interested at all, just lets it go through. Neil Mallender favours the flat cap. Chris Watts the Panama style. Both look very well padded. That's not a personal comment, it's a comment on the amount of clothes they've got underneath their white umpires' coats, which I'm sure insulated in themselves. Leach. Little bustling shuffle at the start of his run, and comes in and bowls thick inside edge for Ackerman. He wasn't quite sure where that was going, and it went, I think, between the batsman and the stumps and ran down towards long leg. It wasn't too close to leg stump, hence there wasn't too much of a reaction from behind the stump. So Leach, shout of frustration, runs down to long leg. And Ackerman takes 1. He's faced all the balls so far today. He's moved on to 12. Here comes, at last, the update. Here we're into the second over of the day, potentially 104 overs today as we try to make up a bit of time lost on the first day. And as you say, absolutely key that these two Leicestershire batsmen, Lewis Hill and Colin Ackerman, build a big partnership. They came together last night when Leicestershire had lost their 3rd wicket for just 6 runs in reply to Worcestershire's first innings score of 348. They've added 40 so far for the 4th wicket. Ackerman, the skipper, has moved on to 12. Hill played very fluently yesterday in going on to 26, though he did have a life. He was dropped on 19. He has to make the most of that chance today. It's sunny, though very, very cold down here at Grace Road today. A tense morning in Prospect. Leicestershire 46 for 3. I'm back with you on commentary and online. Hill taking his time, and interestingly Cox is going to stand up to Hill, who was batting a long way out of his crease yesterday. In goes Leach and bowls to him. Oh, it bounces up and goes past the outside edge. Cox can't take it and spears very suspiciously at the pitch. That's the first one, certainly obviously today, but arguably in the game that's really spat a little bit. And Leach maybe just hit the seam and rolled his fingers across, and nasty one.
There was Hendricks bowled a couple on the first day, didn't he? On the first ball he bowled to Jack Haynes when he took off. I don't know, perhaps he was a bit miffed to see the wicketkeeper standing up to his bowling, so he thought, I'll let him have one.
Yeah, whether it's Cox's idea or whether it's De Oliveira's idea, and Leach isn't sort of agreeable, but Yeah, he made his point. Cox, nonetheless, stays up.
So I just spilled tea all down my front. Delicious cup of tea that my very good friend Richard Ray has made. Shame to waste it.
In goes Joe Leach and bowls. Oh my word, he leaves, and goodness me, Cox takes that 1.5 inches above the stumps. That was very close. I'd like to see the replay on that one. A good leave.
That's it, it's a good leave, isn't it? If you're the batsman, it's a good leave. Yeah. He seems to be struggling a bit. Does he get hit on the hand, or is it bottom hand, I think?
Well, I wonder whether that one that spat, just if it did catch the glove, although he's not. Well, he's looking at his fingers, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
So perhaps it did take the glove, and perhaps you would have to say then that on the strict terms it was a chance to Cox. Brute of a chance if it was,
yeah.
Standing up, but...
Here's Ed Barnard. Bowling from the pavilion end to Colin Ackerman. Ackerman forward and pushing out on the onside. No run there. Who's that fielding there with his hands in his... Oh, it's Azhar Ali. No chance of his hands coming out of his pockets. He leaves it until the very last split second as the bowler's into his stride. His hands come out of his pockets, and then as soon as the ball's bowled, back in they go. Can't blame him. Here's Barnard to Ackerman. Ackerman is steering this one down on the offside. Libby is at cover point. Comfortable stop for him. Ackerman goes off for a walk towards square leg. I think he kind of feels the responsibility on his shoulders today, the Leicestershire skipper. He's got a bat for a long time.
He has.
To get them back into this game.
He's got to do what his opposite number did, essentially.
Yeah. Here's Barnard's next delivery, and Ackerman lets it go by outside the off stump. Goes by fairly low this time. Ben Cox, who takes it on his boot laces. There's a few brave souls sat out today, and it's really, we can't emphasise it too much. It is a bitter wind. Those sat over to our right by the nets are probably shielded a little bit by the fence behind them, but you wouldn't want to sit on the other side of the ground. Well, you wouldn't sit on the other side of the ground because you'd be miles away from
You'd want to
play.
be in the sun, wouldn't you?
You would.
And out of the wind.
Barnard's next ball, Ackerman once again leaves. This one swings as it goes past the batsman, and Cox goes across in front of Pollock, first slip.
Those on the benches in front of the pavilion complex are well wrapped up. There's a lot of bobble hats down there.
Yeah.
And in the Uptonsteel stand.
There's quite a few Worcestershire folks around
There
again
are.
today. Yeah.
There are.
Just talking to one gentleman who's come from Hackney in London to be with us today and tomorrow, I think.
A Worcester supporter?
Yes. Yeah. Here's Barnard in again and pushed away on the offside. Nice solid shot here. D'Oliveira is at extra cover. He does the fielding. Total remains 46 for 3 in reply to Worcestershire's 348 all out.
Sorry, Brad has gone.
Yeah. There's a busy little digger at the far end of the ground. There's a bit of work going on in the car park over there.
Yeah, they've had to dig a trench to get power to the new ticket office building, stroke club offices that has gone up at the Curzon Road gates that has been erected.
Right. Barnard bowls again, and that's a good ball.
Beauty.
I'm pretty sure that he played at that one. Might have just played inside the line, but I think Ackerman beaten on this occasion. 26 to... Oh, thanks. So just put a maiden over sign up. 26 to Hill, 12 to Ackerman, 46 for 3. Leicestershire. And looks as if Cox is going to continue standing up.
You can tweet us, and that's the quickest and most direct route to communicate your thoughts. At Bradders at BBC, at Foxes Cricket 22, the numbers 22. We'll find Bradders and myself, and we're very pleased to hear from you. It's a busy day of sport across the country. Grand National today, isn't it?
It is.
There's all sorts of things going on.
Third day of the Masters. Football as well.
Rugby.
Rugby. Tigers play tomorrow.
Yeah.
Leicester City, they play tomorrow as well, because they played Thursday.
I believe so,
didn't
yeah.
they?
Grand Prix in Australia in the early hour. I don't know,
Ah,
tomorrow
yeah.
morning anyway.
Yeah.
But here is where it's happening.
This is where it is.
Here at the
This is the
Uptonsteel.
epicentre of world sport today.
Lewis Hill retakes or just checks his guard with umpire Malander. Ben Cox continues to stand up as in comes Joe Leach and bowls to him. He's forward. Did he just drop his hands? It was nicely taken by Cox as it rose a bit and showed the ball to the stumps before turning round and throwing it to the slips, who are standing quite a long way back from him. It's impressive stuff from Cox. That said, we aren't quite sure, but possibly a chance off the very first ball from Leach, to which he stood up, judging. But we're only going on that basis, on Hill's reaction. In goes Leach and bowls to him. He's forward, getting forward there. He doesn't look, pushing it out into the offside, he doesn't look quite as sort of happy and confident as he did last night, possibly because Cox is keeping him back, keeping him honest, so to speak, keeping his foot back in his crease.
He can't
shuffle forward and get to the pitch. So he's now looking a touch tentative. He's got to battle through this from Leicestershire's point of view. In goes Leach and bowls to Hill, who's again a little tentative as he goes forward, gets a thick inside edge, takes off the bottom hand off the bat. Perhaps that one that spat at him as well is just in the back of his mind too, because it certainly stung his hand, his bottom hand. Pushed it out towards mid-wicket on that occasion. Worcestershire sensing a vulnerability here. Possibility of a early breakthrough on this third morning. Leach is in and bowls. Hill leaves, and again it's not so very far from the stumps, and Cox, having taken the ball, just lets his gloves drift into the stumps and knock the bails off. Fine wicket-keeper.
Yeah, I think Worcestershire were a bit miffed that they had to go off last night. The 20 more overs last night. I mean, the umpires got it right in the end, because it was bad light and then it rained and no chance of a resumption. But I think they would have fancied knocking another wicket over in those 20 overs.
Leach is in and bowls. Hill is forward and he's going to pick up runs. His first, I think, of the day. In fact, it's going to be 4 of them. He managed to get on top of the bounce and guide it down wide of third slip, and of course without a third man, running down the slope to the members' stand that's sort of between the meet and the pavilion complex. And he picks up 4 and brings up the Foxes 50.
Yeah, nice shot, clever shot. Just leaning on it, really. Yeah, he got a good stride in that time.
And third man has now been posted. It's our friend Azar, who's been sent down to graze.
Go down there, he's out the wind.
Leach is in again to Hill, who again leaves, and again it's a good leave in that it's pretty close to the stumps, and the slip's hands started to go into the air. Josh Haynes in particular, squawk of frustration as both hands went up, but Hill knew what he was about, and it was taken cleanly by Cox. End of the over, 50 for 3. Hill 30, Ackerman 12.
Interesting, it's Leach and Barnard who've opened the attack this morning, and Ed Barnard was bowling last night, but Brett D'Oliveira keeping him going this morning, so maybe he thinks he gets probably a little bit more movement than the other Worcestershire bowlers, and maybe he thinks he's the answer to picking up this wicket this morning. I thought that Charlie Morris would have opened with a relatively new ball. Here's Barnard, he's in, and Ackerman is, I think he played inside the line of that one. I think he dropped his wrists on it. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, because he seems to be a nice chap. So, but a good ball again from Barnard, just on or about that off stump, top of off stump, fourth stump as they call it as well. And just hoping to get. The breeze is coming across the ground, so if it is going to help swing the ball or move the ball around at all, it is going to be the away swinger to the right-hander. Barnard in again, this time solidly behind it is the batsman. Sorry about this, folks. My headphones seem to have decided it's a good time to fall off. There we are. That's better. Yeah, well in behind that one, Ackerman. Nice clean push. No run for it. Total remains 50 for 3 in reply to Worcestershire's 348 all out. Leicestershire's first target, I guess, is 147 to avoid the follow-on, which, to be honest, they should get to. Barnard in. Ackerman pushes away on the offside again. Plenty of bat on it. A loud shout of no. There's a furniture lorry parked up in the Milligan Road today. I've heard the ice cream man already this morning. He was out and about.
Breakfast?
Yeah. 99 breakfast. Could you put a bit of bacon in rather than the flake?
Cream egg?
Yeah. Barnard's away again, and this time he's well behind this one. Is Ackerman. Got 3 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg for Ed Barnard. There's a few people sat outside the marquee at the far end of the ground. They might just be out the wind up there, but there again they might not be. If ever the sun goes in, it will be very, very cold. You've probably noticed that before, folks. When the sun goes in, it goes cold. Barnard bowls well wide of the off stump this time. Cox takes in front of Ed Pollock at first slip. Had a quick word with Ed Pollock yesterday evening. I said yesterday, well, this game, it's the sort of day if you stood at first slip, you hope the ball goes to second slip, because you could come. I mean, they've got hand warmers, but you could comfortably bruise or break a finger. Lots of chatter from the Worcestershire fielders. Ackerman waits, and this time pushes away on the offside. Doesn't really time it as he would have liked to. Ball goes to Libby at cover point.
Some
End
people
of
having
Barnard's over.
problems hearing us. Commentary disappeared 11:04, says Nicky, and hasn't returned yet.
Okay.
I haven't had any other tweets or messages to the effect that there's an issue.
Let me just check.
Is that what are you listening on? Well, Nikki can't hear us, so I can't
hear us,
asking her what she's listening on is pointless, isn't it? But how she's
haven't got anything. No. Got nothing.
Leach is in, bowls 2 hills, an appeal for leg before on the basis it might have been pad before bat. He came forward, it sounded wooden, and bat was involved at some stage. Leach thinks it was after, it may have hit the pad. Either way, the umpire, Neil Mallender, is not inclined to raise his finger.
Don't think he's given one, has he, in this game so far, Neil Mallender?
Leach, asking lots of questions, is in, and Hill is forward, and he's going to pick up runs again. There is a third man this time, however, and Azar runs round to his left. The ball was guided down past the slips again by Hill, a little finer this time, but there wasn't a semblance of a chance. It was well short of the slips, and I suspect he's going to be quite glad to be at that end, up with umpire Mallender for a while. He was
still looking in his hand.
Yeah.
Showing it to the umpire. Look at this, umpire. Here's my hand.
Yeah. He didn't have any treatment or anything, did he? Or spray or anything like that. But might be a good idea before too long. Leach is in to Ackerman, lead, and it's appeal for leg before he's gone. Ackerman left it bounced a little bit, and he has been given out a leg before. Well, no hesitation whatsoever from Neil Mallender. A misjudgment from Colin Ackerman came back to him. He's looking at the bottom of his bat, but the bat was nowhere near the ball as far as I could tell. And Joe Leach, as he so often does, has affected the breakthrough for Worcestershire. Potentially a huge wicket. Leicestershire's high-class skipper Ackerman goes for 12, leg before wicket.
He's misjudged the length and the line of that one. His bat was, from what I could see, his bat was a long way from it.
Well, he left it, didn't he? Just
Yeah.
late.
Yeah, and it jagged back, and
So, yeah, the only thing that I thought might have saved him was a little bit of bounce, but it's certainly moved back in. We'll have to see the replay.
I think it was the one that didn't bounce that much. Oh, the replay
Here we
shows
go.
the Worcestershire. Oh, here we go. Thanks,
I think
folks.
fingers crossed.
The good people who do the
Well, hit-
gubbins.
Ooh. It did come back, and it hit him on the sort of back pad, his right pad.
The only thing that might
I-
have saved him was being outside the line, I thought.
But we're not playing a shot means
Yeah.
that,
Of
that
course,
isn't-
yeah.
that's the point, really.
Yeah.
It's not a factor. But yeah, no, it hit him quite a long way outside the line. But umpire Malander, it's almost a punishment sometimes, I think. You can't leave those on principle. Might just have hit off stump. There've been some interesting decisions.
Interesting, yeah. Interesting is an interesting word, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Yeah.
They usually sort of even themselves out, don't they? But Leach has his man, and that could be huge. And, well, Leicestershire 51 for 4. Worcestershire were 45 for 4. But this is the bit that gets difficult for the Foxes. Can they do what Worcestershire did and dig in from this point?
Come on, lads, here we go. I can hear Brett D'Oliveira from here.
It's a legitimate sentiment. Harry Swindles, Leicestershire's wicketkeeper, comes out at number 6. He had a bit of a breakthrough season with the bat last season, but 6 is high for young Harry. Can he justify it? Again, he did do last season. Big ask of him against the likes of Leach, who goes in and bowls to Swindles, who fends at a ball that bounces and goes down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cox, tumbling away to his left. There was all sorts of movement, both of the ball, but also Swindles, who sort of stepped out of his crease and stepped inside the line, and the ball bounced, and a blur of movement. All goes down in the book as a dot.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be tough going for these two. As we say, this ball is, 19 overs old. This is the 19th with it, and Leach has got his tail up.
In he goes again and bowls. Swindles is forward, getting just about on top of the bounce, deflecting it down into the slip to affect the stop. So no runs down to third man, who isn't actually there now. Azhar has just looking around to see where he is. He's at mid-wicket, yeah.
He's the one with his hands thrust deepest into his pockets.
So
I
we
see
have-
Joe Leach has disappeared off the scoreboard.
Yes, 4 slips. He's sitting on very nice figures of 3 for not very many, that's
Yeah.
for sure. when they reappear, in he comes and bowls again to Swindles, who is very carefully forward, getting to just about the pitch of it and defending it out to mid-off, where it's picked up by D'Oliveira, and there is no run. A successful over, another successful over, his 3rd successful over for Joe Leach. He has 3 wickets. Barnard at the other end yet to pick up his first. Morris has the 4th, but Leicestershire in deep trouble at 51 for 4.
Yeah, I did wonder, I've asked the question a couple of times whether Joe Leach might feel that he hasn't got the captaincy to worry about. The trouble with being captain when you're a bowler, people say, oh, you bowl too much, or people say you don't bowl yourself enough, which was something that was aimed at Bob Willis for a while when he was England captain, and several bowling captains have had that thrown at them. So, yeah, it's not his decision now as to how long he bowls. Although if he's bowled 5 or 6 overs and he's feeling shattered, he's going to say, I want to come off skip. Here's Ed Barnard from the pillion end. He's in and he bowls, and that is... Well, that didn't seem to bounce too much because he was trying to chop it down towards third man, was Hill, and I don't know if Cox took that on the 2nd bounce, or certainly was very low down. Now, if that I mean, you wouldn't think the uneven bounce would come into it yet because the roller was on this morning, but if it is, I mean, you can almost cope with a bit of sideways, but if it's uneven bounce up and down, that is very difficult. Hill waits again. Barnard bowls. This is well short, and it's allowed to go through. Those people in that house over there, their security light was on most of yesterday, and it's on this morning as well. I might work out which it is and pop round and say, you know, the price of electricity, folks, you can't afford to leave your lights on.
I'm sure they'll appreciate your words of
I'm
advice.
sure they would. Yeah, trying to help the economy and the ecology. Away goes Barnard, and this time, again,
didn't get up at all.
that goes through very low. He's taking a long look at the pitch, and Barnard's got hands on head, and he's going to go down and pat the pitch here, Lewis. That
I don't
certainly
blame him.
didn't seem that looked almost as short as the previous delivery, but it just didn't get up.
Shot along the ground.
Yeah, well, we have the benefit of a replay. Which,
Barely got 6 inches up the. That's horrible.
I mean, it may have been a slower ball, and he may have deliberately done that, Barnard, but it did go second bounce through to Cox. So
It barely got off the ground. Cox standing up to the wicket now because Hill will want to get forward if he can, but crumbs.
Barnard, and this time Hill is forward. And played that shot. It's the third time he's played that shot this morning, and it's got him runs on every occasion. Sheikh Libby is on the chase down towards third man. Just opens the face of the bat. It's a clever shot. Uses the pace of the ball. So he picks up 3. Hill goes to 34. Swindle's yet to get off the mark, replying to 348 all out. Leicestershire are 54 for 4.
The sound is going out fine on the stream, apparently.
Oh, okay.
So I wonder whether it's via the app that there's been an issue. But it did start, so it was connected initially.
Okay. I've not had any other.
No further.
No more complaints.
No.
Which means people are getting it, or we've got no listeners. Maybe the latter. Away goes Barnard again, and this time it's Swindles who faces and gets a little bit tucked up, but gets plenty of bat on it. Comes through for a single, called through by his partner, who wears one as Azhar Ali's throw comes in, and so he's not having a good morning, is he, Hill? Hit on the hand. I think it may have hit him on the
Pad, hopefully, from his point of view.
Yeah.
As he went through there, but he that's what you're supposed to do, and run between the ball and the stumps. But Azhar, who's a thoroughly pleasant man, apologising profusely. Not his fault.
No.
So maybe Nicky in Worcester is, maybe it's something at your end. Hopefully you're back on, you're able to listen now.
If you're listening,
Yes.
tell us. Save us worrying. Ed Barnard to complete his 4th over. Bowling to Hill, who is playing another delightful cut shot. Picking up 4 this time. That was more of a cut than the ones that he's eased off the front foot. That was a back foot shot, and he clipped it away. So he goes to 38 in Leicestershire's total of 59 for 4. Leach will continue.
I bet he will. 3 for 18 from his, is it 9 overs? 8 overs.
8, I think.
8.
So what's he had this morning? 3. Had 3 or 4 this morning. Don't know. I have to look at the overnight figures. But you might struggle to get the ball off him at this moment anyway, as he's fairly confident.
He's sniffing his first 5 of the season to go with his first half century.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah. Said he enjoyed it.
But he did. It looked like he did, didn't he? Really looked like he did.
He was very annoyed when he got out.
Yes. Down the slope he comes from the Bennett end and bowls to Harry Swindles, who's studiously forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to the follically challenged Joe Leach. Do you have a half-hourly update?
Oh, is it that time of day? Well, I better get off and do it, hadn't I?
Flagging it
Good
up
job
for
you're
you.
here, mate.
Leach, number 23 on his back. Azar's gone for 79. As Leach is in and bowls, a little shorter of length this time, so he can't get forward quite as far, Harry Swindles, but he plays it solidly enough in defence. Adjusts, as perhaps it shapes back into him, a touch. And there's no run. Leach is in again, drifting on towards leg stump this time, and Swindles leaning forward, rather shovels it out towards mid-wicket, taking his bottom hand off the bat. Plenty on it. Not entirely convincing in terms of appearance, however. Morning, or evening, I should say, to Fango down in Melbourne, Australia. As Leach is in, drops it shorter this time, up on his toes. Swindles defends it out down towards short leg. Azar comes running in from mid-wicket. Obviously no run. But Fango Fox, that is. LBW on Ackerman, he feels, didn't come back nearly enough, and I'm inclined to agree. Having had the benefit of the replay, hit him a long way outside off stump, and it didn't sort of, it came back, but it didn't jag back. Leach is in and bowling down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Swindles, an athletic leaping take by Cox. Left-handed, obviously, diving away, and then he squats down on his haunches, stays on his haunches for a while. Foxy Phil, even Pears fans say Collins LBW was questionable. I think even Leicestershire fans were saying some of the decisions during the Worcestershire innings were questionable as well. So as I say, it tends to level itself up. Leach is in and bowling. Swindles drives and misses it, bounces past his outside edge into the gloves of Cox, who takes it on the rise, jumping across in front of first slip. End of another fine over from Joe Leach, a maiden over, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 18 for him.
Wonder if Brett D'Oliveira might give Joe Leach a bit of a blow. He's taking all, well, you would take all your sweaters on a day like today, wouldn't you? You're not going to leave him with the umpire. But they just had a little conversation there, a little fist pump. So maybe he's going to say, have a blow, and we'll get Pennington or Morris coming down the hill.
How did he bowl this morning? We didn't start, did he? Because
no, we finished.
Barnard had an over to finish off. So has he had just the
He's had
3 or 4?
4, I think. Anyway, here's Barnard, pavilion end. Leaps into his stride, bowls, and a little inside edges this time from Lewis. It was probably pushing towards mid-off, and he went to mid-on. Got plenty of bat on it, but not quite where he was thinking it should be going. A few clouds drifting across, but they're very high and they're not of a threatening nature. We thought there might be some showers later today, but we've lost enough time in this game already. Barnard's next ball to Hill, and he slashes this one away. It's a nice shot. There's a third man in now. Who's that down there? Josh Baker, is it? Yeah, it's just thrown it in left-handed, so it must be. So Hill goes to 39. Swindles has 1. Leicestershire is 60 for 4. They trail by 88. They usually get a hubbub of noise from the crowd, don't you? But I've really got it today. I think they're all sat there thinking, I can't waste energy on talking. Barnard bowls again, and he bowls a bouncer. Good one as well. Swindles has to duck, and Cox has to go off down the leg side to take it. Now, Pennington's doing some warming up at mid-off, so suggests to me that he might be going to come on. But Charlie Morris is also doing some at mid-on, so I think they're both going to bowl at the same time. That'd be different. I'm surprised somebody hasn't come up with that, with all the different connotations of cricket that folks are coming up with. Off he goes again, and this time forward very solidly behind that. Swindles pushes the ball away on the offside. I think Pennington's doing enough to think that he might be coming on. The sun is back with us. Off goes Barnard. 3 slips crouch. And pushed away on the offside. It's a nice shot, nicely timed. He's going to get a single because it's to the left of Pennington at mid-off. So, nice shot. Nice early call as well. Let his partner know what was going on. Leicestershire 61 for 4. And Ed Barnard resumes his battle with Lewis Hill. Immediately, wicketkeeper Cox puts the helmet on, strides up behind the stumps.
Harry Swindles last season, 693 runs in 19 innings.
Barnard bowls, and Hill lets this one go by outside the off stump. Good take by Cox standing up. End of the over, 61 for 4.
A best of 171 not out. That was down at Taunton. And he averaged 43, 2 centuries and 3 half centuries. So it's a very decent effort from the young Leicester man.
Yeah.
Can he go on? He'll probably feel, given he not struggle, but a couple of chances went down during the Worcestershire innings that he was involved with. He'll probably feel he owes his side a few runs.
Yes, well, there's one he didn't go for, and then there was one he probably shouldn't have gone for.
Yeah.
Leach is going to continue. Probably his last one.
The Bennett end, in he comes to bowl to Harry Swindles, who's reaching for it a little bit. It jumps a touch, hits it quite high up in the bat and bounces off the bat a couple of feet in the air before running out towards point. Still something there for Joe Leach, that's for sure. Umpire Malander and he exchange words. Yeah, there's a few. Well, it's hands either in pockets or under armpits out there at the moment. It's it's biting wind. It's coming from the west, oddly. It's usually a sort of warmer wind from there. In goes Leach and bowls. A good stride forward from Swindles. Not a tall man, neither he nor Hill. Tall men.
I was just looking at the flag. Yeah, it's coming sort of over our right shoulder, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Leach
We're looking vaguely sort of south.
Yeah. So Leach would be bowling into it slightly. Well, your eggs are done, mate.
In comes Leach and bowls fullish. Waiting for it in the crease is Harry Swindles and just stroking it out to D'Oliveira at mid-off. And there's no run. You would think somebody at BBC Radio Leicester would realise it's not an ideal time to call.
Oh, it always amazes me. Yeah. Yeah. People I know very, very well who go to the cricket. And
I'm being told the ISDN has dropped out, so
right.
we need to redial. Hopefully we're back with you. Apparently the ISDN dropped out. I'm certainly getting the feed from BBC Radio Leicester in my ears at the moment. If they want to switch that off, that would be great, but I think that's what's probably happened. I don't think the ISDN dropped out. I suggest it might have been some fiddling out there in the studio. Hopefully we are back with you as Leach comes down the slope and bowls and just brings his bat back inside the line there, Swindles. And there is no run. Some very funky music.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
But I'll give them the ring at the end of the over and ask them to drop the feed unless they're planning to come to me.
I was just trying to think who this was. Not that anybody
Do you
else
know?
can. There's only you and I can hear it. I'm struggling.
Well, this is the BBC. We're getting BBC Radio Leicester in our headphones.
It's not the OJs, is it?
I don't know. A popular beat combo. In goes Leach and bowls, and Swindle's getting forward again. Cox now is standing back, so he feels able to sort of shuffle out of his crease and try and negate some of the movement. End of the over. It's been a tough few overs for Leicestershire. They have lost a wicket already, that of the captain Ackerman, given out leg before wicket to Joe Leach, who has wonderful figures. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 18.
Yeah, I think they may well have seen Joe Leach off this morning, these two batsmen. In fact, Dylan Pennington is going to bowl uphill from the pavilion end. So he's replacing Ed Barnard. Maybe it's a double change, and Charlie Morris will come from the Bennett end. Pennington probably the quickest of the, or the quicker of the 4 Worcestershire bowlers. Thank you very much, whoever's in the studio at BBC Leicester. I was quite enjoying that tune, actually. I still don't know who it is. I'm going to have to go back through the BBC sounds and listen to the programme when I get back tonight to see who that actually was. Right. For Pennington, we've only got the 2 slips in. Wicketkeeper standing back. So, 2 slips, third man, fine leg, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wickets. As Pennington races away, bowls, and this is driven down the ground. There'll be runs here, or maybe only 1, because Charlie Morris is at mid-on, goes across to his right, slides into the ball.
He has a sort of pleasingly languid running style, Morris. He's got long legs, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So he didn't need to sprint, but
He's
relaxed.
He's ridiculously fit, Charlie Morris. He's one of these that, tell him to be in the gym at 9 o'clock and he'll be there at 8 o'clock, just warming up. Swindles just rechecks his guard with the umpire. Pennington hurtles in and bowls and played back down the pitch, and Pennington gets a fingertip on it. Ball's not going at any great rate anyway, so there wouldn't have been a run. Total remains 62 for 4. A bit more cloud building up away to the west, but not sure that it's threatening cloud. Let's hope not. Pennington, next ball. Ooh, was a mad slash at that, and not sure what Harry Swindles was trying to do with that, but at 62 for 4, I'm not sure that's the shot he should be playing. It was obviously, he thought it was there for the drive, but it wasn't. So gives him encouragement to the Worcestershire fielders and to their bowler. Just got the replay of that one before he bowls the next one. Gotta say, that was pretty wide. Here's the next ball, which is played out down the pitch, and Morris this time has a more comfortable stop, just going across to his left as it's played straight back down the pitch. There's a orange coated workman on the far end of the ground. To be honest, doesn't seem to be doing much to me. On a day like today, you need to be digging a hole or something, mate, because you'll freeze to death. Pennington in again. This time it's Azhar Ali at mid-wicket who does the fielding.
I think they're at the stage when they're kind of filling holes in.
Okay.
They've dug the trench even, and laid the cables.
Filling a hole to put the dirt in.
Yeah, I must admit, I thought they'd just run a long extension line from the meter. But anyway, there you go.
Yeah, we would, wouldn't we?
Yeah,
put
absolutely.
it around the boundary road, that'd be all right.
Massive explosion.
Yeah.
So we overloaded the cable.
Off a 15 amp plug. That'll do it. Pennington bowling a full length here, looking to get a bit of movement. Swindles waits for him Pennington bowls a good delivery, and Swindles plays a very good defensive shot.
Foxy Phil on Twitter is follow on 150 or 200, he says, asking for a friend.
Yeah, it's
198. It's 150 in the county championship, isn't it?
Do you know, I thought it was 200.
Internationally.
Oh, right.
I think
4 days.
I may have got that wrong.
I don't know. It's an occasion for Mr. Google here, I think.
It reaches for wisdom. Hasn't changed, I don't think.
Oh, according to Andy, we now have 3 streams of cricket, all on the same stream. Okay, we'll see if we can...
As long as they're all us.
Well, I think they're 3 different ones.
Oh dear.
Which is very confusing.
In goes Leach, and Cox is standing up to him again. And takes it again, not so very far from the stumps. Hill on 40. It's been a real... His 40 has come off 51 balls. I suppose he hasn't sort of faced that many relatively, so he's continuing to maintain a high strike rate, but it's been a real struggle for him this morning. Began on 26 not out off 30, so 21 balls faced this morning. Leach wide of shoulder is in and bowls, and Hill is forward this time, and I think just about every run he's picked up today has been down to the third man area. All legitimate shots, I hasten to add. He got forward on that occasion, managed to steer it through the vacant gully area down to Azza, who is down there in front of the sort of seats between the meet and the pavilion complex. A single to Hill. He moves on to 41. 63 for 4. Umpire Malander makes Leach wait because the fielders aren't quite in position. And a little shout of irritation from Joe Leach. And now he's into his stride, comes in and bowls to Swindles, who clips in the air, but through mid-wicket. Couldn't quite get there, D'Oliveira from wide mid-on. He goes scampering back down towards deep mid-wicket. There'll be one for the throw because he's throwing into the wind. And indeed, Swindles does make it into 3, comfortably enough, but the ball was in the air for quite a long time. There is a mid-wicket, but it went well wide of him, and indeed D'Oliveira as well. So 3 to Harry Swindles. He moves on to 5, 66 for 4. As Leach down the slope is in to Hill, who leaves, and again lots of oohs and ahs as it's taken by Cox, with the stumps relatively adjacent to his gloves, and umpire Malander it can't be very good for the batsman's confidence when when he leaves and it's taken by the keeper, and the umpire puts his hand up to his eyes. I think that was a close one.
Yeah.
He's quite demonstrative, is Neil Malander, and yeah, he did demonstrate on that occasion. Leach is in, turned by Hill off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket, where Josh Baker is the fielder. There's no run. It's the studio, but hopefully things aren't... messages have got through.
No, that's just us, that's fine. We're just us going out on there.
In goes Leach, and bowls dropped out into the offside by Hill, calls for a quick single and makes it comfortable. That is something that D'Oliveira and Barnard in particular did really well. Leach too, in fairness to him, he's a big chap, but he was up for every quick single that was to be taken. But D'Oliveira sort of led the way in that respect and really kept up the momentum of the Worcestershire innings with his quick running as well as with his ball striking, of course.
Yeah, it's vital to keep that scoreboard ticking over, and it's also quite annoying for the bowler as well if you're pinching singles. Rotate the strike. Dylan Pennington is the bowler, and Hill on 42 ahead of 67. Pennington bowls Hill. Oh, that's a good shot. That's just a bit wide outside the off stump. It's kind of a flat bat cover drive. Just loosed everything into it, and picks up 4 more. He goes to 46.
Apparently, Tom York on the stream, the camera at the Bennett end has frozen and is now a ball behind the audio. So
Oh, okay. We have no control over that
no,
either.
that we can't do anything about.
No.
I'm sorry about that, Tom. Maybe if you what's it called? What's that one?
Reboot it?
Yeah, or the arrow, that sort of circular arrow thing at the top of the screen, which, yeah.
I think a few more have drifted in since the start, but it's as you would expect on a day like today. It's not a vast crowd.
And Nicky's been listening via the BBC Cricket website.
Here's the next ball, and that is through to the keeper, which I've just tried and it worked. So it's the cold wind, folks.
Yeah, ditto. But that's a stream. Yep, that's back now.
The stream is frozen. See, I told you it was cold.
Yeah, that wind doesn't do anybody or anything any good.
No good to man the beast. As Pennington is in and bowls at this time. Hill forward, plays the ball out on the offside. No run. Was my granddad saying, the wind from the east, no good to man the beast. What was his other one? If the wind's from the west, the fishing is best. The fishing is best. If the wind's from the east, the fishing is least, he used to say.
You definitely do need a vest
Yeah,
if
you
the wind's
do.
from the west
Yeah.
today.
Never
Strangely.
never pick a sprout until Jack Frost has been out was another of his. Yeah, you hardly had conversations with him. He just came out with all these phrases. Pennington to Hill, and Hill drives beautifully through the offside. Barnard's on the chase, but I don't think he's going to cut that one off. And that's a very good 50 for Lewis Hill in the circumstances of the game. It's a brilliant 50. 61 balls, 9 fours, 50 out of 75. Well batted.
So even we can work out that's 2/3 of Leicestershire's runs.
Yeah. Good effort.
But not enough. He now has to go on like D'Oliveira did and make it big. And Richard Sheehan on the stream, the camera and the audio seems to be in sync again now.
Right. And we're back on line everywhere, apparently. For now.
Yes. Something must be wrong if everything's working. Joe Leach has done his work for now. He is now having a break, and Charlie Morris, the aforementioned very fit Charlie Morris, is going to have his second spell of the innings. 6 overs yesterday, 1 for 18, nearly 2 for 18, and he's going to have a go from the Bennett end with the Turner indoor centre behind him as he turns and comes in past umpire Mallender and bowls at Swindles, who off the back foot tries to chop it away, gets nowhere near it really. It wasn't the greatest of shots, went up on his toes. It was a late decision to try and cut it away, and very nearly got a top edge through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox. Too late a decision from Harry Swindles. He remains on 5 off 26 balls. Twiddles the bat in his hand. Big job for him to do. Leicestershire's other overseas signing, Rian Mulder, is making runs for South Africa at the moment against Bangladesh, where he was about half an hour ago, 30 odd not out. In goes Morris and bowls, again a little bit shorter of length, and up on his toes Swindles on off stump, drops it out into the offside. There's no run. Have to find out whether Rian, it is spelt with a W, but it may be pronounced with a V. It's sometimes that they do, don't they? So
South
I'm not
African names too, don't they?
So I'll have to ask, well, I'll ask him when he comes, but I can ask Buran as well. I think he pronounced it Vian with a V. Morris is in, bowls outside off stump. Good leave by Swindles. Watches it all the way through to Cox behind the stumps. Ben Cox, as ever, favours the sun hat, the white wide-brimmed sun hat, the only man on the Worcestershire side so attired. Everybody else in their smart, darkish green, almost sort of racing green Worcestershire caps. Some newer than others. Morris, he sort of rocks and rolls as he comes in and bowls, full driven hard down into the ground, back to him, and he shapes to take in his right hand and hurl it back at the stumps, but the effect rather spoilt by him not being able to hang on to the ball as he tried to stop it in his follow through.
Apologies for the confusion. Had it confirmed that it is in fact the
Follow on.
150.
So it is 198 then. Yeah. Yay. Foxy Phil will be pleased. Leicestershire supporters. It's a little bit closer than they feared it might, so some feared it might be. So 198 is the follow-on target as Morris is in, and Bowles goes past the outside edge with a good one. He stayed on the back foot there, Swindles, and it looked to swing away. Malander wanders out and looks at the crease, but not the follow-through, noticeably. So it's just the crease. So he's looking at the sort of no ball situation rather than Morris straying onto areas that he shouldn't be. One ball to come. Umpire Malander signals to umpire Watts. They usually do it when there are two to go, don't they?
Yeah.
From the square leg.
Yeah.
Morris, with quite a short run, is in and bowls. Good line and length. Leaning forward, Harry Swindles blocks it out into the leg side. End of Morris's first over of his spell. A maiden, he'll be pleased with that at least. 7 overs, 4 maidens. Doesn't give much away. 1 for 18 for him.
He just had a word at the end of the over as well, Neil Malander. Perhaps he's just saying you're getting a bit close to that no ball line, which umpires tend to do. They'd sooner prevent a no ball than call one. Pennington to continue from the pavilion end. The cooling wind ruffles his shirt as he races in and bowls forward very comfortably, solidly in behind that hill.
Tom in Brisbane.
Oh, okay.
Up late, burping his newborn son.
Oh,
He says, looks chilly. It is.
is he in
It is.
Brisbane? As in Melbourne.
Brisbane, apparently. Or Melbourne.
Melbourne. Brisbane.
All these expatriates
Nice.
down under. And
Lovely.
genuine Aussies, of course, as well.
Should be quite warm in Brisbane today, I thought. Here's the next ball, which is just reaching slightly forward there, Hill. Got everything behind it. It's one of those where his bat was in the right place. Well, I'm not sure he got his feet quite where he wanted them, but played it defensively, back down the pitch. It's a great thing. When I've been abroad occasionally, I'm tuned into the cricket, and you think it's remarkable that you can listen to it from the other side of the world. I remember being sat in an internet cafe in New York in the days when you had to use internet cafes to get a connection. As Pennington bowls, nice solid shot, but straight to D'Oliveira at mid-off. Yeah, and looking across at the Statue of Liberty, listening to the cricket from New Road, which was quite strange. Well, it's quite strange because I wasn't there for one thing, but yeah. You can listen to it anywhere in the world.
Fox's TV apologises for the recent technical issues, and this should now be resolved, he says.
That's a good bouncer, that is. Excuse me, because Hill knew it was short and he was looking for the cut, then all of a sudden he had to get his helmet out of the way. A sharp one from Pennington. Are we on the hour? Oh, we are. I better go next door.
Updates time coming up. Dave's going to pop next door. I'll pick up the commentary in the meantime. Pennington, short blonde hair. Mop on top, but short at the back and sides, is in and bowls. A little bit short, and Hill on the back foot in control. Drops it back down the pitch. A little puff of dust from his feet as he sort of jumps across. Pennington picks up in his follow-through, polishes the ball on the bottom of his shirt, exposing his tummy as he does so. Wear a vest, lad. Cricketers don't wear vests these days. I suppose somewhere might wear t-shirts. Pennington, 22 on his back, turns, is in and bowls, fullish outside off stump, a tempter for Lewis Hill, but Hill on this occasion is not tempted, lets it go through. End of Pennington's over. A maiden for him, consecutive maidens then from Morris and Pennington. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15 for Pennington. He hasn't looked quite as dangerous as perhaps his fellow Worcestershire bowlers. Just taking time perhaps to find a consistent line length rhythm. Morris will continue from the Bennett end. Pennington heads on down to long leg, carrying a helmet which Cox had been using to stand up. Here comes the update. The Foxes still struggling a little bit this morning with the bat. They have lost their first wicket of the day, their 4th of the innings, and a big one too. The captain, Colin Ackerman, was given out leg before wicket to Joe Leach. He left a ball that came back to him as Leach appeals for another leg before it is turned down on that occasion. But it did come down and it came back a little bit, and it was given out leg before wicket for 12, made the score 51 for 4. Harry Swindles has come out to join Lewis Hill. He's struggling away out there. He's on just 5 off 32 balls, but Hill is the main man for the Foxes at the moment. He's just gone to his 50, came off 75 balls and included 9 fours. Leicestershire 75 for 4. They need 198 simply to avoid the follow-on. Worcestershire making them work very hard for their runs here this morning. Back with you on commentary online as Charlie Morris bustles in and bowls to Harry Swindles, who is half forward, defending out into the offside and raising his bat to Hill, confirming no chance whatsoever of a run. More cloud around now, building up away to the west. Almost cloudless when we came in this morning. As I say, looked fairly nice, but it was very cold, even colder now. Uptonsteel stand, maybe the one to be in, because you've got your back to the concrete and the wind. In goes Morris and bowls. Hurries Swindles a little bit, but he blocks it away off his off stump, off his back foot, out into the offside, squarish. Picked up by Bernard, running in from sort of backward point area, claps his hands. Just the 2 slips now for Morris, bowling to Swindles, who I was saying to Radio Leicester's faced 34 balls now. In goes Morris to bowl the 35th to Swindles. Forward he goes, blocks it out into the offside. Again, Bernard picks up at cover. Just the 2 slips, who are Ed Pollock at first and Josh Haynes at second alongside Ben Cox. Long leg. We now have a deep square. He's been sent back out there. Morris wants to test Swindles out. It's worth doing. He's gone about 50-55 yards from the bat as Morris is in. Bowl takes a thick inside edge. He was expecting it to be a little bit shorter than it was, I suspect. He stayed on the back foot, got up on his toes. It was a fairly straight-ish delivery, only just short of a length. And it came off a thick inside edge, went between him and the stumps, well wide of leg stump, runs out towards wide long leg, where Pennington runs in and picks up and fields. Swindles picks up 1, moves on to 6, 76 for 4. Brad is back alongside.
I am here, in myself, personally.
Last ball of Morris's 8th over. In he comes and bowls to Hill, who's driving pleasantly. A nice piece of timing, but he doesn't get it wide enough, and Barnard is able to make a reasonably comfortable stop, falling rather than diving to his right in the covers. Nice sound of ball on bat. They're quite mellow, but Hill remains on 50. Hasn't seen much of the strike in recent overs. His 50 has come off 68 balls. He was on 50 off 61. 76 for 4.
Morning to Stephen Mann. Sat with my 1-month-old daughter watching her first Worcestershire game on the stream. Is it good or bad that your dulcet tones have sent her to sleep? Good. Matt Mason, who and he's back working for Warwickshire when he was a Worcestershire bowling coach, said he always put the cricket on when his daughter didn't go to sleep. He used to nod off straight away. Here's Dylan Pennington, trying to keep us all awake. He's in and bowls, and that Horace swindles a bit, but he does well to get everything onto it. He takes his bottom hand away as he plays it out onto the onside, where I think Azhar Ali has taken his hands out of his pockets. That's Joe Leach in there, isn't it? As I can't find him, Azhar Ali. He's probably gone to stand in the airing cupboard. Oh, he's at mid-on. Yeah, he's probably gone to sleep in the airing cupboard. I think it was Kenny Benjamin who did that when he was at Worcester. Went to sleep in the airing cupboard because it was so cold. Here's the next ball, which is pushed out on the onside. Leach again, the fielder.
May have to explain what airing cupboards were to young listeners.
Yes.
Hot water used to be heated in a big cylinder in an airing cupboard in the bathroom. And it was and mothers, and they were those days, the ladies did most of the work, used to keep towels and blankets and things like that on slatted shelves above them, didn't they? Yeah. It was always cosy in there.
Here's Pennington's next ball, once again. Forward, solidly swindles, pushes away on the offside. Yes, when we bought our house and basically gutted it, the builder said, "Oh, what are you going to do?" I said, "Oh, we'll have a boiler up in the loft. We don't want an airing cupboard." But every so often I think, "Ooh, could make full use of an airing cupboard."
An immersion heater. You have to switch on. There's usually only enough water in the cylinder for one bath.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who's used all the hot water?
Yeah. No combo boilers then.
No.
Pennington in bowls and pushed away on the offside. D'Oliveira is the fielder. It's good work from these two. Swindles has taken 40 balls to get his 6 runs on the board, but as we were saying yesterday, crease occupation is the name of the game, and if these two are still together at lunch, which is today at 1:10 by the way, they'd think they'd done a good, and they and we would think they'd done a good job.
Showers only really became a thing in the mid-70s onwards, didn't they, really?
Yeah, it was an American thing, a shower.
They were, as they said in 1066, a good thing.
Yes. Pennington in bowls, push down the offside, going for a quick single. It's a well-judged run, that. It's gone between Libby at cover point and D'Oliveira at extra cover. Well taken run, 77 for 4. Yeah, I honestly can't remember the last time I had a bath. No. That's hence the smell in the commentary box, but no. There we are. Questions on plumbing, if you'd like to send them to us. Paddington in bowls, once again pushed out on the offside.
The pitch has behaved probably to Pennington's annoyance more for him than it did earlier on when Ed Barnard bowled a few that really did misbehave, didn't there? One that absolutely crept to Hill, which must have been concerning.
Probably a bit quicker, Pennington. So he's getting the bounce out of it, whereas Barnard, and he may just have bowled that slower delivery as well. But these two, I don't want to put the curse on them. They're looking pretty comfortable.
26 they've added so far for the 5th wicket. Just 7 of them by Harry Swindles. It's been a battle for him. 41 balls he's faced for his 7. He's usually quite a quick scorer. He's finding it hard going. Charlie Morris comes in to bowl to Harry Swindles, who gets half forward and turns his wrists on one. defensively out firmly to mid-wicket, where Baker is the fielder.
Our friendly cameraman just away to our right-hand side. He's got his hood up and his gloves on. It's a chilly spot up there. There's a young lady on there, sits down the front,
I know,
she on the
bless
stool.
her heart. She doesn't seem to move. I think she's frozen into position.
Yeah.
I hope she's well wrapped up. Morris is in and bowling, and Swindles is driving nicely, but not putting his full weight into the shot, and D'Oliveira can get across to his left and make the stop. Does so. Swindles looks a little disappointed with that, understandably, but just has to keep on battling. Lunch, remember, 1 1, so we have another hour's play this morning. Tea set in stone at 4. And potentially, although there's some really horrible dark cloud building up away where the weather's been coming from in this match, 104 overs today, 104.4. Morris is in and bowls, a little bit short of length. Up on his toes is Swindles, dropping it out into the offside. And there's no run. Barnard picks up. It has built up, hasn't it?
It does look a bit murky. Let's hope it drifts past. Where are we at? Out through the back door. Looks all right. Down over Welford Road Rugby Ground looks quite clear.
Morris turns, is in and bowls 2 Swindles, thick inside edge as he leans forward, goes behind square on the leg side. Pennington has to run up to meet the ball, gets to it quickly, gets away, a good throw. And you heard the shout of no from Harry Swindles as he turned looking for the possibility of a second, has to settle for 1, moves on to 8. Bless him. Just looking through his cricketers' who's who entry, nickname, and remember the cricketers themselves fill this in. Dumbo, he's put. That is a reference to his ears, I suppose. In goes Morris and bowls. Hill is forward this time. I have heard him called other things, Lugsy and all sorts. He doesn't mind. I think it's water off a big elephant's back, I suppose.
Yeah. Yes.
Harry John Swindles, born in Leicester, February the 21st, 1999, the eve of the millennium. His favourite smell is a roast dinner. If he was in charge of county cricket, he'd increase the number of 4-day games in the middle of summer. Morris is in, bowls to Lewis Hill, who's turning it into the leg side. Not entirely convincingly. D'Oliveira's hands started to go into the air at mid-off, but that's a first run for some little time for Lewis Hill. He moves on to 51. His 50 came off 61 balls, so he's 51 off 71. So, well, 10 balls. It's not exactly a huge amount of time, but a reflection of how well Worcestershire continued to bowl. One of the points that Ed Barnes made when I spoke to him last night was, he said, we feel we didn't react quickly enough when Leach started to sort of go hard at us, really. Quite what he meant by that, whether he meant should have gone a little bit more defensive or bowled in a different way to Joe Leach. But by the time he said we did react, he was up and running a little bit.
Yeah, I can see. See what he's getting at.
Quite what they would have done differently is a moot point.
Here's Dylan Pennington in, bowls wide of the off stump through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. It's funny because when Shane Warne passed away, he was just a very reactive captain. Remember Alan Mullally was saying, you come in and bowl a ball just outside off stump, swings away, beats the batsman. You get the end of your run, turn around, there'd be 3 short legs in. You think,
yeah, I loved watching him as a captain.
He was brilliant, wasn't he?
He just never let the batsman alone, did he?
No.
He was always thinking, he would have captained Australia if background had been a little,
I'm sure,
less controversial.
Pennington into Hill, who's forward, drives down the ground, and Was that in the air?
It was short of him. It was for a while, but it bounced a couple of second bounce when he got his hand to it.
Managed to get down to it anyway.
Nutster. I used to brew beer in my mum's airing cupboard.
Oh,
She wasn't happy when one of the bottles exploded.
That was it. Yeah, you used to put your thing in, and
Because it was warm, yeah.
Yeah, and the corks would pop out. You obviously put this cork in too tight. Yeah. Here's the next ball, which just gets a little bit twisted up there. Does Hill? Ball slides away off his bat in the end, but I say he did it earlier in the piece where he got the bat on it. His feet weren't in the right place, but his bat was. So, and that's basically all that matters. Hill's got 51, Swindle's 8, 79 for 4. I don't like the look of that coming up over from the back of Bill's mother's.
It's a little lighter behind it, so if it does rain, I think it'll be fairly short-lived. But yes, it's not looking too good.
Hill waits, Pennington bowls, Hill turns it off his pads down to fine leg. Charlie Morris fields. There will be a single, and Leicestershire will be 80 for 4, replying to Worcestershire's 348 all out.
And what Worcestershire are doing so well, which Leicestershire didn't quite manage to do, is keep a break on the run rate, or keep a check on the run rate, so that even if they're not necessarily taking as many wickets as they would have liked, Leicestershire certainly aren't getting away from them, which is what D'Oliveira and well, Barnard to an extent, but also then Leach did so well.
Pennington bowls, pushed back down the pitch, bowler will field, pushed back down the pitch by Swindles. Yeah, that sort of Hendricks, although in the end he didn't take a wicket, but he and Chris Wright had Worcestershire in trouble. But once they went off, it kind of, I mean, Barnes was unlucky, he could have had a couple of wickets, but that was kind of released a little bit.
Well, the second string bowlers went for 4 and over, essentially.
Here's Pennington again, and this is turned down to Azhar Ali at mid-on, and there is no run. Going quite dark. I'm just looking for hovering ground staff. Hovering ground staff are always a very good indication that something's going to happen. I can't see any.
No, they're all in their hut over there between the Turner Indoor Centre and the electronic scoreboard.
Got the kettle on and the toaster.
Simon Brown, one of the ground staff. You know, you have various apps that measure the number of steps you take during a day.
Yeah.
And on the first day, on Thursday, when they were on and off and on and off, he publicly put them at
20,000.
Tens of thousands.
Yeah. Well, I tried to do 10,000 a day, so they must have done 20,000 that day.
I think it was a very high number. Charlie Morris is in from the Bennett end, bowls to Hill, who is leaning forward. He's looking a little, he says famous last words, more confident than he was in the first half hour. Just blocks it out into the offside, wanders off to short leg and rehearses a forward press or two and back into his crease. He doesn't seem to be suffering too many issues with that sore hand that may or may not have, we're not quite sure, have been a chance earlier today when he was on 26. We'll have to find out afterwards. Morris is in, bowls to him. He's forward solidly, blocking it out into the offside. Because he's batting outside his crease again, he's getting further down the pitch, and he seems much happier and confident when he's able to do that. Cox is obviously standing back at the moment. Mid-wickets going out to deep square again. Morris is seeing that, him shuffling forward and batting as far out of his crease as he is. Cox is going to be asked to stand up now. The signal actually came from Morris, so it's the bowler who wants this, not Cox particularly. So the helmet is called for. Cox removes his Worcestershire cap, revealing what looks suspiciously like dyed blonde hair, because the shorter hair around the back and the sides is very dark, but on top it's very fair.
He does like to look after his mop.
Tis the modern way.
It is. Yeah.
It's covered now in a Worcestershire helmet because he's standing right up to the crease. Hill obviously has to therefore retreat back into his ground. Baker is now out at deep square, looking frozen stiff in fairness to him. Morris is in and bowls to Hill, who is sort of half forward. And again, once he's back in his crease, he does look a little more tentative. Keeps it out though.
Thanks to Marcus, who says, Brothers, I know this is a cricket broadcast, but could you explain how Worcester Warriors are going to make progress in the European Challenge Cup? Well, I could, but we've only got 86 overs left in the day. I think that there is a fairly... Oh, Charlie Morris is doing... If Toulon win and Biarritz don't get a losing bonus point and Newcastle win, then Worcester would be at home to Cardiff. There you go. It's that simple.
Morris is in, bowls a bouncer. What a take by Cox, or attempted take by Cox. 2 hands above his head. The ball pops out of his gloves, then drops onto the stump. So it may have been a deliberate thing from Cox, just sort of stopping it and then dropping it onto the stumps. Hill hadn't gone anywhere, but interesting for Ben Cox. Does that mean that a trip to Biarritz is in the offing?
Well, it could be. There are other things. It could be a trip to Lyon.
Yeah, Biarritz would be nicer.
I like Biarritz, lovely.
Morris is in, bowls, cut away by Hill. Azar is down at third man and takes it as it bounces up off the slightly pitted Grace Road outfield. Stops it cleanly, gets his throw away. Just a single to Lewis Hill, moves on to 53, 81 for 4.
Whether I'd be allowed to go is another story.
Take your surfboard, Biarritz.
Yeah. Went to Perpignan one year, that was beautiful, lovely city.
Been there a couple of times. It's a bit of a distance to get to the beach.
Yes.
From Perpignan.
Yeah.
But the city that is, but it is a lovely place. Super restaurants.
Yeah.
Covered rugby there. Of the 13-man variety.
Oh, the old rugby league.
As Morris is in to Swindles, who defends solidly. Cox has gone back for Swindles. Morris, beautiful bit of footwork, kicks it up and then volleys it to the fielder, who in turn uses his knees to keep the ball into the air, to keep the ball in the air. Worcestershire as adept with ball, using their feet as they are using their hands, it seems. 81 for 4 after 33 overs.
Who was playing there then? Catalan?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was a sort of one of their games.
Yeah.
They're good now.
They are very good
in terms of their...
Yeah, got to the final last year.
They did, yeah. And they do tend to have a large sort of Australian contingent.
Oh, right, yeah.
But there's 2 French sides in the...
That's right, yeah.
13 now.
Here's Dylan Pennington back at the cricket. Slides slightly off Lewis Hill's back. Played that a couple of times today where he doesn't seem to quite be there, but he gets the bat on the ball. And as I said earlier, that is the basis of batting, actually. Getting the bat on the ball makes a big difference if you can do that. Cloud engulfing the ground, I would say, almost. There's a little bit of blue sky drifting away in the distance, but the floodlights aren't on, and there's no hovering ground staff, so maybe we'll be all right. Pennington's next ball to Hill, and there's an appeal, but that's going, tell from here, lads, that's going down leg side. Bowler doesn't even bother to waste his breath.
No.
Slips and wicketkeeper got a bit excited, but...
Peter West on the stream is of the opinion of Saint-Jean-de-Luz is better than Biarritz. I think you're right, actually, Peter. I'd agree with that. It's a bit more exclusive and smaller, and yeah, I think you're possibly correct there.
I'm going to... was he in Biarritz or Perpignan? Perpignan to cover rugby there. And after the game, I sat and had a pint with the son of my neighbouring butcher. His next ball pushed back down the pitch. He was actually playing out there. Well, he was coaching at the time, so yeah, it was very pleasant. Because my French is, well, it doesn't exist, so I can do deux vin blanc or deux thé. But apart from that, yeah, enjoy those European rugby trips. Here's Pennington in again, and he's whipped that one away. That's a good shot into the hook from Hill. Gets it away down to fine leg. Doesn't get 4 for his efforts because Charlie Morris is down there. Noticeable there's a man out on the deep square leg boundary as well for Worcestershire. I think that's Joe Leach out there. Could well be. So the short ball was always on, but Hill got on top of it, kept it down, and smacked it down to fine leg. Hill's got 54. Swindles has got 8.
Coming in now, Leach to mid wicket. He was talking. I don't know whether that's Alan Richardson, but the Worcestershire coach. He's in shorts, which is very brave.
Is Pennington in bowls? Played to mid on. Probably left his trousers behind.
He's doing a tour of the boundary and talking to the bowlers as he comes to them. Talking to Charlie Morris now.
Might be a long chat with Charlie because there's only 1 ball left in this over, and he is almost certainly going to have to bowl the next one. Good effort from these two. They've it's not the runs that they've added, but they came together in the 19th over of the innings. We're in the 34th now, so certainly put a break on Worcestershire. Pennington in again, and this time played to mid-wicket, where Leach, who has come in from his boundary duties, does the fielding. Leicestershire are 82 for 4, with Hill on 54, Swindles on 8. Lunch today is at 10 minutes past 1, and the scoreboard says we've got 86 overs left in the day.
At which point we will not be able to feel our knees. I would suggest evening.
I can't imagine that there'll be anybody sat outside at that time. Might be a couple of polar bears and a penguin, but apart from that,
might be a couple frozen into their seats.
I've got to go and do something else, I suppose.
Charlie Morris to continue from the Bennett end, bowling his 11th over of the innings, 1 for 22 so far. Cox is standing up as Hill drives, and here this time he has got it just wide of Barnard. D'Oliveira scrambles after the ball and then overthrows Cox, but he got his throw away quickly. That was the main thing, and as a consequence, Hill and Swindles forced to accept it would be just a single. Hill onto 55. Just single since he passed his 50 for him. Swindles almost becalmed. He's on 8 of 50 balls. He's finding it hard to keep the scoreboard moving, get the ball away, but again that's a tribute as much, one feels, to the Worcestershire seamers. Morris is in and bowls to Swindles, a bouncer, just ducks underneath it. It was quite short, had to bang it in. Swindles, not a tall man, is able to duck comfortably underneath it. 5'8", Harry says he is. Childhood sporting hero was A.B. de Villiers, and his guilty pleasure is ice cream, a particular American brand of ice cream. Morris is in and bowls, and Swindle leaves outside off stump. Perfectly acceptable leave. Peter points out that Perpignan has become much more Catalan over the last few years. Lots of Catalan flags. Yes, I know Barcelona fairly well, and obviously there's been all sorts of Catalan nationalism in that area. Well, in Catalonia in recent years, culminating in the referendum that was annulled by the Madrid government. In goes Morris and bowls, and Swindles has got that one down to third man, but a good diving stop down there by Azar. Swindles has to settle for 2. Might have hoped he'd pick up 4. It went fairly fine past second slip along. There wasn't a sniff of a chance. He was just about on top of the bounce, but he picks up 2 instead of 1 and moves into double figures onto 10 of 53 balls, 85 for 4. 55, came together with a score on 51 when Ackerman given out leg before to Joe Leach. Morris is in and bowls. Swindles is forward, pushing out just wide of point, but not with sufficient force to get the ball past Jake Libby. He's able to move across from backward point and intercept before Swindles can take one. Updates coming up. Obviously, that's why Dave has gone next door. There'll be one for BBC Radio Leicester shortly. Morris turns short-sleeved shirt, rock and rolls before getting into his run and bowling. Played firmly off the back foot, and that could be four for Swindles. That's the most authoritative shot he has played. Got up on his toes, punched it away. It was short enough and wide enough for the young batter to get up on his toes and punch it away. Good shot from Swindles, as I say, the best he's played really in an attacking sense, and he moves on to 14, 89 for 4 at the end of the over. Here comes the update. Well, they have just lost the one wicket this morning, that of the skipper Colin Ackerman, who went leg before wicket, a little unluckily to Joe Leach for 12. They were 51 for 4 at that stage, but Lewis Hill, who's been there since the start of play, is still there. He's 55 not out for the Foxes, continuing his excellent form from last season. He's been joined by young Harry Swindles, the wicketkeeper batsman, and he has had to really battle to get to 14 off 55 balls. 89 for 4 then, the Foxes. They need 198, I beg your pardon, to avoid the follow-on. It is so cold down here. You can see the Worcestershire fielders all blue-faced almost as that one is driven away by Hill, possibly for 4 more. But the Foxes are beginning, whisper it, to fight back here. As Hill picks up 4 with a solid drive. So a 4 to Swindles at the end of that last over, and then 4 to Hill. And I wouldn't say the shackles are off, but a relief for both batters.
Yes, they played well, these two. That cloud, by the way, looking out the back, I think it's going to drift by. I think we're going to get away with it.
Underneath it, it's about 2 degrees, if not freezing.
Terrible. Ed Barnard is the bowler, and this is driven again into the offside. But straight this time to D'Oliveira. Well, not straight to him, slightly to his left, so he had to do a little bit of a tumble to stop that one. But this is a very good 59 off 87 balls from Hill, and in the circumstances of the game and the way the innings was going, it's been a very good fight back. This is like Leach's fight back yesterday, really. Barnard bowls, and I'll be 100% honest, folks, I'm not sure what happened to that. I think it was an inside edge onto the pads. Got sort of tangled up. It was an inside edge onto the pads.
It was indeed.
Thanks for the replay. Well, they've done well. Hill, obviously, the more productive, but Swindles, what's he played? 55 balls for his 14. It's a good effort. Barnard in again, and that's chopped away. That could well race away for 4 more. Baker after it, but he's not going to cut that one off. Too wide from Ed Barnard, and Hill has been in good form this morning, as we were just saying, and he's not going to miss out on those. Smashed it away. So what we had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boundaries in. Sorry, 3 boundaries in 5 balls.
Yeah, they needed this little burst of scoring, Leicestershire. Morning, David. David Popple over in Stamford.
Hello.
He's looking forward to another Foxes season, hopefully with some success. Currently watching via the stream while planning Burley Park Cricket Club's Porto Tour dining options.
Excellent. Barnard in bowls, forward comes Hill, pushes onto the offside. D'Oliveira scuttles into field. So that is obviously they're going to Porto, are they? Or
sounds like
is it Porto with a capital P? Or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
good.
Yeah, Portugal.
Well, good luck with that. A lot are going to Spain this year on tour. Brothers, you want to come to Spain? No. Oh, come on, it'll be fun. I'm all right, thanks. I'm having fun. Here's Barnard's next ball, and edged and over the top
No, he
of
caught-
He got fingers to it, actually.
Two big
Ed
hands,
Pollock
yeah.
at first slip got a hand to that, or got two hands to it, away to his right-hand side. It would have been a great catch if he'd have held on to it, but it was definitely a chance. Hill going after, you could say, one too many outside the off stump, but he gets a let off there on 63 because they went through for a single. I'll say it would have been a great catch, but chance it was.
I think that maybe is the third chance off Hill. If that other one this morning that seemed to hit his hand and jump up at when Cox was standing up to Charlie Morris first thing this morning, and obviously the chance last night when he was on 19.
Going to see some spin from Josh Baker, or whether he'll get any spin out of it is another story.
Yes, whether he can grip the ball.
Yeah, whether he's
whether he can let it go.
Sorry, ball's stuck in my hand. You got the yips? No, it's just stuck there. It's frozen.
Blows on his hand. I don't blame him. Hill checks his guard. Yeah, one slip. So a leg gully and a backward point. The leg gully, Haynes is in a sort of catching position. In goes Baker and bowls, a little short and cut away, but he has cover on that point boundary in the formidable shape of Joe Leach. So just the one to Lewis Hill. Got to make absolutely got to, from Leicestershire's point of view, make the most of the chances. He's played very well, but he has given chances, and having survived them, he's got to shrug and say, well, my day today maybe.
Yeah.
Swindles does a spot of gardening. Baker just has to hang on for a minute or two. Tall young man. Left arm, bowls, forward goes Swindles carefully, playing it back up the pitch. Baker polishes the ball on the back of his right trouser leg. Couple of steps and then in and delivers, and forward goes Swindles and looks interrogatively at Hill as he sees that it's gone to square leg, and Haynes has a lot of ground to make up to the ball, and Hill duly calls him through for the single that brings up the Leicestershire 100. Swindles on to 15. Hill has 65 of those 100, so he's maintaining his 2/3 scoring.
Yeah.
Right, in goes Baker and bowls to Hill, who goes back off the back foot, punches it past D'Oliveira. In fact, he's sort of threaded the eye of the needle really there. D'Oliveira manages to drag it back just in front of the electronic scoreboard. Great work by the Worcestershire skipper. Picks himself up and picks it up, and he has saved his side a single. Hill has to settle for 3. That is the 50 partnership. Hill 37 of them. Swindles 15.
Good effort. Good fight back. I was just watching Azhar Ali. His hands are in his pockets until the very last second that the bowler delivers the ball. And once he realises it's not coming his way, boom, straight back in.
I can't blame him. There's a few spots of rain on the
Oh, right.
just on the side window, just maybe on the wind as Baker goes in, drops a little short, so Swindle has plenty of time to go back and force it out into the gap between extra cover and backward point towards Joe Leach on the cover boundary, and take 1, moves on to 16. Not enough for the umpires, I don't think, to think about taking them off. Baker is in, drops short again. Hill goes back and just works it through the vacant mid-wicket area. Deep backward square. It's usually Pennington, I think it is again. Runs in and fields. Hill takes 1, keeps the strike. He moves on to 69. Leicestershire 105 for 4. The last 3 or 4 overs, they have managed to just lift the scoring rate. Even so, the run rate is still less than 3 for the innings as a whole. It's 2.8, and Worcestershire's was pretty much over 4 for the entirety of their innings.
There's a couple of ground staff persons hovering by the green tractor over there, so. But that looks as if it's gone by, the big black cloud. So this might be just the tail end of it, we hope. Here is Ed Barnard continuing his battle with Lewis Hill, who drives down the ground, but straight to Pennington, who is at mid-off. Interested to find out what the official temperature is here. You'd need to be sat outside with a thermometer.
I'm pretty sure it's single figures.
Oh,
it feels
yeah,
that way,
got to be. Well, with the wind chill.
Oh, yes.
It's maybe down to about 3 or 4. Barnard bowls, flicked away off the pads. In fact, did it come off the keeper's pads? No, it didn't. Came off the bat for a single. Maybe bat onto pad.
Somerset continue to struggle against Hampshire. 180 now, 79 for 3 in Hampshire having scored 428. They're looking at a possible innings defeat in Southampton.
There'll be rumblings inside the country that we're not allowed to play our England player. We may never know.
Joe Leach starting to warm up again.
Right, so maybe he fancies a burst.
I guess the new batsman, but also there's no turn there for Baker, is he? He'll maybe have another one, but...
Yeah. Right, 25 minutes to lunch. Barnard in bowls, pushed away on the offside. D'Oliveira comes into field. Lots and lots of chirpy chatter out there from Worcestershire's fielders. Good luck to all you club cricketers. I know quite a few of them are starting today. I think the leagues are starting today, but a lot of club cricketers are starting today, and good luck with that, lads. Make sure the heater's on in the pavilion. Barnard in bowls, Mike forward, plenty behind that, pushed it away on the offside. The end of the over, Ed Barnard has 1 for 29 from his 7 overs, and Leicestershire are 106 for 5, replying to Worcestershire's 348 all out. Lewis Hill has 70. Ben might get to get off the mark.
Steve Roberts, there's still no feed, he says, via the BBC Sport website, and he says with the stream freezing from time to time, he said it's becoming increasingly difficult to sort of stay in touch.
It's funny because I found it on the BBC cricket commentaries. Whether it's a certain feed that's not working, because there's many ways to do it. You get it on the app, and I'll check this on my...
So just the one over for young Mr. Baker.
Yeah.
And the wicket having fallen at the other end, Joe Leach is back. Sensing an opportunity, sniffing blood. But he's going to be starting by bowling to Lewis Hill with Cox standing up. Bowls to Hill, slightly short, cut away by Hill. Is there a third man down there? No. Well, he can't get there anyway. There is, in the well-wrapped shape of Azhar, but he couldn't get there. It went a little bit fine, so...
I've got a feed off the BBC website, folks, so whether it's not working off the app, I don't know. But it's definitely working off the BBC website.
So Hill moves on to 74, 110 for 5. Leach in again to Hill, who's just dabbing it down. Backward of point. They're almost giving him one in that area now. He's scored so many runs there. Backward point comes in from sort of 3/4 of the way towards the boundary. Hill, perfectly obviously at this stage of the innings, happy to take his single. If you can't have a bit of trust in number 7, you've got big issues.
You've got a long tail, haven't you?
You have. And obviously Ben Micah, a very capable batsman.
What did he do last season?
Ben?
495 runs at 27.5, so yeah.
Benjamin Wentworth Munro Mike.
Great name.
Splendid name. He's made his highest first-class score last season, 74. That was against Surrey, but he's a better batsman than a first-class score of 74 implies. Leach is in and bowls to him. Plenty of time as he just waits for that one and defensively leans forward, plays it with an angled bat out towards Libby at backward point. The weakest of weak suns lightens the air momentarily.
Watery sunshine.
Might stay out for a while if there's a bit of blue behind it, but beyond that, I said if there was going to be showers, if there were to be showers, there would be sort of early afternoon. Leach is in and bowls to Mike, squares him up a touch, but he plays it well. Right behind it, half forward, playing it out to D'Oliveira at that sort of wide extra stroke, wide mid-off combination position, 111 for 5. Hopefully you can pick us up now, Steve. So Dave managed to find it via the sports app. In goes Leach and bowls, goes past the outside edge as Mike just reaches for it a little bit. Bounces past. Could easily have flicked the edge. Didn't on that occasion. Mike sort of swings his arms, but he looks a little tentative out there. 1 or 2 ground staff now gathering by the
Andy Nicholas tells me it's dropping in and dropping out, which must be very frustrating. We share your pain.
Indeed, it's on a fixed line, so it shouldn't be anything to do with the conditions. As Leach is in, Mike is forward, and he's going to get off the mark as he just pushes it slightly wide of D'Oliveira, who has a few feet to go to his left, and the call is immediate and therefore pretty safe, answered by Hill. Mike is off the mark with a single, end of the over. 112 for 5.
Definite official sunshine at the moment, so I think we've missed a brute of a storm. Whether it did deposit anything further down the M1. Ed Barnard to continue. Right arm over. Bennett end, sorry, Pavilion end, there's only 2 in bowls, reaching a little bit for this one, Ben Mike, but plays it back down ground, and Barnard has a shy at the stumps, then puts his hand on his head as if he thinks that might have been close, but for me, the batsman had got back into his crease.
Richie Collins has made his selection on the Grand National, but he doesn't vouchsafe what it is.
Oh, right.
It's been a while since a few years since I've had a...
Yeah, I normally do when I'm at home. The Mem Saab likes to pick something, but I'm not at home, so here's Barnard in and bowls and just dabbed away and work for Libby at backward point. No run, 112 for 5. Yeah.
Did it lack something of the occasion that it had in previous for me? Somehow, I don't know whether because they made it's a good thing that they've made the fences.
But it's
safer,
5:15 today. It always used to be
Is
around.
it?
Yeah.
It used to be sort of 2:40, 3 o'clock-ish.
Yeah.
No, a bit later, 4-ish, was it?
Yeah, but it certainly
about
wasn't
half time, wasn't it?
Yeah, certainly wasn't 5:15.
No.
I know the boat race was at a strange time last year, but that's because of the tide on the Thames. I'm not sure the tide on the Manchester Ship Canal affects Aintree at all.
Would it be the Mersey?
The Mersey. Here's Barnard in bowls, bouncer. Probably a bit too short because Ben Mike had loads of time to see that one. You could say he ducked, but he just bent his knees a little bit. The smell of... Did you get the smell of chips?
Cooking? Could be. It's
Definitely the smell of cooking.
not long until lunch.
No.
I'm immediately sad.
Eh?
Wish I hadn't said that. Tommy groans in.
Mike has 1 run to his name as he faces Barnard, and he'd have 2 runs to his name as he worked that one down to Baker at third man. Total goes to 112 for 5.
be another one now, I think. It's frozen, like everything else at the ground. The manual's still working. Pip and Lucy, or Lucy and Pip. 113.
I think it's caught up.
There you go.
Is it not that time of day, is it? Okay. No idea what's going on there. Strange noises in their headphones. Ed Barnard in and bowls and forward. Middle inside edge onto the pad, but never a danger there for Lewis Hill. Now, if Worcestershire could get Hill out before lunch, they would think they've had a really good morning. But if he's still there at lunch, it's a bit of a fight back, isn't it? Where were we? 42 for 3 overnight, so 71 for 2 this morning. 42 for 3 overnight. Away goes Barnard to complete his 8th over, and he'll whack this one away through the covers. D'Oliveira's on the chase, but I don't think he's going to cut that one off. A nice shot, and the outfield has been greased lightning since the start of this game, and the umpire, Mr. Watts, signals 4, and the total goes to 117 for 5. 117 for 5, with Hill on 79 and Mike on 2. Barnard's 8 overs, 2 maidens, 34 for 1, or 1 for 34, depends where you are on the planet. If you're in Australia, it's generally the other way around. Joe Leach is going to continue from the Bennett end. And he's going to be bowling to Ben Mike. Changes in the field here. Azhar Ali has come in to extra cover. No, where's he going? He's going to mid-off. D'Oliveira at extra cover.
Leach is in and bowls, and Mike is stroking it out into the offside. D'Oliveira picks up, hurls the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, misses them. Don't know how close it was. Mike had probably made his ground. We are still getting BBC Radio Leicester in our earphones.
The irony is that the tune that was playing was I Saw the Light. Well, you didn't press the button next to it.
If anybody could possibly switch it off just for a while.
Thank you.
There we go, bless.
Hurrah,
Thank you very
hurrah.
much indeed.
Very kind.
Joe Leach is in and bowls 2. Hill just dabbing it into the offside, and
That's
again
well.
there's a good run because they looked at each other, Hill and Mike. Mike always up for the single, and as ever when both batsmen go there is nearly always a run. D'Oliveira did have a good bit of ground to make up to get to the ball. 3 to Ben Mike, who's now on strike. 80 to Lewis Hill. He's had to really battle for those runs today.
I've been very impressed with him today.
He's
He's had a bit of luck.
He has, yeah. He's had 1 or 2 slices of luck, but at the moment he's making the most of it. That's what you've got to do, because there'll be days when your very first edge goes to hand. Leach in, bowls to Mike, who leaves. Good leave. Steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. There is a shape back in slightly, but not enough. Still a long way from saving the follow-on. Leicestershire 198 is the figure. Would it be 19? No, 9.
Where are we? 348.
198.
Knock off 150, and then knock off 1 more.
So it would be 199 they need. Leach is in, bowls. Mike is forward, solidly, back down the pitch on the onside, past the stumps, but with insufficient power. It was a defensive push to beat mid-on. Morris just moves across to his left to make the stop. Everything seems to be working at the moment.
That's
So,
not going to last long.
Famous, yeah, as we're coming up to lunch,
Yeah.
of course. Well, Richie's picked about 8 horses from what he sent me.
Oh,
So
right.
in goes Leach and bowls down the leg side, a bouncer. Mike ducks out of the way, comfortable take. Unfussy take, sort of running to his left by Ben Cox.
One of my quiz questions, because I do a quiz on Hereford and Worcester on a Saturday morning, was which is the longest, the boat race or the Grand National, in terms of distance?
Good question.
Yeah, I thought it's a rare good question in our quiz, trust me. But
Did most people know? Did you find? Or?
yeah, I think most people got it right. The Grand National is the longer by about 140 yards.
Is that a furlong? In goes Leach and bowls, and Mike isn't sure where it is for a minute. Thick inside edge. Hill calls Mike through for a quick single. He has to trust his partner. He does. He scampers up the other end. Cox picks up, hurls the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Misses, but Mike had made his ground anyway.
I think it's 220 yards, isn't it? A furlong?
Okay, no,
I think so. Right, I'm going to go and
do an update. The last of the morning. Well, we're into the afternoon now.
Thanks to Terry, who says we're back on. Good lad.
Thank you, Terry. Fingers crossed it lasts. At Fox's Cricket 22, at Bradders at BBC. Finds us. Well, if things are working, they find us. Twitter's usually up, as they say. 120 for 5. Ed Barnard to continue from the pavilion end is in and bowling to Ben. Mike goes past the outside edge with a ball that just bounces and swings a little. Just enough, no great pace from Barnard. All about accuracy and movement. And that was a good one. Too good for Ben Mike, who wanders down and flicks some dust away from the pitch. Increasingly sort of biscuity coloured pitch. Looked greenish on the first day, but it's played pretty well for the most part. In goes Barnard and bowls to Mike, who's driving in the air straight to mid-on. Stopped on the shot, straight to Azhar Ali. Comfortable catch for the Pakistan international, and Leicestershire have lost their 3rd wicket before lunch. And Hill looks disappointed, I think, understandably, and Mike obviously is disappointed. Walks off very, very slowly. Can't quite believe what he's done there, whether it stopped on him, whether he just checked his attempted drive, but either way he gave Azhar Ali the most comfortable of catches at mid-on. And Ed Barnard is working the oracle for Worcestershire. He's picked up the wickets in short order of Harry Swindles and now Ben Mike. And Leicestershire are 120 for 6, still 78, 79 runs short of saving the follow-on, which is beginning to look like it is going to be an option for Brett D'Oliveira. And as I was saying to Bradders, when I'm pretty sure he will enforce, unless Lewis Hill can find a partner who can dig in. Ed Barnes, not a great time for him to come out, and he is obviously primarily a bowler, but he showed last season that he, like many a Yorkshireman, can be a pretty gritty batsman. Would have scored his maiden century at Taunton. His maiden first-class century, obviously. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Barnes and Hill having a chat. All he's got to do now is just try and get through to lunch. 8 minutes until lunch, so possibly 2 overs after this one from Barnard. He's got 4 deliveries left in the over. He's sitting on figures of 2 for 34 now. Barnes, North Yorkshireman, does a little dance. An extra slip comes in, a 3rd slip comes in as the sun comes out again. At least the light is a little better for Ed Barnes. Here comes Ed Barnard. Past umpire Watts. Bowls fullish, thick outside edge, and he's going to pick up 4. It was a slightly airy shot from Ed Barnes. Took a thick outside edge all along the ground for 4. 124, but for 6, I'm afraid. They've lost 2 wickets in the last few overs, both to the Worcestershire seamer Ed Barnard. First, Harry Swindles, having put on 55 for the 5th wicket with Lewis Hill, was bowled, lost his leg stump to Barnard for 16, and a few moments ago, Ben Mike checked an attempted drive at the same bowler and just chipped a simple catch to Azhar Ali at mid-on, having scored just 4, made the score 120 for 6. Ed Barnes has come out to join Lewis Hill, who is standing firm amid the chaos. They need 198 to avoid the follow-on. Leicestershire Hill is 80 not out. He's their main hope of getting there. The Foxes 124 for 6. Barnard in. Barnes back foot defensive shot, a very solid shot. Sunny spells between showers is the forecast for this afternoon in Leicester. I just caught on the end of the news there. Been a good morning now for Worcestershire. 3 wickets. I think they would have taken that. Could yet be 4 as Barnard goes in, bowls a bouncer. It's pulled in the air just wide of mid-wicket. Didn't get that at all. Ed Barnes came off the splice, I think, and looped towards mid-wicket, and a huge stroke of luck because it fell sort of between mid-wicket and mid-on. Neither Azhar Ali at mid-on nor the fielder, who is Charlie Morris, could get there, who's at mid-wicket. And goodness me, Barnard has a knack of picking up wickets, doesn't he?
He does. He never appears to be that quick, Ed Barnard, but he's got very whippy action.
Yeah, it looks relatively innocuous in terms of pace. Goes in and bowls, and Hill is forward. That squawk of note as he drops it out into the offside. End of the over. A successful one for Ed Barnard. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 39 for him. Yeah, what did he do last season with the ball? 25 wickets at 42.
Yeah, I think he was disappointed with that, yeah. But he scored a lot of runs, so as we were saying, difficult for the all-rounders. You concentrate on one side of your game and the other maybe suffers a bit. I was interested, wasn't it, that the ball went straight to Azhar Ali, who at the last second just takes his hands out of his pockets. I quite expected him to catch the ball and put the ball in his pocket, but he didn't have to move for that.
No, it was not the greatest shot that Ben has played.
Here's Joe Leach from the Bennett end in bowls and squares up Ed Barnes. Gets bat on it, squeezes away out on the offside. Yeah, as you say, Worcestershire will think they've had a good morning, taking 3 wickets. Where are we? 2 overs away from lunch. I mean, if they got one more here, they would really think they're in the box seats. Hill is the key, isn't he? Here.
Yes, indeed.
80 out of 125. Leach bustles away. Bowls. Oh, that's a big shout for LBW. I think he may have got a bat on that. He's certainly got across a long way. We've got the replays working, so we can have a good look. But it was a very confident appeal. I think hit
him outside the line.
Outside the line.
Yeah, and he was playing a shot.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if he hadn't been playing a shot, which is what Colin Ackerman did this morning, or didn't do, he would have been a goner. So, Leach continues. This time, Ed Barnes does get forward, gets plenty of bat on it. D'Oliveira, at extra cover, does the fielding. The sun just beginning to glint off the roofs or the windscreens of a couple of cars away on the car park at the Bennett end. But we can't tell you enough times how cold it is. You probably know that yourself, because particularly if you're in the area of the city of Leicester, but it is blooming cold. Leach is in bowls and driven all along the ground to backward point, where Jake Libby is the fielder.
12 first-class innings last season, Ed Barnes. 259 runs with a best of 83 not out, 2 half-centuries. So he's a bowler who can certainly bat, unless you're hoping that he'll become a genuine all-rounder. He's certainly at least a place too high at 8, with all respect to him.
Leach in again, bowls. He's solidly in behind this one. Leach on his follow-through, half stops the ball, but because he's a big fast bowler, somebody else has to come and pick it up for him. It's quite strange because we're sat in here. We're quite warm in here, aren't we? We've got a heater and it's nice, and the sun's coming in through the window. But when I have to go and do my updates, I have to go outside. Not far. It's probably about 4 steps, and it's a different world out there. Leach is in and bowls as Baker at square leg was actually running back as the bowler was coming in. So not something you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to change your fielding position as the bowler comes in, as Mike Gattin and Shaka Rana found out. 125 for 6. Hill has 80. Joe Leach has taken 3 for 32 of 14 overs. The last of which was one of his 4 maidens.
We are going to get one more.
Yep.
And it will be bowled, of course, by Ed Bernard. 9 overs, 2 for 39 at the moment. Can he make it 3 for? In he comes past umpire Watts from the pavilion end. Bowls to Hill, who's solidly forward, just pushing it out slightly wide of D'Oliveira in the covers and calling Ed Barnes through for a single. Moves on to 81 from 103 balls. A strike rate of 78. An innings that rather stands out on the card.
It certainly does.
Compared to
everyone
else's.
It certainly does.
Bernard into Barnes, who's solidly behind that one. The third slip has come back in for the new batsman, Ed Barnes. He's got that slightly hangdog sort of body language, sloping shoulders and everything, but mustn't keep remarking on it, but it is so noticeable really. It's just the way he carries himself. Bernard turns in and bowls, and Barnes solidly forward. D'Oliveira dives to his right. Didn't need to, but
I think he was suggesting to Dylan Pennington that he might want to run behind him to cover him. Yeah.
Wasn't moving particularly quickly, the ball, that is, there. D'Oliveira still making gestures, but I think they're sort of tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
Bernard was ready to go, but he looks a little accusing. Pennington's getting evils from everybody at the moment at mid-off. I'm not quite sure why. He looked at him, maybe he said something. In goes Bernard again and bowls a fuller delivery on towards middle and leg towards Barnes. A little bit tinny sound of ball on inside part of the bat. He was trying to get in position to clip it away, but a little bit early in his innings to do that. Just needed to get something on it, really, and did, in fairness. 2 balls to go.
2 balls to lunch, yeah. Well, it's been another interesting session, hasn't it?
Yeah, the match has moved on again. Worcestershire have maintained their grip on proceedings and strengthened it, I would say. Bernard is into Barnes, who is forward. Again, slightly playing across the line as he pushes it out, but solidly enough to mid-wicket. Can they save the follow-on? It does feel like as Foxy Phyllis actually said, he said that the game is probably there, really. If they do save it, it'll be hard for Worcestershire to score enough runs quickly enough, possibly to put Leicestershire under pressure, though they feel they can. But as Bernard is in and Barnes is forward, no balls, so it isn't 2 balls to go. It's 3 balls. It was 3 balls to go as things turn out. Played defensively out into the offside. So an important afternoon session if Worcestershire can enforce. They will, I'm certain. They have to. Barnes, bat raised very high. Waits as Bernard is in. He gets forward and looks to drive, steers out into the offside. Pennington feels should be another ball, shouldn't there, if there was a no ball? No?
Oh,
Oh, possibly not.
they didn't bowl 2 balls after the no ball, did they? So
I don't think so.
Both umpires.
Anyway, that is it, apparently,
That's it.
for the session. 128 for 6. So, from a starting position of 42 for 3, Worcestershire will be very pleased with their freezing morning's work, Dave Bradley.
They will, yeah. And it's a pitch. It's not doing massive amounts, but every now and then there's a ball that does a little bit. And you've got to work for your wickets. You've certainly got to work for your runs. And Hill's 81 out of 128 for 6. That's a brilliant effort. As we were saying earlier, he's had a couple of chances, but he's taken full toll of those chances. So we'll be back at just after 10 to 2, I would think, because we're a little bit late going to lunch here. So please do join us then.
Good afternoon, everybody. From the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Afternoon session, slightly delayed restart because of a shower, but I'm pleased to say the sun is cracking the flags again now, despite the cold wind. And we are about to resume on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. The two not out Leicestershire batsmen striding to the wicket are Lewis Hill, who has been a solitary rampart as far as the Foxes are concerned in a rapidly crumbling fortress. 128 for 6 is the score, on which they resume, needing 198 simply to avoid the follow on. With him is Ed Barnes, the bowling all-rounder. I think we'll be generous and say that, but a not uncapable batsman, that's for sure. Gritty Yorkshireman who will hang around as long as he possibly can. He's 5 not out. BBC Radio's Leicester and Hereford and Worcester, bringing you the commentary. Dave Bradley alongside Richard Ray, up here perched atop the pavilion alongside a well-wrapped cameraman who's actually he's gone the snood road as well.
Yeah, I saw him at lunchtime, that lad. He said he was actually, I think he was actually hoping that big black cloud that came over would drop something so he could go and get warm.
You better start, Bradders, as we're going to do an update. Or are we? I mean, it's Saturday afternoon.
No, I got one at 2
Changing?
o'clock,
Okay.
just past 2. So I'll do a quick couple of balls.
Burst.
Yes. And it's Dylan Pennington who's going to have a quick burst as well, coming down the slope. Hill, Lewis of that ilk, is waiting, and he steers this one down through backward point. Libby as the fielder on the boundary. A loud shout of no from one of the batsmen.
Hilly. That was a hilly bowl. No.
Yeah, probably heard that one in parts of Northamptonshire. Never any doubt. And they pick up a single, 129 for 6. If Hill goes here, Worcestershire will be celebrating. He's not facing at the moment, but he's the key. Here's Barnes. Forward he comes. Pennington does the fielding on his follow through. It's actually quite warm in our little box now, because we've got the heater on. The sun is shining.
If it's too warm, I can switch off.
No,
the bar
I'm
if
all
you-
right. No. I've not been too warm for at least 20 years. Actually, I was a couple of times last summer, complaining about it was too hot. Pennington's next delivery is that's a good ball. Beats the outside edge of Barnes' bat. Through it goes to wicketkeeper Cox, who's standing back. He's been stood up for part of the morning. Cox, but specifically when Lewis Hill was batting, trying to keep him back in his crease. But stood in the normal position now. Right, I'll do this ball, then I'll do a quick disappearing act. Well, no, a slow disappearing act. Pennington yet to take a wicket. Midway through his 9th over, no wicket for 19. Bowls, and that's a nasty bouncer. I think it's caught him on the arm.
I thought it was shoulder, but it looks like it's helmet because they're all signalling.
Yeah, they're signalling. So, got to get somebody on to take a look at him and probably change his helmet as well. I'll leave you to it, mate.
Hasten to add that he's fine, judging by the way he's reacted, and wanders up to Lewis Hill. They have a discussion. New side panel, is that what they call it, or something like that, on the helmet will be required. Good, sharpish, well-directed bouncer from Pennington. He sort of leant away from it, Ed Barnes, and I thought initially it had hit him on the top of the shoulder, but no, he sort of did half try to duck, so it took the side of the helmet. Fairly hard as well out there with a replacement. Is, I think, the Leicestershire physio. It's so well wrapped up, quite hard to see who's who. And he's now waving at the pavilion as well, so it might be an entirely new lid, as they call their helmets. Leicestershire's 12th, or acting 12th man is, he says, looking down. It's Harry Swindles. Running off, having been on with a drink and the tabard as well. And we are going to have a slight delay while the helmet or whatever is changing. Lewis Hill has a chat to one of the Worcestershire fielders, which amuses them both. He's talking to Ed Pollock out there. Well, Barnes keeps chatting away to the Leicestershire physio. The two umpires in close proximity, looking at Ed Barnes, making sure that there are no issues. Louis Kimber runs back on with, I think, a new helmet, so it must have just, the clonk must have made it difficult to fasten on a new side piece, or may even, of course, have cracked the helmet itself. Anyway, on comes the new one. Now being adjusted to fit Ed Barnes. Hill is still waving at the pavilion. Pennington stretches, trying to keep himself warm. Umpire Malliner goes back to the bowler's end, stands behind the stumps, but still repairs or adjustments being made to the new helmet. So I don't know whether they were. I must admit, I mean, I'm old. I think I've very rarely batted in a helmet towards the end, perhaps. But whether they're like bicycle helmets when they have a little sort of adjustable wheel inside them, some bicycle helmets, so the inner part can be adjusted to fit nice and snugly. I don't know whether that's going on or whether it's just a case of fitting that sort of new side panel. Who knows? 129 for 6 is the score. So just the single added post-lunch. Well, this delay has gone on for a good 6-7 minutes now, so that'll just add to the length of the day.
Would they have two helmets?
A new one eventually was brought out. The Leicestershire physio came on and sort of examined the old one and then waved to the pavilion, and then Louis Kimber, the acting 12th man, was sent back, having come out with a drink, to bring a new helmet. He's carrying the old one off now, but I think Barnes is just taking some time to make sure that the new one is a tight fit, as presumably they have to be. Do you ever bat in a helmet?
Tight fit. They're a good group. I remember them.
The Lions sleeps tonight.
It was, yes. Wasn't it? In the jungle, the mighty jungle.
So when you say they were a good group,
well, they were
they were successful.
They were successful. Yeah, there is a difference.
Leicestershire 129 for 6. They're just about to restart. They're going to come to me at BBC Radio Leicester in a moment. Pennington is in and bowls another bouncer to Barnes, who ducks underneath it. Very funky tune in our headphones.
I know this one.
It's almost like Santana or someone like that, isn't it?
Sounds familiar. It's the
Jazzy.
middle. It's the middle riff or something. Oh, hang on.
From a film.
The Blues Brothers. Sweet Home Chicago. Good tune.
Pennington is in and bowls. Barnes defends bravely. Here comes the update at last. Hello, just one run added after lunch, which Leicestershire took on 128 for 6. A tough old morning for the Foxes. They lost 3 wickets in the morning session in adding just 86 runs. The main man, as far as they're concerned, however, is still at the wicket. That's Lewis Hill, who had his best season last season, and he's continued that form into this. He is 80 2 not out off 104 balls. Ed Barnes, the bowling all-rounder, is with him at the moment. He's just been hit on the helmet by a really nasty bouncer from Dylan Pennington. He's okay, though. He's still staying out there. He's a tough young Yorkshireman. But they have an awful lot of work to do, Leicestershire, simply to avoid the follow-on. 198 is their target in that respect. And if they're going to get there, it's going to be Hill who's going to get them there. They're going to have to do that if they're going to save this game. So a tough old session about to come up for Leicestershire. They're 129 for 6.
Here's Charlie Morris bowling right arm over to Hill, who flicks this one away. The sweeper's out on both sides. Azhar Ali, I think, way down there. So he will pick up a single. Yes, Blues Brothers, one of my favourite films. In fact, on one of my, what do they call them, tombola birthdays of note, we had a Blues Brothers tribute band playing at the do. And I was
Tombola birthday?
Well, 5 or a naught.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I was invited to sing Minnie the Moocher with the band, which I did.
So did you sing Minnie the Moocher then?
Yeah. Here's Charlie Morris in and bowls, and this is flicked away on the onside once again. Azhar Ali is the fielder. They come back for, or they come through for a single. Azhar Ali's throw not the most accurate in the world.
Did you need a word sheet, or did you
No,
know that? Oh, I'm
hey folks,
impressed.
is the story of Minnie the Moocher. She was a real known hoochie coocher. Yeah, great song.
Was it Cab Calloway who
Yes,
sang
it
that in the
was.
film?
Yeah. Minnie had a heart as big as a whale.
Heidi, 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 that one.
Heedy, 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 he. Here's Charlie Morris in bowl. That's a nice shot. That's a lovely shot from Hill. Half volley on leg. He's not going to miss out on those. Whip that one away to the pavilion, to the meat rails at mid-wicket. Super shot. And Hill has got 87 of Leicestershire's 135 for 6. So we're on these 50 odd away from avoiding the follow-on. And as we were saying, it's more difficult to see where the game goes if Leicestershire do avoid the follow-on. We assume that Worcestershire would have asked them to do so. Morris in, Hill forward, pushes out on the offside. Ed Barnard, the fielder there. Barnard took a couple of wickets this morning, but Morris preferred to him at the pavilion end post-lunch. The sun really glinting off the marquee at the far end, off the roof of it. A few clouds around, but they're drifting by. Blue sky in between. Off goes Morris, elbows pumping, bowls, Hill forward, stretches into it. Barnard at extra cover does the fielding. Couple of slips, third man fine leg. There were a couple out giving the single, but they've come in because we're heading towards the end of the over. Well, one ball left in it. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And now Azhar Ali is mid-wicket saving a single. Hill waits, bat held high. Morris bowls, Hill pushes on the offside. Loud shout of no, you probably heard that on our effects mic. He looks a little bit annoyed with himself there, Hill, because he didn't take the strike, but I think with your number 18 you should have a little bit of respect for him, or a little bit of reliability on your number 8, but he was a little bit peeved with himself.
Worcestershire know they know that they should have to work at this because the ball is now 46 overs old. Each day the pitch, as Leicestershire made this point yesterday, Barnes made the point, they felt both days there was a bit of life in the pitch early as Pennington is in and bowls to Barnes, who is pushing out into the offside. He's going to have to hurry Hill. He throws but misses. That's the skipper, D'Oliveira. Quick to the ball to his left. I think Hill, who's fairly speedy between the wickets, would have made his ground anyway. And a good piece of backing up down at long leg by Morris means that no extras accrue. So a single to Barnes. Moves on to 736 for 6. So they know Worcestershire that they should have to work hard with the pitch. Maybe one or two of the Devils have come out of it. Sometimes the roller going on can actually have the opposite effect that's hoped, as Pennington goes in and bowls to Hill full, stroked rather than clipped out to mid-on by Hill. A dark cloud goes overhead, but it is just a cloud, it's not a blanket or anything like it. And Leicestershire will think, if we can keep our heads down with the older ball, we should be able to grind out, if grind is the necessary verb, these runs. Pennington is in, short, pulled by Hill for 4. Beautiful shot. Didn't really get up as much, it was probably only about waist height, and it was around about his hip, and he just swiveled and pulled it away. Lovely shot from Lewis. Hill played with a lot of certainty. He moves into the 90s, and he's maintained that sort of strike rate of sort of 75 to 85 throughout his innings. It's at 82 at the moment. His 91 has come off 111 balls.
I think the highest percentage by one batsman used to be Glenn Turner, who scored, I think, 127 out of 165 one day against Glamorgan. Well, Hill's percentage is looking pretty good.
It's not far off that, isn't it? Pennington is in, bowls to him. He's turning it off his legs. One or two hands started to go into the air, but he's going to pick up a couple as he takes on the arm for a second and makes his ground. It's Morris running in from long leg. He's a strong, well-built young man, and it was a strong throw. It wasn't taken cleanly by Cox. It would have probably had to hit the stumps to have required a decision from umpire Watts, and it bounced close to the foot thereof. Good backing up again, but Hill moves on to 93, 142 for 6. Pennington turns, still looking for his first wicket of the innings. Sprints down the hill and bowls to Hill. There's an appeal for leg before, but it's a hopeful one. It was a big stride, and it looked to hit him above the knee roll, and again I suspect it might have been outside the line. Let's have a look.
At the moment.
Yeah, outside the line. The appeal was more vociferous from behind the stumps than from Pennington. Always a bit of a giveaway when the bowler appeals belatedly in response to the appeals as much as anything from behind the stumps. But it was a good ball. It did come back in. Pennington is in and bowled Hill. He was trying to cut it away, came off the bottom edge onto the leg stump. Is that the decisive moment of the innings, and who knows, maybe of the match? Pennington gets his reward, perhaps a little bit fortunate, but he bowled some good balls before. It was outside off stump. Hill was furious with himself. It was there to be chopped away. He smacks his bat on his hand. He knows there was 100 there to be taken. He chopped at it, and he chopped it onto his leg stump.
Well batted, Lewis Hill. That's a great effort from him. Yeah, oh, that was well outside his off stump, wasn't it? He's furious with himself. I think he actually smashed his bat on top of the stumps before he walked off. But he deserved 100, without a doubt. Great effort. But Pennington, as you say, gets his man. Another time, when you're a bowler, you curse because it goes past the outside edge, or you don't get the LBW decision they appealed for earlier in the over. And that little bit of luck turns your way.
And Hill cannot complain of his luck in the innings, in that we think he was dropped 3 times one way or another. And it ran out.
It didn't bounce as much as he was expecting. I think that's what did him.
Yeah, bottom edge, wasn't it?
Skidded on, and yeah. But well batted. Blimey. Take his 93 out of this score, and it doesn't leave much, does it?
No. You could probably do the percentage.
You could. If you can do percentages, which I can't. Here's Callum Parkinson is the new man, and it's Charlie Morris who's bowling, pushed away on the offside. No run.
65% of the runs.
Oh, right. It seems more than that, doesn't it?
93 out of 142.
Yeah. We didn't do percentages when I went to school. We did multiplications and divisions, and that was as much as we wanted. Morris in bowls, pushed out on the offside. It was the comedian who used to say, didn't do much at school. He said most of the kids in our school, 30% of them couldn't read, 30% of them couldn't write, and the other 62% couldn't count. I think it was an old Ken Dodd or something like that. Yeah, it's toasty in here now, eh? It's lovely, isn't it? Blimey. Get me chrysanthemum plants out in a minute and put them in the window. Here's Morris in bowls, forward, pushing away on the offside. That's a nice shot. There's a couple there for Barnes. He will go to 9, and Leicestershire will go to 144 for 7.
You're in need of a gritty rear guard action. I suppose a Yorkshireman and a Lancastrian at the wicket.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Need to take up some overs as well, don't they? Because there's, what, 69 overs and 3 balls left today. So take a few of those overs out of that. Morris, bowls, Barnes. Pulls this one away. It's in the air. It is, but it's well short of Joe Leach way down there. Backward square leg. There was a big shout of catch, but he got on top of it and rolled the wrists enough to keep it down.
He'll get plenty of bounces, Ed Barnes. He loves a hook, and the 2 he's played have been entirely unconvincing in this innings so far. He was very lucky not to spoon one up to mid-wicket before lunch, and he didn't get hold of that one. But he does love to do it, so...
Yeah, they'll know that, won't they?
Yes.
Will know that.
Yeah.
If they didn't know before, they know it now. Parkinson waits and Morris bowls. Good solid defensive shot out on the offside. Barnard at extra cover, does the fielding. 2 for Barnard, 1 for Pennington, 1 for Leach so far today for Worcestershire.
They feel about Parkinson Leicestershire that he should score more runs than he actually does. He often gets in, often good for a 20, and then gets himself out when he could really go on, and that's what he and they are determined he should be doing.
Morris in, and this is flicked away. That's a nice shot. I think he's going to get 4 holes here, and he does indeed. Flicked it away through mid-wicket, and 4 more to the Leicestershire total. And that gets Parkinson off the mark, 149 for 7.
Last season, 18 first-class innings, 253 runs with a best of 41 and an average of 15.81 for Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, well, that was a nice shot.
Oh yeah, he can play. This is the point really that they're making. He's actually a better bat than his brother Matt.
Yes.
Matt's batting maybe what's stopping him getting a chance with full England side. One speculates, having taken him to the West Indies and not played him at all.
Well, yeah.
Pennington is in to Barnes, who looks to clip him away off his legs, turns his wrists in the approved style on the shot, doesn't quite time it, and along the ground it goes to Baker at mid-wicket. Double figures now for Barnes, whose batting may, in this match, pure speculation, have got him the nod ahead of Will Davis, who arguably bowled better in the warm-up games. Pennington is in again. Barnes ducks. It was too high that occasion for even he to essay a hook. So you could see him instinctively wanted to.
He was just about to get into the position.
He was, wasn't he? You could just see his instinct is to start to swivel, but he pulled out in very good time. 149 for 7 Leicestershire. 5 bonus points to the Worcesters already, as Pennington is in on off stump. Barnes plays it well enough, not too much foot movement. I think he was expecting one a little shorter than that. Arguably could have got on the front foot there. Pennington, probably by some margin, actually is the quickest of the Worcestershire seamers, and his dander is up. He's working up a fair head of steam down that slope, which is probably a good idea as he's running into a freezing wind. Actually, the wind may have dropped a little bit. The flags are fluttering, but fairly limply. In goes Pennington and bowls. Quickish delivery. Again, Barnes very solidly behind it. This time on middle, and off.
Yeah, he kind of came to prominence, well, certainly in my mind, Dylan Pennington, when he bowled down the slope at Scarborough, and he was hurrying Kane Williamson up. I thought, oh, you've got to be a bit nippy to do that.
And he comes. Bowls to Barnes, who drives nicely, but he hits it quite hard down into the ground. Although it gathers a little bit of pace as it bounces out, it isn't quite quick enough to beat the tumbling D'Oliveira at that wide mid-off position, and the Worcester captain makes the stop.
Somerset look as if they're in for a 3-day defeat.
Yes.
111 to 9.
Oof, 2.5-day defeat, really, isn't it?
Yeah, still need 137 more to avoid the innings defeat. There'll be rumblings in the Shires.
A good couple of days' work by Hampshire. In goes Pennington and bowls clipped away, almost falling over there, Barnes, but actually he timed it really nicely out to deep square leg for 4. He just got his feet in a bit of a tangle. It's again, it's the way Eddie Barnes is, basically. Everything just seems a little bit untidy about everything he does, but he's got a wonderful eye.
Bambi on ice.
And he managed to clip it away without quite falling over and timed it sweetly out to the deep square boundary for 4. Moves on to 14, 153 for 7. Leicestershire 150 is up.
Some more scores round and about. Gloucestershire playing Northamptonshire at Northampton. Gloucestershire in the second innings, 115 for 5. That's a lead of only 50. Warwickshire 164 for 4 at Edgbaston, replying to Surrey's 428 for 8. Durham 105 for 2. That's in reply to Glamorgan's 234.
43, 44 runs. We'll see Leicestershire save the follow-on. Then he's going to require some special work from Worcestershire to go on and win the game. The pitch hasn't deteriorated or anything. I think it's a really good cricket wicket. Down the hill comes, the slope comes Pennington. Looking to turn it on the leg side is Barnes. There's a splendidly vociferous appeal from Pennington, but it did bounce a little bit as well. And it was dismissed, rather, by umpire Malander. The appeal, that is. Stream is back with us, so you might just have seen that one. Barnes on 15. Noise from the car park behind the Turner Centre, where they're completing these works required to get the new ticket office up and running. In goes Pennington bowls. Barnes is calmly leaning forward, defending out to Barnard, who's in the covers. Two slips behind Barnes alongside Ben Cox. Pollock, who looks to be a regular occupant of first, and Haynes at second as Pennington comes in. Leg stump delivery that is pushed way off the back foot by Barnes out towards the vacant mid-wicket area. Joe Leach, I wouldn't say sprints across from mid-on, rather rumbles across from mid-on towards mid-wicket to make the stop. Picks up, gets his throw away. Barnes picks up 1, moves on to 16. 5-6 for 7. So a decent crowd absorbed in play as Pennington goes in bowls. Thick inside edges. Parkinson looks to press forward and defends. Runs out towards mid-wicket, not very quickly though, so Baker with his solitary over to his name. Young spinner, left arm up. Quickly replaced when a wicket fell at the other end, and Joe Leach was brought back on in the hope of exploiting the opportunity against the new batsman. Parkinson had plenty of overs in the Worcestershire innings though, and There really wasn't any turn to be had. Pennington is in, a bouncer, grunt of effort, but slightly telegraphed. And Parkinson, also the fact it was halfway down the pitch rather than in his half, the batsman's half, so Parkinson not at all unable to comfortably duck underneath it. Bounces over his shoulders through to Ben Cox. No run. This has been a good spell from Pennington, though. He's really, as I say, worked up a head of steam from that Bennett end. Turns and gets his knees pumping as he runs in and bowls to Parkinson, brings him forward. Parkinson gets forward, defends solidly, back past the bowler, but Leach moves across to his left at mid-on and makes the stop. Pennington turns and takes his sweater from umpire Malander. Gets a pat on the head from Ed Pollock. Pollock, one of the smaller members of the Worcestershire side, has to reach quite high to pat Pennington on the head.
Yeah. Would you mind bending down when I pat you on the head, old boy? Thank you. How old's this ball now? 51 overs old, so it's lost a bit of its shine, and it's certainly probably lost a bit of its hardness as well, so we'll have to work hard for these last 3 Leicestershire wickets. Worcestershire. And here's Charlie Morris, and this ball is played away down to third man for a single by Barnes, who goes to 17.
He'll be a nervous man this afternoon, Eddie Barnes, but not because of what's going on out there, although that might be an impact. But I mentioned yesterday he was an avid Leeds United supporter.
All right.
And they're still in a spot of bother. And Everton have beaten Manchester United, who are below them.
Have they?
Yes.
Dear me.
Which means that they're closing in on Leeds, and they kick off against at Watford, I think, at 3 o'clock.
Oh,
so
they'll beat Watford.
should do, but
Everybody beats Watford. Here's Charlie Morris in and bowls, flicked away through square leg. And there's a single. Azhar Ali has to come jogging in. Well, a certain sweet spot for Watford, because my Uncle Bert was a huge fan of Watford. He lived in Chorley Wood. And the first game I saw of professional football that did not involve Aston Villa was Brentford against Watford. And I was clearing some stuff out the other day and I found the programme. It was a pre-season game. It was a single sheet. And they actually named 11 players on each side in a pre-season game rather than the 42 you get these days and all the subs. Yeah, so a little soft spot for Watford. Here's Morris in, and this is flicked away again, and this is straight to Azhar Ali, who is at mid-wicket. I like the way these two are going about this, because it would be easy to get bogged down, wouldn't it? You know, just trying to block everything out, but they're not. They're looking to play some shots, which is setting a few problems for Brett D'Oliveira. You know, he can't put 3 slips and a gully, and he's trying to save runs here, as well as get wickets, of course.
yeah, conscious, and another 40 to avoid the follow-on.
Morris leaps in, bowls. Oh, that was a very strange shot, I do have to say, from Barnes, who was trying to pull the ball. It was a ball that kept low, and Cox took it in front of first slip.
Yeah, pulled over the top of it, didn't it?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
It still was up high enough to be well over the top of the stumps, but it just didn't, as I say,
It wasn't where he thought it was.
To pull on hooker, given the opportunity.
Morris on his way again. And for this one, Barnes plays... Oh, almost played on. Well, the ball has actually ended up behind the stumps. I'm not quite sure how it got there. Let's have a look. He's played that down into the ground and it bobbled just past the off stump. So it could have been... We've had a few played-ons, haven't we? Because Hill went played on. So maybe the ball isn't coming onto the bat as the batsmen think. Charlie Morris is a very undemonstrative cricketer. He just kind of looked down the pitch and his arms went up in the air and just turns around, wanders back to his mark and gets on with it. Here's his next ball, and at this time played away solidly by Barnes. Ball rolls down towards fine leg. That completes the over. Barnes keeps the strike. He's got 18. Parkinson has 6. Leicestershire 159 for 7. If you've not been with us throughout the day, Ackerman LBW Leach for 12. Swindles bowled Barnard 16. Mike Court, Azhar Ali bowled Barnard for 4. And Hill bowled Pennington 93 are the wickets that have fallen today.
Barnes and Parkinson in mid-pitch conversation. Pennington will continue.
Do you think he said to him, do you know, Manchester United have lost to Everton?
Well, Callum is a big, but I think he's a season ticket holder at Bolton Wanderers, so...
Is he?
Yes.
Blimey.
He's often there. His hometown. Pennington, blonde hair glistening in the sun, bowled short and wide, and it's chopped away by Barnes, but only as far as backward point, so he'll feel, rather, I suspect, that he missed out on that occasion.
Oh, I think he was a bit unlucky there, wasn't he? A couple of metres either side, and you've had 4 Penrith.
Yeah. Once again, the stream.
Oh, mine's still going.
Are you okay? It might be computer then. Pennington is in and bowls. That's a better, straighter delivery. Barnes has to treat it with respect. He plays a sort of back foot defensive, but he's beginning to move forward, so it's almost a walking. He walks into the defensive shot, drops it out into the offside.
Barnard doing a bit of warming up, or maybe he just doesn't want to get too stiff.
The golden arm of Ed Barnard. The golden head of Pennington comes in and bowls, but he's just let that one drift onto leg stump, and Barnes turns it behind square. Mid-wicket has to run across. Baker, the man of the single over, has to run down to backward square from mid-wicket to pick it up, and Barnes, comfortable single.
I'm being sat in a conservatory in here now. It's beautiful.
There are days in midsummer when we do have to open the back door as well as the sort of main windows, just to make sure there's a through draft. Pennington is in. Slightly angled run, bowls to Parkinson, who hops across to the offside but then lifts his bat over the line of the ball. First game last season against Surrey, temperatures were a bit like this, but the pitch obviously was cut on the far side, as it tends to be at the start of the season. So I thought, well, we'll try an experiment, and I did an Alex Winter. Put the table out at the far end and ran cables, and poor Mark Church, by lunchtime I said, we've had enough, haven't we? He could barely speak, bless his heart, so we came back in. But he did, I think he may have recovered. Even his famous tan went blue.
Went rusty.
It did. Pennington is in and bowls. Up on his toes is Parkinson. Very solid sort of defensive push out into the offside, wide of the fielder, and it means that there's going to be a single. Libby, who has made that backward point position his own, scrambles back, puts in the slide, throws on the turn.
What if Brett D'Oliveira's thinking of throwing the ball to Baker, the spinner, at this moment in time? It's just something a bit different.
That time will come, won't it? But he just made a little gesture at Leach. Not sure Leach will be too keen. Pennington is in, bowls, forces Barnes back, but Barnes back on his stumps is equal to it, defending it back down the pitch to Pennington, and that one feels might be that for now for Pennington. He's given it everything in this this spell. Every time he's charged in, and he's had his reward. He bowled Lewis Hill off the bottom edge. Saw the leg stump ripped out. Hill on 93. That was 19 runs ago when the score was 142. Parkinson and Barnes determined to make this as hard as possible for Worcestershire.
Charlie Morris it will be to continue from the pavilion end. So going up the slight slope away from us. As Morris bowls, and that's pushed out on the offside by Parkinson. No run. Commentary position is, well, Dylan Pennington's at mid-off for Worcestershire, and he's between us and the stumps. So that shows your air angle of the game. Morris looks carefully at the ball, places his fingers between or across the seam, bowls. Oh, that one bounces again before he gets to Ben Cox. In fact, he bounced away from him. Difficult one for the keeper. Managed to stop it if he didn't take it cleanly. Total is 161 for 7. It's in reply to Worcestershire's 348. All out. Morris charges off again to his delivery stride and bowls, and this is wide of the off stump. Parkinson bat raised high. There was no doubt, if anybody was watching from side on or wherever, that he was not going to play that one. Yeah, you would think it was a balmy late June afternoon if you weren't sat outside. Morris's next ball, and just pushed away to Libby. Libby's a cover point. 161 for 7.
Tim Murtagh has taken his 900th first-class wicket.
It's remarkable
yesterday. Nearly 8,000 days after he took his first.
What a good bowler. Wholehearted bowler as well.
Would you bet against him getting to 1,000? It's a big ask.
Another 2 seasons of good cricket, isn't there? Next ball is pushed back down the pitch. No run. Last bowler to take 1,000 wickets in domestic cricket. That's a good question. Last man to do the double, Franklin Stevenson. It was his birthday yesterday. Did that for Notts.
He needed 200 in the last game, didn't he? And got 2 centuries.
2 centuries. Yeah.
I don't remember who he was against.
Quite a character.
That brilliant slower ball that you thought was going to hit you in the head.
Number of people who got out to that. Morris bowls. Oh, there's a big appeal here. Go on, fingers up. Morris has his man. Parkinson goes. Looked as if he was playing down the leg side. Did he go across his stumps? Umpire Watts raises the digit, and Parkinson well, he didn't stride off, he's strolling off. Just missed the replay of that one, so difficult to tell. So difficult to tell from our angle live, but Morris joins with the rest of his teammates to keep chipping away at this Leicestershire lower order. In fact, we are going to get a replay, I think, and yeah, he did go a good way across. Whether it was doing too much, the umpire says, "Sorry, mate."
I bet he didn't.
No, no, just raised his finger and then. What do you go for, Parkinson?
7.
An obdurate 7, I would say. 161 for 8. And we're in the 55th over, so there's still 63 overs. That's the last ball of the 55th over. 104 overs again today. Tea is at 4 o'clock, no matter what happens. So we're informed. And this is Chris Wright heading for the middle. A lot of, as you would expect, a lot of chitter-chatter from the Worcestershire fielders, and Joe Leach is indeed taking over from Dylan Pennington at the Bennett end. So Chris Wright doesn't have to face Ed Barnes, it'll be.
Leach comes in and bowls and is pulled by Ed Barnes, who, as we've said, does love a pull, but he really does connect nicely with that one. He didn't sort of get up too much, but Leach isn't express, and Barnes will be pleased with the connection made. He moves into the 20s, indeed, on to 23. He gets a touch of the gloves from his experienced partner, Chris Wright, who's coming in at 9.
Yeah, that was a bit of a loosener, I think, from Leach, wasn't it? But Barnes, as we've been saying throughout, is quite happy to play a few shots.
At 10, I beg his pardon, Chris Wright. Hendricks at 11, of course. Leach is...
and it's going to be Charlie Morris. 2 for 47 for Morris. Leach now has 4 for 36 to go with his 70 runs in the Worcestershire first innings. Not having a bad game. Pavilion end, Morris bowling to Wright, who is edging down towards third man. In fact, it's gone through the slips. It's gone fine in the. In fact, I think that somebody must have got a hand on that.
Yeah, second, he didn't quite carry. It was about a foot or so
I think
short
it was,
of him, but he stuck out his big right hand, Haynes, and did half stop it.
Yeah, I totally lost the fly to that one.
I won't put you at second slip when I'm bowling then.
Don't put me in any slip mode. So Wright picked up a couple there. Waits for Morris's next delivery and shapes this nicely down to third man. It almost looked as if he wasn't going to take a run there, but Hendricks called him through. Wright goes to 3. Leicestershire 168 for 9.
Yeah, Wright is absolutely no mug with the bat. He's made himself into a really useful tail ender. Hendricks, to me, I'm afraid, is an unknown quantity, so this could be fun. I mean, he's the sort of... He looks like a sort of Dalanger type, doesn't he? As though he's going to have a whack.
Yeah, he's very broad-shouldered.
But he doesn't exude a sense of permanence to me.
Didn't play the ball yet.
No, I know, but go
on. Morris to Hendricks, who edges, and I think there's a drop, or did it?
No, it didn't
pitch?
carry. Didn't carry.
I caught the line of that one, but I don't know if it dropped in front of Jack Haynes.
Yeah.
We haven't got a replay because
about a foot and a half short.
We're frozen up.
He'll have sore hands, Haynes, because that's 2 in 3 balls.
Yeah.
It have bounced well in front of him, in fairness, and he's half stopped.
They'd be hoping they start edging it somewhere else. Morris it is then. This ball, right, that's a nice shot. Timed it well down towards third man area. They don't come back for 2. I think if sort of the earlier order batsmen would have looked at 2 on that occasion, but these 2 are basically in the team to open the bowling, so they don't go scrambling about for 2s.
257 runs in 16 innings at 18.3 for Chris Wright last season.
Hendricks, left-hander. Couple of slips in. Ring of 3 on the offside, 2 on the onside, saving the single. Morris in bowls. Hendricks reaches and drives it down to mid-off, where D'Oliveira is the fielder. Be going through his mind now, Brett D'Oliveira, if Worcestershire do have the opportunity to enforce the follow-on. Well, we suspect he might. Depends how he thinks his bowlers are going. Next ball from Morris. That's a good, solid forward defensive shot from Hendricks. Pushes down to D'Oliveira. End of the over. Charlie Morris has taken 2 for 52 in 17 overs.
I don't think he has a choice, really. I mean, he obviously does,
yeah.
but not if it's
If
really
this was
serious about winning the
If
game.
this was the morning of the third day, you'd think
possibly.
about it, wouldn't you? But
Possibly.
if he bats again, he's going to use up, what, 40 overs at least?
You would think so. 170 ahead.
Yeah.
You'd want to be, well, you know, maybe not 40, maybe 30, and get 350 ahead.
Yeah. If you bat again, you need to get Leicestershire back in tonight.
Leach is in to right, who is forward on off stump, calmly playing it out into the offside. It might just come in and biff it around, but this pitch is still doing enough, isn't it, to think, well, I'm not going to lose. They're not going to get 350.
So the lead tonight is 170. Lead at the moment is 178. You'd want another 100 on top of that, at least 100.
Well, I was thinking, you tend to think sort of 320, 330 minimum, don't you? And Leach is in, bowls, solid defensive from right.
You want 150 on top of that, wouldn't you? Yeah, rather than mine.
But you can get that in 30 overs and get Leicestershire back in tonight. So yeah, it's a possibility. Biff it around and come. I don't know what the forecast is for tomorrow. That's the other thing that he might have to.
There was some talk. Well, there was some talk yesterday of some showers tomorrow, so
might have to think about. Leach is in and bowls, chipped in the air, safe just over Barnard and in the covers and sprinting back. D'Oliveira sends it throw into the wicketkeeper, and Hendricks, who turned for a second and been sent back by right, has quite a big turning circle, and he did manage to get back in good time. It was a sort of leading edge from right, chipped it out into the offside, could really have gone straight to Ed Barnard, didn't. And so right picks up one, moves on to 5, brings Hendricks down to face Leach, who goes around the wicket to the big South African and bowls, and just waiting for it in the crease, Hendricks just pokes it out to mid-on. He's obviously got a good eye, rehearses a clip through the leg side, but as I say, his body language doesn't convince me. It doesn't. I don't get the impression that he thinks he's going to get a lot of runs.
No.
Did you know? Does that?
He doesn't look like a batsman at the crease, does he? But he's a bowler, so.
I'm not quite here under false pretences, but I'm here because I have to be. In goes Leach and bowls, and that's a beautifully, just to gainsay everything I've just said, a beautifully solid forward defensive.
I'm going to pop off and update other people.
It's that time. Let's have a look at Bjorn Hendricks' first-class record. He scored 766 runs in his 100 first-class games. He does have a 68, but he averages less than 10. His average is 9.7 in first-class cricket. Leach is in, bowls a bouncer to him, but he got that one a little bit wrong. It was well outside off stump, and he puts his hands up to his face in mock embarrassment there. Joe Leach, because Hendricks just sort of watched it sail past outside off stump very high as well. And a grinning Leach removes his hands from his face, gets a consoling pat from Ben Cox, and takes his sweater from umpire Malander, his sweaters, and jogs off to the electronic scoreboard and his long leg fielding position. Who's going to bowl? It is going to be a Barnard who's going to take over the attack from Charlie Morris from the pavilion end. Made the difference this morning, Ed Barnard, when he had Harry Swindles bowled and Ben Mike caught at mid-on. He is in now, bowling to right, who plays solidly back down the pitch, down to mid-on, and there's no run. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. 171 for 928 needed. I'm afraid they've lost a couple more wickets since I was with you last. Those of Callum Parkinson, who went leg before wicket to Charlie Morris for 7, made the score 161 for 8, and Ed Barnes also went leg before wicket, in his case to Joe Leach, for a well-made 23, 165 for 9. It's moved on to 171 for 9. The two bowlers, the only two men left for the Foxes. Chris Wright is 5 not out. Bjorn Hendricks in his first innings for Leicestershire is 1 not out. They need 198, Leicestershire. That's the key figure if they are to avoid the follow-on against Worcestershire. And if they do avoid the follow-on, it will go a long way towards saving the game, with only a day and pretty much a session to go. But it will be difficult, and it's a big ask of what are essentially two bowlers to get the runs that the batsmen have failed to get. They're still trying, though. Leicestershire 171 for 9. Barnard is in and bowls, and is pulled around the corner by Chris Wright. Played it nicely, the shortish ball. Hasn't quite got the pace to really trouble even a tail-ender with a bouncer, Ed Barnard, and it's pulled around to Leach at long leg. Wright takes his 1. Another funk tune.
That's a bit... Yeah.
Uncle Frank.
Yeah.
On BBC Radio Leicester of an afternoon.
Sorry, we've got music in our earphones, folks. That's what we're on about. If you think we're going completely crazy. Bit of uptown funk.
Plays some good stuff, didn't he, Uncle Frank, with Blues Brothers and this stuff?
Oh, yeah. Love the Blues Brothers.
Barnard round the wicket, bowls to Hendricks. Biggish stride from the South African, but he plays a defensive push, firm push, out to mid-off, and there's no run.
On a mission from God, the Blues Brothers.
They used to show it late at night on a Saturday night at the Hyde Park Cinema in Leeds when I was at university there.
Oh,
and
really?
Everybody used to know the words, of course. In goes Barnard and bowls. Hendricks wristily, half forward, defensively out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 172 for 9, and I'd probably better go make a phone call, much as I'm enjoying the funk.
Not sure what the umpire is signalling, or who he's signalling to. He's signalling something across the ground. Now, he might have signalled, don't know, one of the ground staff he was signalling to, so not sure what was going on. Anyway, back to the cricket. Here's Joe Leach coming into bowl to Chris Wright, and to this ball, Wright is forward, plays the ball up the pitch on the onside. Baker does the fielding. The music has disappeared. Yeah, I was just getting in the rhythm now.
Sorry.
Bit of dad dancing.
Grandad.
Grandad
About
dancing.
to be, hopefully,
Yeah.
again.
Yes, no news as we speak. I'm not sure I'm allowed to announce it. I think it has to be put up on the palace gates when it happens. 172 for 9. Leach in bowls to Wright. Pushes away on the onside. Looking quite comfortable here.
Pat Cummins fan on the stream. What do Leicestershire need to get to avoid the follow on? It's 150 off 348, so 198 is the follow on target.
It's 150 plus 1.
So 199.
Yeah. Or minus 1 or something like that.
We should know by now.
Yeah, I know. Leach in poles pushed out on the offside. You never know if they've changed the rules or regulations overnight.
No. Heaven knows what we're going to be playing next year. But, sort of form of baseball.
Yeah. Leach has a conversation with his skipper Don Oliveira, former skipper and the current skipper having a conversation. Leach again to Wright, who's driving slightly. Maybe he's hit that one down into the air. It's, as I can see, Joe Leach got very excited by that. Or whether it was excitement or frustration, but he kind of leapt in the air at the end of his follow through. So whether he was frustrated at the ball that he bowled or frustrated with Chris Wright, I don't know. Whatever the umpire said to the gentleman on the ground staff, he's gone scurrying away to the groundsman's hut. But I don't know. Leach in bowls and Wright gets a bouncer, which he plays well, or doesn't play, he just ducks underneath it. So
it's very early to say, to judge, but Joe Leach does look to me like a man who, to a certain extent, the weight has been lifted from his shoulders a little bit. He looks like he's, right, I can just play blooming cricket now.
Yeah.
And the way he batted and now the way he's bowling.
yeah, would he have put himself back on at this stage of the game?
It just looked like the pressure's a little bit off and he's
Yeah,
enjoying himself.
yeah. Comes in again, bowls and Wright plays. That's a nice solid shot into the offside. And Ed Barnard does the fielding, no run. I have to say that these two have looked relatively comfortable. There's one from Wright that ballooned in the air, but apart from that, Leach 17 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 37.
If he could get a fifer to go with his 70,
Yeah, he'd be reasonably happy.
it would be a very acceptable start to the season.
I think Worcestershire have a 12th man on. I think Gareth Roderick has just come on. Not sure has Azhar Ali gone off into the airing cupboard. Now we've got a bit of spin. It's a good move this from D'Oliveira, because I think he feels that these two could just block. But if they put the spinner on, they've got to play a shot, but they've got to force the ball. Yeah. Actually, joking apart, I can't see Azhar Ali out there, so maybe he has gone.
Number 11s can rarely resist, especially big, strong number 11s, rarely resist trying to biff a spinner into the pavilion for too long. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Hendricks. He'll be aware of the match situation. 27 more runs needed to avoid the follow-on. Is it me from this end or you?
I think I did the last one.
Okay. Outside offside. I just couldn't remember. I was outside the off stump. Early days to be forgetting whose turn it is for me. But there you
It's
go.
the third day, mate. Fair Dog came and he could do an over.
Outside off stump. Play that and missed by Hendricks. Baker is in over the wicket. Goes back this time. Hendricks plays it firmly off the back foot, but only as far as mid-off. Fielder there is Charlie Morris, and there's no run. Baker, very deliberate, careful run up. Drops very short, goes back, tries to cut it away. Hendricks misses, doesn't miss off stump by very much, but it was a bit of a long hop, but got away with it on that occasion. Josh Baker is in and bowling. Again, Hendricks can go back to a slightly short of a length delivery and just chop it out into the offside wide this time of Joe Leach, who has to sort of jog back diagonally from his position at point, gets to the ball, but Hendricks picks up a single, his second in Leicestershire colours. He moves on to 2, 173 for 9, 26 more needed. Baker will go around the wicket to the right-handed right, and he'll have a silly mid-off in position as well. He tosses that one up. Wright tries to do a little paddle sweep, doesn't get anything on it. Cox stops it painfully, judging by his reaction. Oh, he's hopping away, the wicketkeeper. It must have hit him on the inside of the knee, sort of swung to his left to make the stop. Formed a sort, yes, yeah, that's exactly where it hit him. Swung sort of sideways on and didn't get his gloves to it, and it hit the inside of his knee. Wright is down the pitch, appealing for leg before. It would be a brave umpire. Even Mr. Watts isn't inclined to give that one. He shuffled down and didn't exactly pad it away, but that's maybe what the appeal was about, that he felt there wasn't really a shot at it. His bat was tucked behind his pad. Either way, it wasn't given. It was optimistic. And it was turned down. End of the over, 173 for 9. And Josh Baker has bowled 2 overs now and conceded 8 runs.
And I think Joe Leach has been given a break, and Ed Barnard is on from the Bennett end. 57 overs remaining there. It's suddenly got a bit of rain on our windows, but there's I don't know where it's coming from.
It's always at the sort of tail end of clouds,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's very odd. Won't be here long.
Barnard in around the wicket bowls, and once again, Hendricks, he certainly knows which end of the bat to hold, this lad. Gets half forward, pushes it away on the offside.
It's really curious. And any left-hander, even someone like Hendricks, has a slight sort of extra elegance about them. Somehow, I don't know why that is, but
He doesn't go for a walk around in between balls either.
No,
He's just played that shot, and he stood exactly where he was when he played it. As if to say, oh, come on then, bowl me another one. Which Ed Barnard is about to do. And this time he forces it away on the offside. That's a good shot. That's a good stop as well. That's Gareth Roderick in there, the 12th man, going down to his right, who immediately plunges his hands back into his pocket. I suggest that if you're sat in a nice warm dressing room today and somebody says, oh, hey, come on in. Oh, are you sure? Barnard, right arm round to the left-hander. This time, once again, that's a nice shot, that is. You know, if this lad had come in at 5 and 6 and started playing like that, we'd think, well, you wouldn't think, because you'd think he was a 5 and a 6, but looks in no trouble at all. I do believe it's all right staying up here and sitting up here in South. I do believe the wind may have dropped a little bit. Flags, well, they're still fluttering away, but Barnard bowls. Forward comes Hendricks.
4 in a row.
Yeah.
Straight to
He's going for a
Roderick.
walk. He's going for a walk this time. He's going to go and have a look at the pitch. But normally he just plays the shot and stands exactly where he stood. He's gone at least 3 paces up the pitch.
Yeah. Normally plays the shot. Roderick feels.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Deja vu all over again, Rodney. Here comes Barnard. This time Hendricks plays and misses at this one. That's a good one from Barnard. Just a little bit shorter of a length and then zipped away into the gloves of Cox. 173 for 9. Leicestershire.
I'd like to see Hendricks bat if he's batting without any requirement to try and sort of get to a particular score. It might be quite fun then.
Yeah.
I think at the moment he's very conscious of the fact that it's not out of the question the follow-on be saved.
Barnard's next ball, and he's flicked that away off his pads, picked up a single, and he'll keep the strike. Hendricks moves on to 3. Wright has 6. Leicestershire 174 for 9. Yes, replying to Worcestershire's 348 all out. Out today, Ackerman LBW Leach for 12. Swindles bowled Barnard 16. Mike Corter Azhar Ali bowled Barnard 4. Hill bowled Pennington for a superb 93. Parkinson LBW to Morris for 7, and Barnes LBW to Leach for 23.
Overall match situation, Leicestershire are still 174 behind, so they're only halfway towards the Worcestershire first innings. Worcestershire still in a very strong position in the game. They're unlikely to lose it from here, that's for sure, but
No.
can they enforce the win? That is the question for the pairs and their supporters.
Well, if we do get a full day in tomorrow, we've got, what?
Yeah, loads of overs, 56 left today.
Yeah. That's a lot of overs.
Yeah.
There is only 96 on the last day. We don't have any added on. Jack Haynes is adjusting all his equipment. I think he's just put his chain mail on.
So 152 overs left in the game from this point if we get them all today.
Yeah.
Baker over the wicket to the left-handed Hendricks bowls. Hendricks just stands in his crease and stands up tall and head over the ball, strokes it out to extra cover. There's no run. Baker delicately in, tosses that one up, gives it a little bit more air, and again stroked out to extra cover. That is Hendricks' shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the last over, he picked out Roderick, what was it, 4 times. Now Azhar Ali is the recipient of both his shots in this over so far. Baker is in, drops a big shot, he's gone down for the big one, he's got a big edge and it's sliced down towards third man. Joe Leach is charging after it, can't get there, puts in the roll, but the ball dribbles over the ropes at third man. Hendricks, his 20th ball, his patience snapped. Down the pitch he went, a huge yahoo, could have gone anywhere. Thought it was maybe coming our way, went in exactly the opposite way. Not that he was trying to hit it exactly the opposite way. And he picks up a fortunate boundary, moves on to 7. Baker in again, a quicker, flatter delivery, and Hendricks waiting for it, just turns his wrists on it, back up the pitch it goes to a miffed, I suspect, Josh Baker, who needs to keep being brave and needs to keep tossing it up. In he goes and does toss it up, and forward goes Hendricks. This time gets his head over the ball and drives it out more or less directly to Leach on the cover boundary and takes 1.
Well, he's not the worst batsman you've ever seen in your life.
No, I've seen worse number 11s.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And as I said, under different circumstances. We'll see what happens. In goes Baker and bowls to right, who's carefully forward to a straight delivery, playing bat with a slightly closed face, pushing it out to Ali, who is now at mid-wicket for the right-hander. End of the over, 179 for 9. 20 more runs needed. Might not entirely displease Brett D'Oliveira if he doesn't have a decision to make. For example, Leicestershire were bowled out for 200. Well, then he doesn't, then we just get on with it, score. His only decision is when to declare Worcestershire's second innings. But
yeah. Here is Ed Barnard. He's in bowls, and this is pushed away on the offside by Hendricks, most comfortably. Apart from the one that he's had a big wahoo at, he's looked a very solid batsman here.
I was saying when you went next door, his first class average is actually 9.7. He's got 700 odd. This is his 100th first class game.
Oh, right.
Obviously including that test match against England.
Barnard in, bowls right, beaten by this one. Good ball, just fades away from the edge, or misses the edge and fades away from Chris Wright's bat. I think Worcestershire will be frustrated if they don't get the opportunity to ask for the follow-on, if you see what I mean. Barnard to right, and Wright drives.
Ooh, beautifully.
Lovely shot, straight up the ground, 4.
Ed Barnard, did it brush his fingers, or judging by his, is he examining his hand ruefully? Not really.
No.
Nearly took his head off, didn't he?
I think he's just fairly miffed that he bowled a juicy half volley that was smacked back past him. So
he looks miffed with it. Yeah, it could be that. It could be that whether he's miffed that he didn't get his hands up, but would have been a heck of a catch.
Barnard races in again, and this time takes the bottom hand away, right as he plays the ball away on the onside. Gives you the impression that he wasn't quite in control of it. Azhar Ali is back on the field, flings it in, put on 19 useful runs, these two so far.
15 more needed.
184 for 9. Worcestershire with this. It's a pretty old ball now. This is the 68th over with it. Barnard bowls, right, dabs it away on the offside. They're going to go through for a single. One more, clicks off the follow-on figure.
63rd. They are quite small, those figures.
They are, aren't they? I'm glad you said that, because I thought it was my eyesight.
No, they are. And as for the over 8 figure, which is -3 at the moment.
Okay.
It is minuscule.
I think if you stood next to that, you wouldn't see it. Barnard in, bowls, forward. Hendricks pushed away on the offside. Yeah, these two going. What's the problem with this batting thing? We're quite capable of it.
As you say, it is an older ball and a tiring attack, one would assume, notwithstanding the fact that they are boosted by the number of wickets they have taken, and indeed the full quota of bowling bonus points, of course. So 6 bonus points now to the Worcesters. I prefer the Worcesters to the pairs. I don't really like the pairs.
It was just something that came about because Warwickshire were called the Bears, so Worcestershire had to be called the Pairs, and the media took it up, and then so does everybody else.
Baker signals to, I'm imagining it's Leach out there, it is, to go just a few feet wider, and then goes in round the wicket, down the pitch, goes right, hits it high over mid-on, and it bounces away for 4. Mid-on was a little deep, but he got enough of that. I'm not sure he completely middled it. It sounded just a fraction tinny. He didn't get to the pitch, that's for sure, but he committed to the shot and went through with it and lifted it over mid-on. Morris goes a few extra feet back, but certainly not all the way back. In, tosses it right up. This time Baker, down the wicket goes right, drives, but again, doesn't quite put it where he wants to. Drives it more or less straight to D'Oliveira along the ground all the way at extra cover. Now D'Oliveira has sent Morris back to long on. He's also sending Azar from mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket, and that means that slip comes out. Haynes and goes in at normal mid-wicket. Baker is in. An attempted paddle sweep. There's an appeal for leg before. Not given, and he asks why. What was wrong with that? Whether umpire Watts is the sort of umpire who tells you, or whether he just looks at you levelly. Sounded a bit woody, whether he might just have got a bottom edge, I know not. Baker is in, tosses it up right, he's down the pitch, driving for 4. Got that one wide of mid-off, and it runs away to the wide long off boundary for 4. The young camera girl got off her perch there. I think she was suddenly, she was going to go and field it.
Surprised you can move.
I know. She's well wrapped. She's smiling now. She's back on her high stool down there. I'm assuming when that comes up on the stream, it should follow the ball all the way. One hopes. 193 for 9 as Baker goes in, down the wicket goes right, drives again for more. He's not going to catch that one down the slope, and that moves Leicestershire on to 197. 2 more runs will save the follow-on and save a decision for Brett D'Oliveira. But doesn't certainly save the
32
match.
runs these two have put on.
Wright has moved on to 23. Hendricks has 9. It would be very typical of Leicestershire to get out now. In goes Baker and bowls, and that's an appeal for a leg before, but no, it was not a convincing shout. It looked to be going down the leg side, clipped away, attempted to be clipped away down the leg side, but Wright came off the pad, bounced out towards slip. End of the over. 4 hit 3 times by Chris Wright in that over long on, and 2 rather nice drives out to wide long off.
Yeah, I wonder if Brett D'Oliveira's little experiment with Baker has come to an end. 4 overs for 29 runs so far.
Yeah, I suspect so. If Ed Barnard doesn't work the oracle in this over, I'd be quite surprised to see Baker bowling the next.
Barnard it is, round the wicket he goes, and this is played up the slope very comfortably by Wright. D'Oliveira tumbles, prevents any run. Wright has 23, Hendricks has 9. Round the wicket to the left-hander, Barnard bowls. That's swatted away, and that's well, that's put any follow-on out of anybody's mind. It's also going to bring up a batting bonus point for Leicestershire. It's short from Barnard, smashed away through mid-wicket. And Leicestershire 200 comes up. They are 201 for 9.
Clobbered away by
Oh,
Hendricks. The first
Hendricks
Vuvuzela
rather.
of the day.
I think I said right, but yeah, Hendricks perfectly into position. And then he just stands there waiting for the next ball. He doesn't wander off anywhere.
No, he doesn't.
Go on.
I get the impression there's probably no point chuntering away at him either. Not least because he's a nasty fast bowler who could reciprocate.
Barnard in, bowls, and Hendricks forward, pushes away on the offside. Worcestershire's lead now is 147. And they'll be getting frustrated by this. It's also because if you're an opening batsman, you got it in your mind, oh, I'll be in a minute, I'll be in a minute. Yeah, they'll be all out and I'll be batting, and it just gets longer and longer for that wait. Barnard bowls, Hendricks forward. I tell you what, this lad can bat, can't he? He don't look. I love the way he plays. He just played that shot and he don't go anywhere. He just stands and says, oh, "Okay, hurry up, mate, bowl me another one."
I was about to say, I bet he'd get a lot of runs in club cricket, but then he wouldn't be on pitches that are quite as good as possibly this, so it might be a bit different. But the old ball.
Gone over the wicket this time, Barnard, and this time Hendricks forward, pushes away on the offside.
So if let's say 140 is the Worcester lead at the change of innings, it might be less, might be a little bit more. They'll want 320, 330, you would have thought, set it in 80. So there's still certainly possibilities. Still 50 odd overs, 52 overs in a ball to be bowled today.
Barnard in, bowls, Hendricks forward, pushes up. I'm surprised Worcestershire haven't dug one into him because he's pretty competent off the front foot, obviously. I'll pop and do an update type thing.
Okey-doke. Tea at 4 today, not 22. Not that normally at tea it should be 32 overs remaining in the day. There are 52. So that is why we're trying to catch up on a few overs, of course, but that is why tea is set in stone at 4. Friends of Grace Road doing their usual splendid array of cakes on the top floor of the meet. I don't know what they always do a special cake for the visitors. In goes Baker and bowls, tosses it up, right, waits for it. Puff of dust as he jams the ball into the ground, back down the pitch. It bounces to Baker, who might as well continue now, as follow-on has been saved. Goes in and bowls to right, who is forward, playing it down the pitch, and then before the ball has stopped rolling, he's examining his guard position. Baker is in and bowls. Right is forward, back down the pitch it goes to the tall young left armour. Fairly normalish field now. Still got deep mid-wicket. Out and long on and long off as he goes in, bowls to right, who looks to drive it past the tumbling D'Oliveira, but rarely beaten if it's remotely within reach, and he isn't on that occasion. D'Oliveira fighting away to get to the ball to his right. Baker is in. Not that time though. It is stroked too wide of him between D'Oliveira and the bowler, out towards long off, where Pennington is the fielder, and the single is almost walked by Wright and Hendricks. Two tall big men don't need many strides to get 22 yards in. Change of the field for the left armour, of course, the left-hander, Hendricks that is. Everybody changes, lots of changes of position. Over the wicket goes Baker, tosses one up to Hendricks, who wristily drives it out into the offside, but without any real intent. And it's fielded by Haynes, who's moved out of slip. He's still got the pads on underneath his whites at extra cover. End of the over, 202 for 9. Leicestershire 4 bonus points now. Worcestershire 6. A 5th bonus point, i.e. second batting bonus point, seems unlikely, but you never know. They came together with the score on 165, so 37 added by these two, Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks. Cox loses his sun hat, has to pursue it for 15 yards. So there obviously is still some wind out there. Pennington, in fact, is being brought back now to try and finish this innings. The young fast bowler try and blast out either Wright or Hendricks. Wright will be the first recipient of one of his deliveries. Down the slope from the Bennett end he comes and bowls a bouncer. Wright just ducks fairly calmly underneath it, kicks away a bit of dust, wanders around his crease. 24 has come off 35 balls for Chris Wright. There's 3 fours in 5 balls. Off that over from Baker really accelerated his scoring rate. Pennington turns, runs in and bowls, slightly short of a length, so Wright, tall man, stays on the back foot and defends. Off stump, out towards Libby at point. Libby comes in field and there's no run. Glorious sunshine now here at the Uptonsteel county ground. I say glorious in terms of light, but not really in terms of heat, courtesy of this biting wind. Out of it, and you're in the sunshine. Perfect at the moment. Pennington is in and bowls. Right again, back foot defends. Ball just isn't doing anything very much now for the Worcestershire seamers, or indeed spinner. Pitch. You'd say the pitch had settled down again, as it did yesterday, but I think it's probably the ball that's just not as biting as much or bouncing as much, or the seam obviously isn't as pronounced. It's a slightly softer ball, harder to get to move around. Pennington in, bowls, and again right behind it, carefully pushing it back down the pitch on the onside. Dylan Pennington picks up in his sort of follow through. Umpire Malander puts his right hand on Bjorn Hendricks' left shoulder, and the two have a chat. Hendricks is a lovely man to talk to, so Umpire Malander always likes a chat. And they have seam bowling in common. In goes Pennington, bowls a bouncer, doesn't really get up too much. Right, had ducked and then had to move his head out of the way. Even so, he ducks by sort of bobbing at the knees, folding up, so to speak, Chris Wright. And that's usually enough, but he's a tall man, 6'4", 6'5" perhaps. And he had to take off another couple of inches there because it really didn't get up too much. Pennington to finish his over is in and bowls. Right, forces off the back foot and gets it through the covers. Barnard is in pursuit, slides, grabs the ball, gets his throw away, but Wright, seeing that Barnard had quite a lot of work to do still and was throwing on the turn, although it was still a good hard throw, had turned and called for the second and made it just about comfortably enough. End of the over. Wright has moved on to 26. Those 2 runs, the only runs off Pennington's over. The score's moved on to 204 for 9, the deficit 144. Pennington runs down to long leg, looking somewhat dishevelled, as Baker is in, bowls to Hendricks, who just presents the straightest of defensive bats, bunts it back down the pitch to Mr. Baker. Young Spider builds a nest. In goes Baker, turned back to him off the back foot this time by Hendricks. A web even on the corner of the window of the commentary box. Hope it's successful for him. Forward goes Hendricks, wristily turns it back to Baker.
Just Leicestershire's most optimistic salesman going up the road. selling
Is
his
he
ice
back?
creams. Yeah, he might sell a few today.
Yes, sunshine. In goes Baker, bowls, wristily turned back to him on the front foot this time by Hendricks, who once he gets into a rhythm of playing a certain shot, that's his shot for the over, isn't it, basically? I think he's going to be fun to watch both batting and bowling. Tosses that one right up, Baker, and holds it back as well, and Hendricks has to wait for it, but even so, he doesn't overcommit and just waits on the front foot and then strokes it out towards Joe Leach, who's at deep extra cover and takes one. To finish the over then, Baker, having conceded just a single, goes back round to the right-handed right, who leans forward and goes down on one knee like a knight errant. Back down the pitch it goes to Baker, end of the over, single from it. 205 for 9, so 40 added for the 10th wicket, which is the second highest stand of the innings, I believe. Yeah, there was 55 for the 5th wicket between Hill and Swindles this morning, and I can't find a bigger one.
No, you're quite right. About 51 for 4 when Ackerman went. There's not going to be. And
no, 51. So they added 51 minus 645 then, didn't they? So it's the third highest.
Ah, correct. Yeah.
Beg your pardon.
6 for 3 last night. Pennington is trying to end this because this is frustrating also. Not just the runs, but also the overs ticking away. You're going to say there's plenty of overs left in this game, but for the longer they stay out there, Pennington in, Hendricks plays a lovely shot. Very wristy. Could almost be Brian Lara out there. Lara-esque. Not too much foot movement, to be honest, but he's got a blooming good eye, this guy. Picks up 2 through extra cover.
Actually, facially, he's not completely dissimilar to Lara.
You don't think it's him, do you?
Hendricks.
Has he made a comeback?
Added, what, 20 kilos? And 6 inches, or maybe a few more, 10 inches in height. Something like that.
Pennington, sun glinting off the car windscreens, the car park at the far end. Down the slope he comes and bowls, and that's it's played back down the pitch to him, and he immediately picks the ball up on the bounce, and then looks as if he's going to throw the ball at Hendricks stumps, but he hasn't actually got it in his hand, so it was all a bit of a... It was all fake news. Lots of hand clapping.
Worcester coaches are trying to walk a wicket.
Gone for a stroll. Next ball pushed away on the offside. There is no run. Now, if there were to be 9 wickets down at 4 o'clock, do we carry on? Because they say it's set in stone, but I don't know whether it is.
I don't think they'd take an extra half hour at 4. Otherwise, they might. Who knows? But I'd be surprised. They might. I'm sure I think they get scones and fruit and all sorts. Of empires, so.
That's what comes into it.
But the main thing is a hot cup of tea, I would imagine.
Yeah. Never mind the state of the game. Pennington to Hendricks, and Hendricks drives up the ground. Just puts that right pad down and plays round it, pings it away. He's going to be... I'm not sure he's going to be... If he carries on playing like that, or like this, I don't think he's going to be number 11 at the end of the season here. I think he's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Balls his face now, 41 for his 16 runs. D'Oliveira and Pennington in a fairly one-sided discussion.
Pennington's bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Hendricks. This ball pushed away on the offside. 207 for 9 here, Leicestershire. Often a good way to elicit a wicket, if you really want it, is work out the highest last wicket stand for Leicestershire against Worcestershire was 61.
Between?
It doesn't say, remarkably, but it was in 1911, so perhaps they didn't know. Here's the next ball from Pennington, and A big wahoo at that one. Really threw the proverbial kitchen sink at it. And it went through to the wicketkeeper. Joe Leach is going off, and Gareth Roderick, the 12th man for Worcestershire, is on.
Again,
Baker to continue.
it was a sort of soft ball bounce. It didn't really get up, did it? And he pulled over the top of the ball. 15 overs into the legs for Dylan Pennington, 1 for 37 for him. He's in position now at long off. Baker is in, tosses it up, and it's nibbled down towards fine leg, and it might go a long way towards it as Barnard is going to pull it up, I think, just inside the ropes. Down there in front of the Turner indoor centre, throws. Cox completely lost the flight of that one and ducked out of the way of it.
I think there was probably a reflection off the windscreens.
Possibly. We're picking one up, aren't we? Whether he would
be.
He might be saved by the advertising, but he just... Probably quite glad he had the helmet on for a few moments there. Right picked up 2. Baker is in. Right solidly forward, back down the pitch. No signs of turn as Baker is in and bowls, and Right again is forward down the pitch on the onside.
Oh, we can't see the over rate, can we, from here?
It's -3.
Right. There might be a bit of concern about that.
In he goes and bowls, tosses it up, but Right is forward again. His right knee onto the ground, such is his length of stride. Dylan Pennington's hat is splendidly new and green. Down the pitch, oh my word, goes Chris Wright, whacks it back past Baker, inches over the head of the ducking umpire Chris Watts into the advertising hoardings and thence the sight screen down there in front of the pavilion. That was travelling, and umpire Watts nearly felt the brunt of that one.
It was going at a rate of knots.
Ooh, got hold of that. Did it very hard, Chris Wright. Into the 30s now. He moves on to 32. Leicestershire 213 for 9. The deficit now 135. The drill or the grinder starts up again as Baker is in. Right is down the pitch. He's hitting it high towards long on. Should be caught. Is caught down there at long on by Charlie Morris. And Chris Wright's entertaining innings comes to an end on 32. Leicestershire are all out for 213. Worcestershire have a lead of 135. There are 47 overs left. Take off 5 for the change of innings. 45 overs left to be bowled today. So we can expect, Brad, is not initially perhaps, but as time goes on, Worcestershire to be positive, to give themselves a chance. But a good effort from the Worcestershire bowlers.
I think that'll be tea, because nobody's rushing off to put pads on. So I think as we are within 20 minutes of the scheduled interval, is that the shout?
Yeah, he was just giving the wicket there, but I'm not sure. Having said it's going to be at 4, I don't know, because if they went back out at, they could get 2 more overs in before that 4 o'clock thing. It would make, I agree, it makes much more sense, but
well, there's no Worcestershire batsman rushed off, is there?
no. So
I think
you're right, probably.
no announcement though, because this is cricket. We don't let spectators know what's going on. Lord forbid. Because my pen stopped. Chris Wright made 32.
He did.
Very good.
From 47 balls. Leaving Buren Hendricks in his first innings for Leicestershire. Nice little blob. 16 not out.
Put on those two, 38 for the last week. 38? No, somebody's demolishing the stand.
35-48.
48.
So it was the second highest in the end
Yeah.
for the innings. They overtook the Ackerman Hill partnership, but not the Hill Swindles partnership, though they very nearly did. They're only 7 behind that. So we will have a little break, get the kettle on.
We'll be back about just after 4 o'clock, I reckon.
We think.
We think. We think. Still nothing's been said, so
We assume.
we assume.
Speak to you shortly. Okay. We do. Leicestershire all out for 213 in their first innings. That in reply to Worcestershire's first innings score of 348. So if your maths is good, you'll already worked out that the deficit is 135. Worcestershire about to restart their second innings. The highlight for Leicestershire of the first innings, a very fine 93 from Lewis Hill. He was very disappointed to be bowled off his bottom edge. It looked as though his first 100 of the season was a sure thing. The Foxes are going to have to bowl well, though, try and restrict Worcestershire from scoring too quickly, pick up a few wickets as well, so they're not in any real danger of being put under pressure tomorrow. So Worcester starting their second innings with a lead of 135. And I'm loving this DJ because he's now starting with David Bowie, Let's Dance.
That's all right.
Cracking stuff. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Tunes of the starting bars of Let's Dance in my ears as Worcestershire's openers, Ed Pollock, of course, and Jake Libby go out to start Worcestershire's second innings. They do so with a lead of 135. Leicestershire having been bowled out just before tea for 213. Bradders, Dave Bradley of BBC Hereford and Worcester, had a word with the skipper, Bradders, and you can tell us something.
Yeah, they would not have been forced to follow on. As you know, there was part of yesterday and all today in the field. He said the boulders are a bit shattered, so they'll hopefully get out. They get some runs. Big innings for Ed Pollock. This needs to get some runs on the board. He's facing his old Warwickshire teammate Chris Wright. Pollock flicks this one away. That's going to race away for 4. He started the first innings with a boundary.
I was going to say, did he not do that first time?
So nicely flicked off his pads. A bit short of a length there from Chris Wright. Worcestershire underway. They had a lead of 135 to add on to the 4 without loss.
Happily, there's a place on the scoreboard for the lead, so with any luck,
is there?
Always just underneath the bonus points it says lead 139.
Oh,
so
that's good.
That will save us some
I do like
grief
that.
and strife.
Yeah. Here's next ball from Wright, which Pollock beaten. Tries to play a defensive. He's actually walking forward to a ball that looks a bit short of a length to me and gets a bit of bounce out of it. A brand new ball, of course, in the hands of Chris Wright. He hasn't got the well, it was a wind, it wasn't a breeze that he had on the first day, right, when he was swinging it from the pavilion end away from the right-handers. Pollock the left-hander, of course, so his natural ball from Wright will come back into him. Pollock waits, bat held high, and this time cracks this one away through extra cover. That's racing away. Is it going to make the rope? It might not quite make it. And that's a good chase from Ben Mike. In fact, they're going to run 4, are they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, sorry lads, all that effort. Might as well have kicked it over the rope, because you can't do that, because then it's 5.
Yes, if you had too many fondant fancies for your tea and you were chasing that one, then might be. Ooh.
Yeah. So Pollock has 8 to his name, an all-run 4 and a boundary 4 off the first 3 balls of the innings.
He could be very useful here, Ed Pollock, with a quick 60 or 70.
Here's Wright in, bowls. Pollock flicks this one away off his pads. That might well go for 4 more. He's got that one a little bit finer. And Ed Pollock has 12 in the first over of Worcestershire's reply. So he's, as you say, he's only ever been a white ball cricketer for Warwickshire. I mean, he's played a couple of.
And even so, 19 without loss after 2 overs is not a bad start for the Worcesters.
There's talking about things have changed. There's an advert, I don't know what it's for. 2 young lads saying, "Oh, you know, when we were lads, we only had 1 car, and you had to go to the shop to buy your groceries." I've no idea what it's for, but it's very clever. Here's Chris Wright. He's bowling to Ed Pollock. No, he's bowling to Jake Libby because Ed Pollock bats left-handed. So Jake Libby is half forward, pushes the ball back up the pitch, and no run occurs from that one. The umpire's still muffled up. Umpire, the ghost, is at square leg now. Neil Mallender. But he's still completely swathed in swaddling clothes. He's got his snood is up over his nose. Here's the next ball, which Libby pushes out on the offside, and there is no run. And with all due respects to umpire Mallender, you want a decent sized snood to get up over it. he's not short of conk, Neil Mallender. I presume he was called the ghost because he just ghosted into bowl.
Yeah, he was very, very pale.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, he was blonde haired, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Pollock 17, Libby on 3, Worcestershire 20 without loss, lead of 155. Changing the field here as a slip comes in. As Wright is going to bowl over the wicket to the left-handed Pollock. And this ball sees Pollock whipping this one away down towards fine leg. Has he found the fielder? Has he found the rope? He's found the fielder.
Found the fielder, yeah.
He disappears.
So very far.
Disappears out of my sight there. And I think we've got a live stream back on. So
He wasn't so far in front of Hendricks. Nice whippy shot there by Ed Pollock.
I think if you're an umpire, you're quite glad on a day like today. You're quite pleased to have a left and a right hander on, because at least you can jog between deliveries if they pick up a couple of singles.
Seeing Neil Mallender unadorned without his sort of padding on, I don't think he does much jogging.
No, that's true. Here's the next ball, which is a good ball from Wright. It's a good bouncer, that is, because Jake Libby had to duck underneath it, so he had to take evasive action. Wright bowled very, very well on the first day here, the truncated first day. He was really getting the ball to zip away. Might find it a bit harder today.
He's he came out to signal to the ground staff yesterday that they weren't going to get back out there around about sort of 25 past 6, and his tummy does rather precede him out of the umpire's room.
You can see him coming. Here's the next ball, which is wrapping the pads too high.
Yeah.
Going over the top, that one. Chris Wright is on his knees imploring the umpire, but certainly from our angle that looked as if it hit.
Yeah, we haven't the first, but that was immediately my instinct that it was too high. Let's have a look at the replay. That camera better be on it. Yeah, it's a decent shout, but it was above the knee roll, and he was jumping slightly.
Yeah.
Straight enough.
I think Chris Wright genuinely thought that was out. It wasn't let's have a shout to see if the umpire's awake.
I would imagine that first over has nettled him, rather.
Yeah.
Concede 16, smacked for 4 fours.
Won't have happened too often in his career. Right then, down the slope, bowls, and this is stabbed away on the offside. There's no run. That is the completion of the over. Worcestershire lead by 156. They are 21 without loss. Pollock has 18. Libby has 3. If you've just joined us, in the end, a last wicket stand of 48 took Leicestershire to 213. Wright making 32 before he holed out to Josh Baker. Hendricks making 16, and earlier in the day a fine 93 from Musso before he was bowled by Pennington. 4 wickets for Joe Leach, 4 for 37. Hendricks, who looked a very accomplished batsman if you weren't with us earlier.
He's going to go over the wicket to Ed Pollock. In he goes and bowls. Pollock is forward on off stump. He's going to have to hurry. The throw from Ackerman is in, but it misses the stumps at the non-striker's end, and so Pollock, who had probably made his ground anyway, is untroubled. He picks up a single, moves on to 19-22 without loss.
make a remark about croissants earlier in the piece or something? It's just,
Sorry?
I made a remark about croissants or something.
You did.
Oh, did
Yeah,
I?
you suggested it was warm enough in here to get your croissants
Oh, that's
out.
what he's on about.
In goes Hendricks and bowls outside off stump. A very airy attempted sort of steer out into the offside by Jake Libby, and he misses it by a margin. Bounces through into the gloves of Swindles.
Yeah, Jake the gardener says, unless you've got a heater, don't leave your croissants in the greenhouse overnight. I haven't actually got any. Jake, but thank you very much for the advice.
Where'd you put them then? Presumably you don't grow. You suppose you don't grow them at this time of year. In goes Hendricks and bowls. Straighter delivery, and Libby is on the front foot again. He's thinking in terms of driving, but it's a little bit too straight, so he adjusts and sort of steers it back down the pitch towards the big South African, Bjorn Hendricks.
My good lady wife said the other day, we ought to get some bedding plants, you know. I said, yeah, in about 4 or 5 weeks' time we'll do that, because the frost will just kill them off. And it was a decent frost last night as well.
It was deep. Hendricks is in and bowls, turned off his legs neatly, hurriedly, but neatly enough by Jake Libby, who's proceeding in singles at the moment. He picks up one as the ball runs down towards long leg. Callum Parkinson is usually the man down there, and indeed it is Callum Parkinson in the shadow of the floodlight pylon at the moment. Very tall floodlight pylon here at the Uptonsteel. They're good floodlights. They're sort of a little bit like the ones at Melbourne. Melbourne, which is indeed the county ground's rival for the biggest first-class ground in terms of the actual area.
Ah, no.
Oh, Hendricks is in over the wicket. Flash and miss from Pollock.
I was talking to somebody, it might have been today or yesterday, I don't know, the memory fades, who was saying, is this the biggest ground in county cricket acreage of playing surface?
Oh,
And
yes.
I said it must be.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Must be comfortably. I can't think of one that's even touches it.
No. There has been much talk, but I don't know if now that the plans existed. Certainly when Wasim Khan was Wasim Akram. As in goes Hendricks and bowls again. Attempted pull swat from Pollock, misses again by a long way and bounces through into the gloves of Swindles. Bit too fast, bit too bouncy from Bjorn Hendricks. Pollock threw the bat at that one. That was a white ball shot. Didn't get anything on it. But under Wasim, there were plans to bring the stand, the red seats away to our left, into the boundary,
yeah,
and move the sort of, build a new set of offices and maybe even a museum where the the manual scoreboard would have been sort of preserved or brought in along the Milligan Road there, and sort of brought all into roughly where the boundary is now. Use that space and then use the space behind it and things like that. But
right in, bowls. Libby gets a good ball, bouncer. Libby ducks underneath, goes through the wicket keeper. Well, there's certainly plenty of room there, and I mean, all the Bennett end is
there's also been
ripe for development.
You know, for a while they were going to build a sort of indoor sports centre on the car park where the Leicester Riders, who, congratulations to them, are now the national basketball champions, were potentially going to play. They now play at the Morningside Arena on the other side of the city centre, of course. But that didn't quite come to fruition. That was in Mike Siddle's time, I think, as chief executive.
Is Wright. Oh, now Livy's been hit by this one. Wright immediately asks him if he's okay. I think it's hit him on the helmet.
Yes,
so
it did. Yeah,
there will be a hold up while the physio comes on and just checks he's all right. That was a good bouncer from Chris Wright. It was one he struggled to get out of the way of. Just looking at the replay,
took his eyes off it.
He
didn't
did,
he?
yeah. And that's nice. The majority of certainly the fielders who were near to Jake Libby have gone up and said, "You all right, mate?" Harry Swindles, the wicketkeeper, just went up and tapped him on the back. So Here comes the fizz, and no doubt we'll have to have. I presume it did hit him on the. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it did. Yes, for
Let's
sure.
have another helmet.
Cracked into
So a
it.
little hold up here. Going back to the basketball, of course, Worcester Wolves were in the top echelon of basketball, but they dropped out. I think economics rather got to them, the COVID and everything else, so they're no longer in it. But I would have to say I'm not 100% sure of the tactics of basketball. I know how much you get for throwing the ball through
You
the hoop.
score, they score. You
Yeah,
score,
yeah,
they
yeah.
score. You score.
Yeah,
and
they
it
miss.
finishes 98 to 96 or whatever.
They miss, so you win.
Yeah,
But I saw Leicester play a couple of times at the arena in Worcester. I do thoroughly enjoy a night out the basketball. I don't really. My missus loves it because it's inside, it's in the warm, it doesn't last for 2 days, and she can get a gin and tonic at the bar. So, but no, it's good. It's a good family outing as well. Taking the grandkids a couple of times, and it's all right. It's good fun.
Good.
So.
But at the moment, I think partly with the pandemic and finances and what have you, although Leicestershire have gone a long way towards repairing their finances, announcing a profit of not far off £500,000 last accounting year that was accounted for.
Yeah.
So, but even so, that sort of project would be a major capital outlay for a club at the moment, and so as far as I'm aware, there aren't too many concrete in both senses for buildings here at the ground.
I think a lot of clubs are the same. They must have big plans, but they just can't afford them at the moment.
What Leicestershire have kind of done well is increase their off-field sort of commercial activities. They've made the ground pretty popular as a outdoor venue for concerts and things like that.
Yeah.
Various famous people have played. Elton John has played on the ground, and as a musician rather than a cricketer.
Yeah.
Paloma Faith, I think, is.
I saw the sign. Yes, Paloma
is among the many people coming this year.
Paloma is on the way.
There's a Neil Diamond tribute.
Yeah.
Act.
Yeah, I think they're doing a few of the outdoor venues. Those people. Of course, Elton John did all the major cricket grounds, didn't he?
He did.
So not a huge Elton John fan, but I went along because it was at Newton, and he thoroughly enjoyable night out. Not cheap, but thoroughly enjoyable night out. He played a song in tribute to Graham Hick, which not too many cricketers have had Elton John. In fact, I went and had a cup of coffee for a meeting the other day in the cafe at New Road, and there's a Worcestershire shirt with Elton on the back. And I was sat there thinking, there's Botham and all these famous people's shirts. And I'm thinking, who was Elton? Reg Elton, Don Elton? What did he ever do? I don't remember an Elton taking any wickets. All of a sudden it clicked. Elton John.
They presented him with his shirt, which
shirt.
he duly presented back.
Not sure it was going to be much use to. Still got no cricket here because...
it's half past... If we are, it's going to be 7:30. But I think we have to stop at 7, don't we? Can we go on past?
I think we can, yeah.
Can we at this stage of the season?
I think so, yeah.
Because that is 2.5 hours of cricket. Whatever happens, 42 overs, even if the spinners are bowling, it's close to that.
Well, they've had to go and get a new helmet for Jake Libby, which I would have thought they could have taken out in the first place.
Exactly.
Because it was pretty obvious he was going to need one.
Clouted on the helmet. Bring it up. Bring on another one, just in case.
But it's cricket where we don't rush around, do we?
Don't do anything quickly, it seems. I really don't know why this is taking so long. Whether it's required to give Libby a sort of chance to unscramble his brains, I'm not sure. But he seemed perfectly okay sort of straight away.
Yeah, he put his hand up straight away to Chris Wright, and he said, "Oh yeah, I'm all right, thanks, mate." So he's probably going to have to adjust this helmet now to get it on.
And we're coming up to updates time.
We are. Well, I might as well pop off and do one of those while we haven't got any cricket. I'll leave you talking to yourself.
You might as well. Chelsea are 6-0 up against Southampton.
Really?
a bit of revenge being taken for a couple of nasty defeats for the London Blues. Brighton are winning at Arsenal. Everton have beaten Man U. Leeds winning at Watford. Charles Leclerc on pole position for the Australian Grand Prix at Albert Park tomorrow morning. Some cricket scores, that's more to the point, isn't it? Essex, who were all out for 514, are struggling to bowl out Kent in their turn. Kent 308 for 3. It's clearly a flat track at Chelmsford. Durham responding well, getting in a potentially strong position against Glamorgan in Cardiff. Glamorgan 234, Durham 165 for 2. Surrey 428 for 8 declared. Warwickshire 227 for 5. Middlesex 401 and 50 for 1. Derbyshire 304 at Lords. Sussex 375. Notts now well ahead down there on the south coast. They are 501 for 8. So it could be some very interesting final days, including here, where Worcester will be hoping to lead by some 300 odd runs by the end of the day. Whether, as Bradders feels should be the case, they'll be inclined to get Leicestershire back in tonight. I'd be a bit surprised. The equation is usually something like 330 and 80, isn't it? When a declaration is made, how aggressive is Brett D'Oliveira prepared to be? Is he prepared to lose the match to give himself a chance of winning it? Wright is in and bowls. Libby is sort of jumping up on his toes, and it really doesn't get up at all, and he has to sort of jam down on it and does so in time, but that looked a slightly unconvincing piece of batting from the former Nottinghamshire man. Leicestershire sensing as much. A volley of encouragement for Wright as down the slope he comes and bowls to Libby, who again is defending on the back foot to a delivery that might have got forward to. Plays it out on the onside, fairly straight. Sam Evans comes running in from mid-wicket to pick it up, to save Bjorn Hendricks bending down at mid-on. 23 without loss remains the score. The lead 158, effectively then 158 without loss, Worcestershire. 42 overs remain after this one. I'm going to be a hungry boy when I got back, but I did make a double helping last night of my sweet potato and coconut curry. So at least I've got something waiting for me. In goes Wright and bowls down the leg side. Libby lifts his bat out of the way of the ball. Swindles, doesn't take it, and it runs down for 4 byes.
Oh.
Why didn't he take that?
I don't know. I actually took my eye off that.
He didn't really have to dive too much. Maybe it dipped a little bit, but anyway. Unfortunately, from Leicestershire's point of view, Harry Swindles wasn't able to not only not gather it, but not stop it at all. And it runs down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Worcestershire will be taking them. They don't mind how they come, especially if they come in boundaries. 27 without loss. Parkinson examines the ball a little critically, it having thumped into the picket fence down below us. Seems to be okay there. Wright's happy enough with it. His run is very straight in from the Bennett end. Bowls, and Libby covers up on off stump, drops it out into the offside. And that is the end of an eventful but very long over, because of it was a maiden of sorts, during which Libby was hit on the helmet and Swindles conceded 4 byes. 27 without loss.
Only because I just did an update into BBC Hereford and Worcester's sports programme, and they were telling me there'd been a 4-minute hold up at Kidderminster due to some incident there. I said, oh, that's nothing. 4 minutes is nothing. We've had about a 10-minute one here. I don't know how long that was, but it must have been 5 or 6 minutes.
Won't have been far off double figures.
Here's Hendricks. He's bowling from the pavilion end. Runs away from air end, as it were, and in behind this, pushing the ball out on the offside, is Ed Pollock.
Still looking for his first Leicestershire wicket, none for 77 off 22 in the first innings for Big Buren.
Yeah, he's particularly when he bowled that first spell on the first day, coming down the slope, he looked pretty rapid. Off he goes, has the ball in his right hand, pops it into his left hand, into his delivery stride, and Pollock plays this out on the offside. There is no run. One or two of the faithful are beginning to drift away. 4:30 on a cold afternoon. Get home for the football scores, or the rugby scores, or the whatever. Here's Hendricks in and bowls to Pollock, who pushes away on the offside. Won't get a run. Yes, a good presenter, Mr. Terry Goodwin, who you know is presenting the sports programme at Hereford Worcester today, and he said, he gave the rugby scores out in the local derby, Bordeaux against La Rochelle or something. And I said to him, mate, you wouldn't want to walk from La Rochelle to Bordeaux, would you? He said, well, they're both in France. Well, yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's a lovely place, La Rochelle, as well.
Yes, it is.
There's Hendricks bowls, and this is thumped away on the offside. He's only going to get a single because Barnes is the sweeper out on the boundary there. So Ed Pollock goes to 20. Jake Libby has 4. The sun shining behind the scoreboard makes it a bit difficult to see at times. And Worcestershire are 28 without loss. Lots of shouts of encouragement for the bowler. Only one slip in. Just saying Ackerman needs to try and take wickets, but try and save runs here. Around the wicket, Hendricks, and this is played away nicely off the back foot out through extra cover. He's not going to get 4 for it because the ever scuttling Sam Evans is after it, but they'll come back for a comfortable 3. And Libby goes on to 7, and Worcestershire go on to 31 without loss.
We've had 2 all-run 4s in the game so far, haven't we?
We have, yeah. Yeah, I see somebody went to their 100 yesterday with an all-run 4. Yesterday or today, anyway. Popped up on social media. Can't have happened too often. Oh, by the way, I asked the question that somebody asked me, who was the last Worcestershire captain to score a century on his debut as captain, which Brett D'Oliveira did yesterday for Worcestershire. Hendricks bowls, and this is worked away down through the mid-wicket area. They might get a couple here because there is actually no mid-wicket in there, so it's a long chase round from the aforementioned Evans from a kind of a backward square leg position. So they come back for 2, and Worcestershire have moved on to 33 without loss to add on to their first innings lead of 135. I make that 168. And apparently Glenn Turner did it in his first match as Worcestershire captain, scored a century. So thanks to Clive O'Donnell, well-known historian and statistician, bloke who likes figures. Coming up with that one. Now we've got our Worcestershire physio on the field, and he's talking to Jake Libby. And if there is any semblance of a problem for Jake Libby, he should be off.
Do they have to do this as part of the protocol? Check again after 10 minutes or so?
It's possible. Yeah.
There's a sense of just checking again.
Yeah.
He's shown no signs of being discombobulated in any way. He's going to be on strike anyway to Chris Wright, who's going to come in from the Bennett end. The floodlight shadow has moved across and behind now the pitch, so it is not an issue for Libby as Wright comes in from the Bennett end. Bowls to him, back foot 4 through the offside for 4. Nice shot. I suggest there's not too much wrong with Libby's vision at the moment. Saw that one all the way and punched it away through the offside for 4. The runs continue to flow. The run rate is up at 6 off 6.1 overs now. And these two playing their part in making sure Brett D'Oliveira's options are very much open. I was saying when you were next door, Brad, is that the equation tends to be when captains are setting targets something like 330 in 80 or something like that. But, and speculating how brave D'Oliveira wants to be in pursuit of the win. In goes right and bowls, back foot defensive shot, turn of the wrists from Libby, back down the pitch it goes. Will he want to keep Leicestershire vaguely interested? If he shuts them out completely, then it could be a bit counterproductive.
Yeah, probably wants to dangle the carrot, because I think Wright and Hendricks, certainly in that last wicket stand, show that you can just bat on this pitch. You can stay in.
Once the ball gets a bit, it's the first sort of 30 overs seems to be key, and Leicestershire don't bat really deep.
It's going to go a little bit up and down, you'd imagine, on the last day.
They'll be hoping so. In goes right, bowls to Libby, who's squared up, trying to whip it away on the leg side, thick outside edge along the ground all the way to George Rhodes at backward point. Rehearses the punch through the leg side that he tried to play, and it almost came off the back of the bat as it flew along the ground, as I say, all the way to George Rhodes.
Young George Rhodes.
Young George, who we worked out was actually 28, didn't
28, yeah. But
young to us. Very young.
I mean, yeah. Most people in the post office on a Thursday are younger than me.
Is that still a thing? Don't know, most people get it paid into their bank accounts these days, I assume.
Yeah. I remember many years ago. That's right, comes in.
Past umpire Watts and bowls. Full this time he does clip it into the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket. Ackerman takes it and flings the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. It was worth a shot because Pollock was down the pitch and he dived back in. The throw actually missed, but Pollock almost caught out there.
Yeah, when I used to have to ring round the football managers every week for quotes and all that. Bobby Hope was the manager of Bromsgrove Rovers, ex-Scotland West Bromwich Albion player.
Right, in bowls, bouncer down the leg side this time. Although Libby does try to sort of help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it, and this time Swindles does take it cleanly.
And I used to ring him up, and he used to say, "Laddie, don't ring me on a Thursday." "Why is that, Bobby?" He said, "They're coming out the graveyard to get their pensions."
Was he? He ran the post office, did he?
He was Japanese, by the way. Yeah, he ran the post office in Boldmere. Yeah, he was a real character, Bobby. Good football manager as well. A good footballer in his day, but yeah, quite a character.
In comes right, and bowls neatly turned past mid-wicket on that occasion by Jake Libby. Should be 2. Hendricks has to pursue the ball to the edge of the Uptonsteel County Ground square, the extensive square. Haven't counted how many pitches there are on it this year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think 20, including the practice pitch.
They probably wouldn't play much further over county cricket. Much further over than this one towards the meet, would they? Or they might get another one in.
Well, we played... No, you're right. I mean, that was the wicket 2 up, which you can see is used, was used for the Leeds-Bradford game.
Yeah.
But, yeah, for county cricket, this is probably as far as they get.
Hendricks in and bowls, and there's a flashing drive from Pollock, which doesn't make contact with the ball. Hendricks looking somewhat frustrated. Although he looks a fairly cool character, doesn't he? You can't see him being too demonstrative. No. I have to say, batted very well. He made 16, but he was out there with Chris Wright for a long time, put on 48. frustrated Worcestershire. Off he goes. Pollock waits, and that's a good ball. That's swinging back in. It's missing leg stump, but it tucks Ed Pollock up a bit. And
it's sharp, isn't it? It's
he actually demonstrated he's still doing it. What he did with the ball there.
Mid to late 80s, I would suggest. It's when he really bends his back, it's really sharp. Be a handful on a bouncy track.
Off he goes, pavilion end. This ball sees Pollock getting bat on ball, pushes it out on the offside, straight to extra cover. No run shall occur. Well, it's my imagination if the wind's dropped, but I'll go and stand outside in a minute and probably prove that it hasn't, but it does feel a bit warmer. There's a bit of cloud building up away from whence it comes, over in the west, but
it's pretty fair, really.
Yeah. Street lights will be on by the time we finished. Day-night county cricket. Hendricks bowls. Pollock flashes that one away. That's a good stop at backward point by George Rhodes. Did well to get down to that one because that probably hurt on her effects. That really came off the meat of Ed Pollock's bat. 39 without loss. Worcestershire lead of 174. With after this over, there's 2 balls left of this over, there's still 39 left in the day.
If they keep scoring at 5 and over.
Hendricks bowls. Pollock, oh, he's whacked this one away in the air, straight back down the ground, and that is rattled into the railings for 4. Just over pitching a bit there, Hendricks, and Pollock was very quickly onto it. So he goes to 26 off 26 balls.
Yeah, that's a brave shot in a way.
Was that 24 balls? It's 24.
26 off 24, but Hendricks might be inclined to bang winning. But as you say, he doesn't give the impression of being one of those sort of fast bowlers who needs a bit of edge.
He's not snorting at the nostrils, is he?
No.
Could be an interesting next ball, though.
Yeah. A bit quicker.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. Hendricks bowls. And that, well, he's going to get a fortuitous 4 here. I was going to say if there was a slip in, he might have been in trouble, but I think it would have gone over for the slips heads.
Either over or through.
Yeah, it rattled down to the boundary. On a day like today, if you were at slip, you wouldn't want one of those.
Oh, no.
You might dive a bit late, just as it gone by. So Pollock takes 8 runs off the last 2 balls. 2 fours, 1 a fine shot down the ground, the other, well, a little bit of luck. But he's gone to 30 of 25 balls, and Worcestershire are 47 without loss. That gives them a lead of 182.
They are flying 6 and over. I wonder whether, as you suggested, needed to be the case. It's in Brett D'Oliveira's mind to have a little burst tonight, but I'd be a bit surprised. But
well, they'd need another 120 runs tonight to do that.
Well, you know, at the rate they're going, they'll do that and more. And Ackerman, I suspect, might start putting the field out soon. But if he does that, they're going to pick up 6 and over anyway.
Yeah.
With, you know, 1s and 2s. Right. Trying to end the carnage from Leicestershire's point of view, or at least slow it down, is in and bowls to Jake Libby. Very straight, meets a very straight bat in response. A normal piece of cricket between opening batsman and bowler. A rare thing in this innings so far. Yeah, you'd think it was a glorious summer's evening looking out from up here at the moment, and then you look at the spectators and see each and every one has got about 18 layers on.
Those flags, they are fluttering out, but they're nowhere near.
No, it's not quite as tear-inducingly cold as it was. In goes right, bowl, short, pulled. Didn't quite get it, so Sam Evans can run across from deep square towards deep-ish mid-wicket and make the stop, but still 2 runs to Jake Libby. He moves on to 15, and the 50 has almost been reached already. We are in only the 9th over. Harry Swindles waves at the pavilion. He is unaccompanied. He is in solitary splendour, Swindles, behind the stumps now, which he would not normally expect to be the case. He's no one to talk to, and this is only the 9th over. So Ackerman is very much on the defensive. Right. Is in. Libby turns him off his legs out towards deep mid-wicket. It's another long chase for Evans. This time it is out towards deep mid-wicket. Puts in the slide, gets the throw away, and he's managed to save a 3rd run, he says, hesitating because he overthrew right slightly. But Azad was backing up. That brings up the Worcestershire 50 in just the 9th over. 8.3 balls, 43 minutes, and 6 or 7 of those minutes were spent attending to the unfortunate Mr. Libby. 51 balls, 51 runs, from which even I can work out it's 6 and over.
I can work out it's a run a ball. Takes a bit of doing though.
30 to Pollock, 17 to Libby. As Wright is in, bowls, again turned off his legs. It's foolish, he's waiting on the back foot, turned out to mid-wicket, and the busy Evans has to run across again, but he's young and fit, gets to the ball quickly, just a single on this occasion.
It's like doing a bleep test or something out there. Run to your left, run to your right, run forward.
They've spent the winter doing that sort of thing, so they should all be very much used to it and fit. Just bought a new house. He's just bought a house. Sam Evans, not so far.
It'll be
from here.
Have decorator's arms soon then.
52 without loss. Right, bowling to the left-handed Pollock with very much a run-saving field is in and bowled slightly short, cut down into the ground through the hands of George Rhodes for once at backward point. He put 2 hands above his head, it burst through them, went about 10 yards behind Rhodes, who pursued it, slid and got his throw away. Single taken. He'll be disappointed perhaps, Rhodes, that he wasn't able to stop that one cleanly, but it did bounce quite high. 53 without loss.
6 already off the over, and they haven't really smashed it to the boundary.
No. If they connect with this last one, and there'll be a 10 run over again. Right. Elbow swinging is in and bowls a bouncer. He says, hit that. And Jake Libby just ducks underneath it. 18 off 27 for him. 53 without loss after 9. Now, what are the umpires going to have a chat about, do you think?
There's a helmet coming on. That's for the wicket keeper, which suggests that we're going to have a change of bowling. In fact, Parkinson's going to come into the attack. This is interesting. With the way Worcestershire are trying to push the game on, putting your left arm spinner on.
There's lots of suggestions of shrugs going on between the umpires. I don't know what that might be about.
Probably saying,
we're going to be out here for hours.
They're probably postponing their pizza order.
Yes. It's 10 to 5 and we've got 38 overs left to be bowled.
Well, I'd be amazed if we get those in. Well, if we do get them in, this game will have moved on a fair bit.
Well, Parkinson might speed things up a little bit.
Parkinson to Pollock, this is interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's got the long on out. Is there a deep mid-wicket? Yeah. This is a tactic that teams have used in white ball cricket when Ed Pollock's batting. They've opened with a spinner. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Parkinson bowls. Pollock flicks this one off his hip. Won't get a run. Picks out the fielder. Just backward a square on the leg side. So no close catches. There's kind of if we had a circle, there'd be 5 inside the circle. Mid on, I don't think would be in the circle. Mid off rather wouldn't be in the circle. Long on is on the boundary. Pollock plays forward, pushes away on the offside. Very circumspect on this occasion. I think Ed Pollock probably knows they've tried to set a trap for him. In jogs Parkinson. Pollock.
Ooh.
Well, I'm not sure what that came off. I presume it came off the outside edge of the bat. Indeed, it did, because the umpire's not signalling anything. But no, did he get a bit of rip on that? Is he getting it to turn a bit?
I doubt that, because it'd be turning into, and I think
Unless
he kind of played down the wrong line. He may,
unless it was the one that goes straight on.
but young Mr. Baker, if he did, young Mr. Baker won't be entirely displeased to have seen something happen. But the ball, of course, he's finally getting a chance with a hard new ball and a pronounced seam, which always helps the spin, or should.
Field changes for the right-handed Libby. And Parkinson coming around the wicket, bowls Libby forward, pushes away on the offside. They've gone for a single, which is a good call really, because there's a couple in at extra cover. But George Rhodes had some yards or metres to go away to his left.
And Parkinson to the left-hander, it's not a bad shout, because he does have at least a little bit of rough to aim at as well.
55 without loss, Worcestershire. Parkinson bowls. Pollock is forward, drives out on the offside, but doesn't get it past Ackerman, the skipper, who rolls across the practice pitches and then brushes the dust off his jumper. Doesn't want to look untidy, the captain. Last ball of the over. Parkinson bowls. Oh, that's a good. That beats Libby. He's beats Pollock, who's kind of just fencing at that one. Not too much foot movement there from Ed Pollock. And that is the end of Parkinson's over. Decent. 2 runs coming off it.
Yeah, no, that
Worcestershire 55 without loss. The lead here by 190.
But yeah, both D'Oliveira and Baker would be delighted to see a little bit of a suggestion of turn for tomorrow.
In theory, tomorrow is a 3rd day wicket, isn't it? Because we've lost almost a day, although we've had overs added on. What do we have on the first day? 28.
26, was it?
Yeah. We lost overs.
We lost 20 yesterday.
Yeah.
84 we had yesterday, so 110 plus what we've had today. Right. Continues into Libby, grunt of effort. Libby is careful, defending. Not too much foot movement. He's not inclined to get forward, and defends that off stump out into the offside. Fielders spread hither and thither. Deep backward square. Long leg. 3rd man. Deep point. Long on and long off are both quite deep. Sorry, mid on and mid off are both quite deep. As right is in and bowls, hits the pads of Libby, runs past Swindles down towards Hendricks, who runs to his right, gets his throw away. Pretty sure that's a leg by, and is so signalled by umpire Watt. 56 without loss. The lead then 191. Waits for it to tick over, because I think it actually moved ahead of the main scoreboard there. None for 30 for Chris Wright. 3 wickets in the first innings, and no luck at all in terms of picking up a couple of extra wickets. Towards the end of the innings, he comes in and bowls to Pollock, who whips him away, works him away really nicely through mid-wicket, and that's going to go all the way into the shadow of the trees that run between the nets and the Uptonsteel stand, and into the advertising hoardings for 4. Really nice worked 4 there by Ed Pollock. He moves on to 36. 60 without loss. The lead 195.
Yeah, if Worcestershire could have had their wishes before this inning started. 60 in the 11th over. They pretty happy with that, wouldn't
Yeah, they'd have taken it without loss, I'm sure. Right, as willing as ever, down the slope he comes and bowls, and Pollock defends on the back foot, very much a back foot player. Ed Pollock plays it out into the offside. Leicestershire's skipper Ackerman moves across to his left to field at shortish extra.
Well, if we're still here at the end of the game, that, or at the end of the day that we're supposed to, that floodlit pylon is going to be halfway up the Milligan Road, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yep. I've been here when it's been on the other side of the ground.
Yeah. The shadow from it.
Indeed. Right, bowl short. Libby tries to hook, goes past his gloves and the top part of the bat into the gloves of Harry Swindles. Worthwhile attempt at a bouncer.
I bet the ground staff are thinking, 36 more overs, you know. By the time they go off, we've got to put all the covers on. It's going to be midnight.
Yeah.
Not a sound from the pavement as the moon lost her memory.
You didn't sing that one as well, did you? I can see you doing Minnie the Moocher, but that...
No, I didn't go to that one.
Right, is in. Bowls again a little bit short, gets up on Pollock, who tries to pull it away, does, but not convincingly, hits the top part of the bat and rather trickles out towards Ed Barnes, who's at a deep backward swing, comes in to meet it. He picks up a single. Pollock, that is, moves on to 37-61 without loss, lead 196. 36 overs remain.
Funny, I saw an old cricketing buddy talking about singing in public. I hadn't seen him for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. Hello, mate. How are you, brothers? Do you remember the night we sang Hotel California in that karaoke? Why, Dave? Not thinking of all the things you're going to ask. You know, have you had all your jabs? Have you had COVID? How's the family? Do you remember when we played? Sadly, I did.
Did you? I was going to say.
I did. I think we emptied the pub. Here's Parkinson from the pavilion end in bowls. A nice, flourishing, flowing shot from Pollock, but he's picked out Ackerman, the skipper, on the offside, so he won't get a run. We do an update.
Coming to the top of the hour.
I'll do this one and tootle off. Bowls again, pushed away on the offside, no run.
Parkinson, ball in hand. Is in past umpire Malander, and Bone tosses it right up, and it's a full toss, and it's whipped away down towards deep mid wicket. Fortunate that it goes more or less straight to Sam Evans, so it'll be just the one on that occasion to Ed Pollock. Moves on to 38. 62 without loss. The sound of the Doors, Roadhouse Blues in my headphones. Fade away. Yeah, Worcestershire have begun their second innings, and they've begun it in some style as well. Ed Pollock has hit 38 off just 38 balls. Jake Libby 19 off 31. They've taken Worcestershire on to 62 without loss off just 11.5 overs or so, all of which means that they've extended their lead over the Foxes to almost 200 now, 198. In fact, the question for the visiting skipper, Brett D'Oliveira, is when will he declare, get Leicestershire back in, try to bowl them out again? Will it be tonight, just before the close? Will he wait until tomorrow? In the meantime, it's going to be a case of Worcestershire scoring runs as quickly as they can. All Leicestershire can do is try and slow them down a bit. Worcestershire, in their second innings, now 64 without loss. Parkinson is in and bowling. Cut away down towards third man by Libby. Nice shot. He'd gone round the wicket, Parkinson. And Ben Mike has to pursue the ball all the way down towards deep third man. Will it be 4 run? No. As in 4 run. All 4 runs. Almost, they'll have thought about taking his arm on, Ben might, but it's a strong arm, and he gets back to Swindles in time to keep it to 3. End of the over, 67 without loss. And got after Parkinson a little bit in that over. Much for Ackerman to think about. Still 35 overs left to be bowled at 5 o'clock. And it's going to be Ed Barnes, who'll be a happy young man. Leeds having won 3-0 at Watford and gone a long way, I suppose, towards making themselves safe from relegation in so doing. It will relieve his mind, and perhaps he'll produce a special spell in tribute. He's going to be bowling from the Bennett end, having replaced Chris Wright, who went wicketless. Leicestershire have gone wicketless so far. Down the slope comes Barnes and bowls. Grunt of effort, bowls a straightish delivery, middle and leg, and turned by Libby out towards Ackerman at mid-wicket. Sun goes behind cloud. There are a few sort of clouds around now, but as I say, no real danger of rain, so we should get a fair few. I suppose the light might come into it if it builds up a little bit. As Barnes is in, bowls again. He's turned off his legs, this time by Libby out towards mid-wicket, deepish mid-wicket. Evans getting through a lot of work out there. Gets his throw away, but 2 comfortable runs really for Jake Libby. Moves on to 25, 69 without loss. The lead well over 200 now, 204. They keep scoring at this rate. D'Oliveira might well pull out tonight. We shall see. Barnes is in, bowls again, leg stump again, worked out to deep mid-wicket, this time more or less straight to Evans, so it will be just the one.
He won't be declaring in the near future because he's at the back of our box playing with his little boy.
Oh, bless.
That's the great thing about county cricket. That's what I love about county cricket.
Certainly championship, they often bring their families.
Yeah. Yesterday we saw a guy talking down the boundary, didn't we? Chatting to one of the fielders, and the whole thing about it, the autograph hunters downstairs, and it's just brilliant.
Barnes bounces in and bowls to Pollock, looking for the Yorker. Comes down on it hard. Down into the ground it bounces, taken by Barnes in his follow-through. When Mark Cosgrove was here, little Ollie Cosgrove and his missus used to, well, regular sight on the outfield. During every interval he was kicking a ball about, and especially at the end of games, he'd be out there for hours. Barnes is in, bowls, driven by Pollock. Didn't really get hold of it, didn't get to the pitch of it, and bounces a couple of times before being intercepted by Ackerman, moving to his left from that shortish extra cover position. 70 without loss. Did you get your fish and chips last night?
No, I had a chicken tikka masala, which was all right.
Barnes is in, bowls, played firmly down into the ground by Pollock. He's not sure where it is for a minute, bounced up and it sort of came back down off his chest in the end. He hit it so firmly down into the ground, then just bounced out towards the offside. Picked up by Ackerman, coming in, end of the over. Both Libby and Pollock would like a drink and maybe also to shed a sweater. All sorts of gestures being made at the Worcester balcony, just below us. I've often thought about just feeding the microphone down, just to hear what's being said.
Picking up a bit of squitter, yeah. As Parkinson continues from the pavilion end, bowls, driven down the ground. Parkinson does well, gets down to his right, makes sure there's no chance of a run. My wife insists when we're on holiday that one night we have to have fish and chips watching the sun go down.
Oh, that's romantic, brothers.
Isn't it? Yeah. All those greasy fingers. Here's the next ball. This is dabbed away through the cover point position. I'm not quite sure what Ben Mike was trying to do there, because a bit behind him was Sam Evans closing in to pick it up, but he slid past. Yeah, which is all well and good unless you're in Oldborough in October and the North Sea wind is whipping across and we still have to sit and have fish and chips on the beach. Blimey, it was cold. It was almost as cold as an April day in Leicester.
And you're being assaulted by seagulls.
Yeah, I think even they'd gone over. It was too cold. Parkinson bowls, and this is Pollock playing around the front pad, drives it all the way along the ground down to Hendricks at long on.
Yeah, Hampshire have beaten Somerset, and Leicestershire supporters will not be surprised to see that Mohammed Abbas took the final wicket, finished with figures of 4 for 22. Sobs quietly to himself.
That's a decent attack of Hampshire's, isn't it? Here's Parkinson in bowls, pushed back down the pitch. So a slightly strange field here in that there's an extra cover and an extra cover. It looks as if they're almost in line with each other. Well, from our angle it does, but obviously they're not. Parkinson in bowls, and this is played back down the pitch. Bowler himself does the fielding, bowling a tidy little spell here for his skipper, is Callum Parkinson. 1 ball to go in his 3rd overs, and he's conceded 10 runs so far. There's actually a slip in at the moment. Parkinson bowls again, and this time smashed. No is the call, and that's a good call from Ed Pollock. Jake Libby was on his way, and Ed Pollock sent him scurrying back, which was quite right. It was his call anyway, because the ball was played behind square on the offside, so if there had been a mess up, it would not have been his fault. A drink has been brought on for the batsman. Indeed, Jake Libby doesn't want to divest himself of his jumper. The end of the over, and Worcestershire are 72 without loss. Lead here by 207.
Sun goes behind cloud. As I say, it is very broken. Nothing at all like the first 2 days, when towards this sort of time of day, blankets of the stuff sort of assembled away to the west. Barnes is in and bowling to Ed Pollock, who just smashes him over mid-wicket all the way into the Uptonsteel stand for 6. Just dismissively, just swatted it away over mid-wicket. And Pollock, well, his desire is to play more, to play red ball cricket, not just more, but to play red ball cricket. But he's brought his aggressive mindset into the game. This sort of situation suits him perfectly. 46
slog sweep,
to.
wasn't it? It was a super shot.
Barnes is in again, edge down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Went for the drive, took the edge, would have gone to about 2nd slip. As it is, flies on down to the 3rd man. Very fine 3rd man boundary for 4. And Ed Pollock has a debut 50 for Worcestershire.
And, he's had a bit of fortune, a few off the edge, but he's doing what his captain and his coach would want him to.
Absolutely.
Getting
exactly what the situation requires from Ed Pollock. 6-4 off the first 2 balls. That's a nice way to go to your 50. 45 balls for Pollock. I'm surprised it's that many, actually, the way he's been playing.
He has blocked a few.
I guess he has. Barnes is in and bowls, and it's played down into the ground. Bounces to Rhodes, who immediately shies at the stumps, and in doing so gives away a single because he misses. And Ben Mike backing up, can't stop the ball cleanly. It bounces off Mike out towards mid-wicket, and as a consequence, Pollock can take a single, and does. 83 without loss. 11 from the first 3 balls of the over. 83 off 14 and a half overs. Run rate pretty much 6. Barnes in to Libby, who goes back and turns it away towards deep backward square. Thinks about a second, but you heard the shout of no as Evans got quickly to the ball. Single taken. Swindles shouts his congratulations to Evans, but a little bit quiet out there for Leicestershire, who are very much under the cosh, under the willows being wielded. I assume they are still willow. By Messrs. Ed Pollock and Jake Libby.
Yeah.
Barnes is in and bowls and is driven through the offside by Pollock into the gap into the covers. Evans, of course, is out there. Was that Agatha Christie book? Why didn't they ask Evans, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, one of. She was prolific, that author.
It's not one I know. Mind, one of my mastermind. Her books will not be my specialist chosen subject, I don't think.
It was one of her, not hundreds, but not far off mysteries. In goes Barnes, bowls looking for the bounce. It doesn't really get it right, goes down the leg side. Libby sort of gestures rather at it as it goes past. And it's taken by Swindles behind the stumps. An expensive over for young Mr. Barnes, who's bowled 2 overs and conceded 16 runs. That smash over mid-wicket from Pollock was a brutal shot, in a way.
Managed to link my story about fish and chips with the Worcestershire batsman, Pollock. I'm told Pollock is the common name used for either of 2 species of North Atlantic marine fish in the genus Pollockius. As if I didn't know that.
It's yeah, readily available now as a sort of replacement for
It is.
haddock and things like that.
Because we've used all that up. Parkinson to continue. And as I said, in the mayhem, he's bowling all right here. 3 overs for 10. Still, don't want to keep on about this. Scheduled 32 overs remaining in the day. So if we go at 16 overs an hour, that is 7:15, folks. That's past my bedtime. Usually, Mrs. Bradley's usually got my Ovaltine ready by then. Here comes Parkinson, bit of adjustment in the field. Jogs in, bowls, and beaten by that one. There's an appeal for a stumping. Harry Swindles, I think, didn't really believe it himself, and nobody else bothered to appeal. He's got a couple of fielders square of the wicket. Hazard is one, and he didn't join in the chorus. Although I suppose if you're on your own, it's not a chorus. Next ball from Parkinson, and very pleasantly off the back foot out to extra cover by Ed Pollock, who goes to 53. And Libby to Facey's on 28. The lead for Worcestershire is 221. Skipper and bowler having a chat. What can we do here, Skip? Well, we could get a couple of batsmen out, that'll help.
Might slow the run rate down, but that's maybe the only thing that's going to at the moment.
So a ring of 4 now on the offside. Saving the single. Parkinson bowls. It does save the single because it goes straight to cover point. So there's a deep mid-off. There's a kind of a mid-off-ish extra cover, backward point, and a short third man on the offside. Parkinson bowls. No run. There's also a sweeper out on the cover boundary, which means there's probably a few gaps on the leg side if Libby can get across to whip it down there, but obviously the bowler doesn't want him to do that. In fact, mid-on goes to long-on. Parkinson bowls. Libby forward. This is great stuff. Shouts wicketkeeper Swindles. It is actually, he's bowling well. Got a nice flight, nice rhythm to his action here. Libby, bat raised, waits, pushes it on the offside. One of that circle. George Rhodes.
That was a nice over, just the single.
It was a very good over. And he's not spearing it in, he's giving it a bit of flight. So it's brave bowling as well. As is this Ben Mike going to have a bit of a twirl? No, it's the skipper
himself, I suspect.
Ah, this is interesting. Spin at both ends.
Match delayed by rain in Birmingham.
Oh right, okay.
Which kind of might come our way.
Yeah, M69, turn right.
Game going nowhere really. There.
No, that's an X on your coupon, as my granddad used to say. When he used to fill in the football coupons.
Oh, yeah. Did the pools for a few years.
Yeah, God, we all did it, didn't we? Well, we had a syndicate and we won, not a fortune, I think we won about £1,000 each.
Ooh,
well, it was a long time ago.
Well, I mean, because that's a lot of money.
Yeah. It was
at the time of the football pools.
I think we were on Zetas.
They were the cheaper ones.
That was it, yeah.
You need to be on Littlewood, isn't it?
8 columns for threepence, I think you got.
Ackerman is in, bowls foolish. He's driven out into the offside. Didn't really put his weight into the shot, however, Ed Pollock, so he settles for a single as Evans has to run across from that sweeping position in the offside. He's about 20 yards in front of the ropes. Well, he's not going to be behind the ropes, is he? But 20 yards this side of the ropes, ahead of the manual scoreboard. No close catches, obviously, other than the wicket-keeper. As Ackerman is in, bowls, pops a little bit at Jake Libby, who pops it out into the onside. George Rhodes, who is bravely clad in just his shirt, isn't he? He's not.
I thought that
no sweater on.
I thought, he's
goodness me,
tough lad, you see.
Ackerman bowls flattish, forces Libby back. Puff of dust from his feet as he goes back on towards the stumps, and then plays it again to Rhodes.
He's probably got 4 vests on underneath that.
Well, he lifted his shirt to polish the ball, and his tummy was exposed, so he's just a very hard young man. In goes Ackerman, bowls, goes back. Libby forces out into the offside. Parkinson is out there. Good throw from Parkinson, whose arm is sometimes derided, but he's worked hard on it. The speed of his throw, he got that one away quickly and hard and low, as he had to be low, because sort of looking vaguely into the sun there. Harry Swindles, and it bounced right next to the stumps. Still, obviously, just the one then for Libby, brings Pollock down on a strike. Ackerman round the wicket to him. He is in and pushing into the huge gap in the offside. Evans jogs across the square, picks up, throws on the bounce to Swindle. Single taken by Pollock. But both spinners at the moment conceding just singles, which is a major improvement as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Back over the wicket goes Ackerman and bowls, and I think deceives Libby a little bit in the flight, pushes it wide of Ben Mike, however, at extra cover, and calls his partner Pollock through for a single to finish the over. 4 singles from it. 90 without loss, 30 overs to go. We can do some sums then. The lead is 225. If they score even at 4 and over, 120 gives a lead of 345 at the close.
Yeah.
That's plenty.
Yeah.
I would have thought. If they score a little bit faster, if they keep going at 5 and over, you know, they could have that lead of 350 and still have sort of 5 overs at the end of play.
Yeah, depends what they think of what the pitch is doing, If they think it's really flat, they might just try and bat Leicestershire out the game.
But if it's raining in Birmingham, I'm just looking sort of in that direction to see if anything's sort of heading in our direction.
Here's Parkinson. Round the wicket he comes. Pushed away on the offside. Parkinson gets a bit excited about that one. Maybe bounced a little bit more than previous deliveries, but Libby got on top of it. Didn't get a run. He stays on 30. 90 without loss, Worcestershire. Shadows beginning to lengthen of the players. Parkinson, bowls flicked away through the onside. Might be a couple there, yeah, they're coming back for two. Ed Barnes, I think it is, way out there it is. Gets the ball back in. 2 to the total, which moves on to 92 without loss.
Could be a good finish down the road at Wantage Road in Northampton tomorrow.
Parkinson bowls, turned away through mid-wicket. He might get 4 for this. That's very well. No, he's not going to get 4. It's going to be cut off. But nice shot, played sweetly. Barnes, fielder, sort of. It's one of those where the ball was sort of 4 or 5 metres in front of him before he caught up with it. 2 more to Libby. He goes to 34.94 without loss. Is Parkinson's next ball, which is played away sweetly through the covers by Libby. Once again, there's a sweeper fielder. Evans out there. So, yeah, so 5 so far. Without smashing it, as we were saying earlier. You get 6 and over without cracking it. Parkinson readjusts his field for the left-handed Pollock, who is playing slightly in the air when it left the bat, but he's picked up a single down to mid-off, and that completes Parkinson's over. 4 overs, no wicket for 17. There's one more to come. I do apologise. It's the 100 from last year, confuses me, you see. Can't get back to used to 6. I need to put another chip in to recompute 6 balls and over. Parkinson bowls, and there's a bit of confusion before they do go through for the single. There might have been a hesitation because George Rhodes, if he had extended himself by about 12 feet, could have got across to it, but he didn't. It would have to be Inspector Gadget to cut that one off. That is the end of the over. Worcestershire with Pollock on 56, Libby on 36. Are now 232 in front.
Yeah, 7 off the over. Yeah, Gloucestershire 253 for 5 in their second innings against Northamptonshire, which means they lead by 189. So with 5 down, it could be an interesting final day. Down to road, as it very much could here. Ackerman, to continue from the Bennett end, is in and bowls. Libby just dabs it out into the offside, and although it's only 8-10 feet wide of Ben Mike running away to his left, it's the easiest of singles, and with this sort of in-out field, absolutely no problem for these Worcestershire openers to score at 5+ runs per over, essentially. And that's what they're doing. That is the run rate, 5.4. Round the wicket goes Ackerman and bowls. Pollock, probably tired, leans forward all that running and just defends it out into the onside. Harry Swindles comes out from behind the stumps. Picks up 56 off 53 balls for Ed Pollock. Ackerman bowls. Pollock is forward again. This time it runs sufficiently far for Hassan Azad to field, coming in from mid-wicket. Long on, long off, both back. Deep mid-wicket likewise. Ackerman is in, just dropped out into the offside by Pollock, and the single is taken. Athletic piece of work from Harry Swindles, who dived and threw in mid-dive, sort of backwards towards the stumps.
Oh, bless you.
Excuse me. And his helmet sort of came off as he dived there, and he looked disgusted. He can bang your head. Ackerman is in, drops a little bit short, cut away, or attempted to be cut away by Jake Libby, but he's picked out the man at backward point, who is Lewis Hill at the moment. I haven't really mentioned him so far, hasn't been involved in the field too much. Ackerman is in, a little bit of bounce, but played well by Libby, just guided out into the offside, bring the single, which brings up the Worcestershire 100 at the end of the 19th over, which is pretty much just what Dr. D'Oliveira ordered.
Yeah, I reckon the lead's 235 now. Having worked that out cleverly. Yes, they pushed on. They've had a little bit of fortune, but the situation of the game is that Ackerman can't have any slips in because he's trying to save runs. So if you do edge it, or get a decent edge on it, you're going to get 4 anyway. How's the time going? Oh, I better.
It is coming up to 5:30.
I better go and tell people what's going on.
You're still here, and will be for the next 2 hours. There being 28 overs left to be bowled. First of them, we bowled by Callum Parkinson, who is in round the wicket, just pushed by Libby out into the gap in the covers, out to Evans, and the single was taken. He doesn't mind hitting it in, if he's in the air for a few feet. It's a perfectly safe shot, because as long as he finds that huge gap between Rhodes at extra cover and Hassan Azad at point, there's no danger. Over the wicket goes Parkinson and bowls to Pollock, who stretches forward and defends it, to Rhodes, who's now at a straightish mid-wicket. As we said, just clad in his short-sleeved Leicestershire shirt and whites. It must be warmer out there than it looks. In goes Parkinson, bowls, gives it a rip, but forward goes Libby on middle and leg. Again, Rhodes, the fielder, turned into the onside. Didn't pick up a wicket in the first innings either, Parkinson, who is in and bowls. Libby forward and just pushing it into the gap in the covers again, and takes his 1. Only bowled 14 overs, 2 maidens, none for 44, so he would dearly love his first-class wicket of the season, to go with a 49 he took last season, second only to Chris Wright, who took 50. I'm talking from memory there, so I might just check that it was for Parkinson, 49. In he goes and bowls, and clipped back past him, but not back past him, because he dived away to his right and made the stop. It was the other way around. Parkinson took 50, Wright 49. Oh, he wouldn't have forgiven me if I'd not corrected that. Apologies. In he goes and bowls. Libby is forward, waiting for it, just pushing it back down the pitch on the onside. Parkinson himself feels much better over then. Just the 2 singles from it, from Parkinson's point of view. That is. Score moves on to 102. Cameraman kicks up, he's desperately trying to keep warm, poor lad. Alongside us in the commentary box, he's outside, well wrapped up. Not allowed to sort of move, basically, obviously, because his job is to follow the flight of the ball if the batsman hits it into the outfield somewhere, especially if it goes in the air. And that's him dragging a stool so he can sit down for a bit. In goes Ackerman and bowls to the left-handed Pollock, who defends it out into the offside. The lightly clad Rhodes runs in, picks up, and there's no run. Ackerman drops it horribly short, and it's pulled hard away. Good tumbling, diving stop out there at deep backward square by Parkinson, because that was a violent shot from Ed Pollock. Really whipped it away. His eyes lit up at that long hop from Ackerman. Got away with it, Leicestershire skipper. Just conceded the single from it, thanks to some really fine work on the square leg backward square leg boundary by Parkinson. Ackerman bowls to Libby. Again, he drops a bit short outside off stump, and it's cut away. And this time it's cut away for 4. I don't think even Parkinson can get there. He can't. And Libby picks up 4. He moves on to 43. He's beginning to catch Pollock now. He's faced 3 more deliveries for his 43. 63 deliveries altogether than Pollock for his 59 of 60. But he's been no slouch. Jake Libby, despite being clunked on the helmet by Chris Wright, 107 without loss.
At Pollock's highest score in first-class cricket.
Ackerman is in 2, Libby, but Libby, having hit 4 off the previous ball, content just to work that one out into the covers where Ben Mike fields. Ackerman drops very short again. It's popped up rather into the leg side by Libby, but safely into the gap. Rhodes runs around from mid-wicket, well, from mid-ish on towards mid-wicket to field. The single is taken. It sounds like one of the Outlaws coming back. The Outlaws at Hells Angels chapter, which occupies a house over there, the light-coloured house, as Ackerman bowls and pushed out into the offside by Pollock, wide of Bjorn Hendricks at backward point, and the runs coming with, from Leicestershire's point of view, uncomfortable ease, from Worcestershire's with very pleasing ease indeed. 109 without loss. The lead 2-4-4. Still, theoretically, 26 overs remain to be bowled today.
Yeah, Pollock's high score, because although he has played mainly white ball cricket for Warwickshire, he has played some red ball universities type cricket. And thanks to Andy Nicholas, who says, as the next ball is driven down the ground, and that's raced away for 4. Just laced into that one, Pollock. Upish, but back over the bowler's head for 4. With Pollock and chips, Andy says, continuing your fish and chips, apparently Libby dabbed one away.
Yay.
Dab, of course, being a species of fish.
Little flat fish, isn't it?
Yeah. 113 without loss. Pollock moves on to 64. Waits again. Forward this time, pushes out on the offside course for a quick single. Good running. Ackerman had some metres to go to his right-hand side. Enthusiastic applause from the Worcestershire dressing room below us. So the lead now up to 249. Here's another at least one run to add on to that. They're coming back for a second. They're going to have to be quick here, and they are quick. That's good running. Libby calling because he was going to the danger end, and throw came in from who's that? That's Chris Wright out there, I think.
Where are we looking?
He's way out on what is now the square leg.
Yes,
boundary.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
It was a good throw that came in, but batsmen quickly into their work, and Libby goes to 46. Skipper and bowler in consultation. Parkinson in bowls, and this is played straight down the ground by Libby for a single. Scoreboard, I was going to say clicks over, but scoreboards don't click these days. Well, the manual scoreboard would have clicked.
Only, you know where the other one is? In county cricket, there are only 2 left.
Is that right? Ooh, let me have a think about that. In comes Parkinson and bowls, and once again played down the ground, this time by Pollock for a single. Out to long off, and is there one at Hove?
Nope.
Canterbury.
Canterbury.
The great big board at Canterbury.
The Les Ames
That's
stand
yeah.
above that. I've never been able to read that scoreboard.
There's too much
weird.
Too much information. 118 without loss. Parkinson in bowls. Now once again, a single. All very straightforward. Push the ball down the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 runs coming off that over.
Now Hove have done what Edgbaston have done. You know, they've kept the sort of shape of the building that housed the old scoreboard, but put an electronic one in instead.
Yeah. Oh, well, good information, that, mate.
There you go. Maybe there's one for your quiz sometime. Which
Yeah.
only 2 county boards have retained a, county grounds have retained a manual scoreboard. But Leicestershire's is unique in one respect. It is the only one with a couple of clock above it. That works as well. Ackerman from the Bennett end to Jake Libby bowls, and Libby goes back and turns it wristily into the leg side. The ever energetic Rhodes seizes on it quickly, makes sure there isn't a single.
It's the sort of building that might have a preservation order on it sometime.
Ackerman is in again, slightly squares up Libby, who pushes it firmly back down the pitch to Leicestershire's Dutch South African skipper, who is in and bowling and goes back. Libby tries to sort of chop it away, doesn't really time it, but there's so few close-ish fielders on the offside, there's so many gaps that all he's got to do is just sort of find one. That's obviously has to find one to score runs, but there is a point I'm making it. There's almost wherever he hits it on the offside, there's a run to be taken, and he duly does. Ackerman comes round the wicket to the left-handed Pollock, bowls a bit of a speared delivery down towards his legs. He does help it on its way, Ed Pollock, but Lewis Hill is down there at sort of short, fine leg and makes the stop. Ackerman is in again, turned out into the offside. Libby sets off from the non-striker's end, but Pollock quite shrilly sends him back. He turns on his heels and gets back into his ground. Ackerman in again. Pollock very careful this time because it's a good straight-ish delivery on middle and off. Back down the wicket it goes, and that is the end of the over. Not too expensive as far as Leicestershire are concerned, which is about the summit of their ambitions at the moment, it seems. 4 overs, none for 15. Parkinson, 7 overs, none for 30. 120 without loss, Worcestershire, after 23 overs. And that's only halfway through their allotted, what's left today in theory, which is 24.
In theory, at the moment, the light is fine. There's a few little grey clouds drifting away to the west, but they seem to be a long way off, so we could get a fair, if not all, then a fair dollop of those 24 overs in. Is Jake Libby awaiting the next delivery, which he cuts backward point for at least 2. The ever enthusiastic Evans goes round, and Jake Libby's got 50. His first of the season, obviously, because it's only his second innings of the season, but building on the last 2 seasons when he's been the second top scorer in Championship cricket on each occasion. So he goes to 51 off 72 balls. I think he said there's only 2 fours in that.
Did?
Yeah, so they've been scampering 2s and 3s. Parkinson in again. Libby tries to get the ball down the ground again, but gets a bit too much bat on it if you can.
Pollock has hit 8 and a 6.
Right.
He's dealt in boundaries.
Parkinson again, and Libby eases the ball backward of square on the offside. Picks up a single as Ben Mike goes across the field. He's not had a bowl in this innings, and although he would be enthusiastic, I suspect he's thinking, I'm all right, thanks for a bit, skipper, the way this is going. Although the mayhem does seem to have calmed down a little bit. But as we were saying, you don't have to smash it around. Pick up 6 and over. Parkinson in, and this is down the ground it goes. Straightforward push for a single. There's no mid-off, there's a long off. Libby has 52, he's about to face. Pollock has 67. Parkinson bowls. Worked away through the onside for another single. It's way out to the mid-wicket boundary.
I wonder whether the ease with which these two are scoring will affect Oliveira's thinking a bit. Whether he's thinking it's flattening out, it's flat. It did tend to a little bit last season. It didn't break up. The pitches just didn't. And if it is sort of flattening out, he might think, well, maybe I need 350, 380 before a head to be.
Parkinson in again, and won't be a run this time as it trickles out on the onside. I was quite amused there because Parkinson stopped in his run-up, so it was a dead ball. But umpire Malander didn't even bother to turn round. He just waved his arms, okey-cokey style, behind his back, assuming that the scorers could see him. Libby 53, Pollock 67, and Worcestershire in a very good position here, as they have moved on to 125 without loss, a lead of 260.
Ackerman, as the sun goes briefly behind a smallish cloud, is into Jake Libby, who's waiting for it. Slightly deceived perhaps by the flight, ends up just working it out to Rhodes. He'll and need runs in the second innings, George Rhodes. Ackerman is in. Fuller this time, waits for it and then clips it off his toes. Libby out towards deep backward square where Bjorn Hendricks picks up and throws, thinking this is going to be a long season. Bjorn.
Yeah.
This is what it's all about. Conditions will be different, Bjorn, eventually. In goes Ackerman, whipped away by Ed Pollock down towards Parkinson at backward square. Wristily whipped away. Not taken cleanly by Swindles, but Hendricks backs up willingly. So just a single to Pollock. I might feel he just missed out a little bit there. Back over the wicket goes Ackerman, bowls to Libby, who goes back, forces away off the offside, off the stumps basically, but it's perfectly safe because the pitch is playing so well now. And Ben Mike it is who comes in to field. Singles off each of the last 3 deliveries. No, not for want of trying from Pollock, who tried to whip it away. Bowls to Pollock again. This time he defends. 68 off 70 for Pollock. I mean, there's 100 there if he wants it, isn't there? And that might be just. He might be just thinking, well, I might as well tuck in here. Ackerman is in, calmly turned by Pollock out towards Parkinson. I mean, they've scored at such a good rate, 5.2, that they've given themselves a certain amount of leeway to work it around a bit, haven't they? Yeah. That said, the 12th man is bringing out a drink. Now, whether that often is a message as well, isn't it? You just go and tell them to do X or Y.
I think they called for a drink. I think during the last over, but there will be a message as well.
Just keep going, probably. This is fine.
Gareth Roderick is the drinks man.
Brett says this is perfect.
Yeah.
He's in the bath, or he's out the back with his little one.
He's actually gone home. Well, we got 22 overs left in the day, and Pollock wants 31 for his 100. And if he carries on the way he is, and we get a full quota of overs, he will get a century.
Absolutely. Well before the close.
Parkinson's the bowler, and this is the single that you can take down the ground. They're trying to push for 2, but there's never 2 there, so in the end, Ed Pollock just settles for the single. He goes to 70. Libby has 55.
The lead.
As Parkinson is in bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. It rather hurries Libby in the end. He placed off the back foot and pushes away on the offside. Sun has deserted us for a while. Parkinson jogs in again, pushed away this time by Libby. Square on the offside. The ever enthusiastic Evans comes into field. Worcestershire's total goes up by 131 without loss. Pollock Pollock 70, Libby 56.
Foxy Phil, have you got your sleeping bags in there? Yeah.
Here's the next ball, which is pushed out on the onside. Do you an update at this time of day?
Not normally, but we can hear ourselves.
We can, which is not fun. Hearing ourselves. Parkinson jobs in, bowls down the ground for a single. One more to the total, which 132 without loss.
A little burst of Uncle Frank in our headphones,
did,
but he's gone again now.
Yeah, going to make the tea. Parkinson leaps in, pushed away on the offside. Just chugging along here, Worcestershire.
Yeah.
No great reason for them to smash it around the ground. If they get a bad ball, I think Pollock in particular will put it away. They are 133 without loss.
The ever inventive Brunty has been trying to think of something to keep the fish puns going. He says, but given Leicestershire's position, can't get past floundering. Flounder.
Very good.
No. Acker's Colin of that ilk will continue from the Bennett end. Sun comes back out as he bowls to Jake Libby, who is forward, but can't get it past Ben Mike, or sufficiently wide of Ben Mike to invite the willing Pollock to try and complete a single. Ackerman just a couple of steps, and then up he goes onto his toes and bowls, just short enough for Libby to go back and chop it out into the offside. Parkinson sprints around in front of the meat, gets to the ball, picks it up, gathers himself and throws, by which time Libby has come back for two. Moves on to 59. 270 the lead now. Ackerman is in. Libby just dabs it down from outside off stump towards short third man, where Hill has to move to his left, and it's pretty much a hit and run almost now as far as the Worcestershire batters are concerned. Not slog and run, just get bat on it and take the single or two. Put away the bad ball, and we'll have it at 5-6 and over. Round the wicket goes Ackerman and bowls. Libby does actually, I beg your pardon, Pollock does actually defend that one up. He has slowed a little. His 71 has now come off 76 balls. I'm pretty sure he will be aware, well, look, I can really, this is great. First class best, and it's going to get better and better. Ackerman is in and bowls to him. Again, he defends out into the offside. In comes Rhodes. Has he now donned a sleeveless sweater? Was he still in his shirt?
Perhaps he hasn't got one. Perhaps he left it at home.
Ackerman bowls and forward, head right over the ball. Big stride from Ed Pollock. Back down the pitch it goes to Ackerman. There is still a faint breeze across the ground, looking at the flags on the poles either side of the manual scoreboard on Milligan Road. But it isn't half as viciously bitter as it was. I can see a bit of dark cloud now sort of gathering away to the west. Umpires talking. There was a sort of signal from umpire. I think it was a sort of get on with it job. We've got another 20 overs to do here. 10-6.
They've actually bowled 15 overs for 61 runs, these two, which doesn't sound amazing, I know, but 4 and over from where Worcestershire started, that's a decent pullback, that is. Here's Parkinson in again, and this is going to be at least a single. In fact, it is a single for Libby as he plays it out to deep extra cover position. Evans Fields. Sun is back with us. It is pleasantly warm.
So there's 116 overs left in the match, potentially.
Parkinson bowls, pushed away on the offside. Be a single there. Oh, Ackerman has given away a run here, rather unnecessarily, because he shied at the stumps on the striker's end. George Rhodes hadn't had time to get around there to back up, so it went careering down to the boundary. It's never going to be a run out, so I think the skipper might be a bit annoyed with himself.
Yeah, he's sort of gesturing at the fielders, but they had an awful long way to go.
Parkinson bowls, turned away on the leg side. That 2 runs takes Pollock to 73. Libby has 61, 139 without loss. Away goes Parkinson from the pavilion end. Forward defensive from Pollock. That sun very warm coming through the window now. It's alright. Keep that going till 8 o'clock. Here's Parkinson's next ball. Push down the ground. It's that single that the batsman's going to take. The bowler knows he's going to take it, and the fielder really knows he's going to take it. So it's the comfortable one. Last ball of the over. I'll have to go and do an update before the sports show ends. Here's Parkinson's next ball. Evans will field coming in from the extra cover boundary, which means that Worcestershire and Libby in particular will get one more. And Worcestershire are 141 without loss, a lead of 276.
Dave will bring us back news of the mighty Whites. Hereford, perhaps, if they're playing today, I don't know. Oh, they drew 1 all. He's already aware.
The Harriers won 6-0.
And the Harriers won handsomely by 6-0. Ed Pollock's jogging off. He's left his helmet and bat and gloves all out there in the middle, so perhaps it's just a comfort break. This being a long old session. Tea was just before 4 o'clock. We got back out there at just after 4. So we've had the best part of 2 hours in the session already, and there are still 19, count them, 19 overs to be bowled. The gentleman who has been bravely sat alongside us up here on top of the pavilion, there are spectator seats up here, the Morris Burrows Terrace, has decided 6 o'clock is enough for anybody, and he is heading home. Good view from up here, especially, you know, you get behind the bowler's arm. There's sound of spikes running back out to suggest Ed Pollock is returning. He is. George Rhodes is running alongside him, and they're continuing to chat as they run out there. So Rhodes too disappeared briefly into the pavilion. 276 the lead, 19 overs to go. Another 100 runs, which is what they will score. That is the run rate at the moment, 5 and over. A lead of 370. Surely enough. Whether he'll declare overnight Brett D'Oliveira, that would sort of make sense. But he's going to need his, potentially, he'll be thinking, well, maybe we'll need the 96 overs, unless, especially if one of the Leicestershire top order gets in on this track and gets through to the sort of 40 over stage, which they didn't manage to do this time with the honourable exception of Lewis Hill. But if one of the top 4 were to get in and bat long, then he's got to give himself time, D'Oliveira. Or give his bowlers time. Dave was saying, having spoken to him, he was saying, well, I don't want to overbowl them, you know, but that's why I wouldn't have enforced the follow-on, sort of break them, but coming in, roaring in fresh tomorrow morning. be hoping for early breakthroughs, but I would think if they are 360, 370 ahead at the close, then they'll probably call it overnight. You're not missing any cricket. I'm blathering away here because we've had this sort of mini drink stroke comfort break, because we're at pretty much the 2-hour point in the session and a good hour to go, even with Ackerman and Parkinson, the two spinners in operation. The field spreads out now as Ackerman is ready to bowl, comes in from the Bennett end and bowls to Libby, who goes back and chops it out into the offside, out towards Parkinson, who's on the point boundary in front of the Uptonsteel stand. Takes a single. Bradders returns alongside me. Ackerman goes around the wicket to Ed Pollock, who is forward, studiously back down the pitch towards Colin Ackerman.
I'm not sure I've seen a drinks break at 5 to 6 before in the evening, or even a Brinks break.
They all deserved a cup of tea, didn't they? In goes Ackerman, who bowls onto the leg stump. Bit of hesitation, has to get back into his ground. Pollock does so as the scampering Swindles, gets out from behind the stumps, picks up at short leg, turns and hurls the ball at the stumps. Hendricks backs up, makes sure there are no overthrows on this occasion, the throw having missed. Ackerman bowls again. Pollock goes back to a slightly short ball, works it away through mid-wicket, picks up one, but you sort of feel a mistake is almost the only way these two are going to be. Well, it's kind of obviously going to be a mistake, but, well, no, it isn't, because it can be a very good ball as well and nothing you can do about it, but they're going to have to give it away the way they're playing at the moment. No signs of that as Ackerman goes over the wicket and bowls to Libby, who works it through straight mid-on, out towards long on, takes one. 3 off the first 5 balls of the over. Around the wicket goes Ackerman. He's ready to go, but for some reason pulls out in almost mid-delivery and walks back to his mark before coming in again, and this time letting the ball go. Drops a bit short, so back goes Pollock and forces out through the gap in the covers to Evans, and the single is taken. 4 singles from the over. There won't be much doubt who I'll be asking for at the end of the day. It'll be Lewis Hill, who scored 93. What about yourself?
Depends where we are at the end, I think. I mean, I think
it could be a century for Pollock.
He's still there. Yeah. Bit of rugby news. People have a go at us for talking about other sports in the cricket, but it's all very straightforward for the Tigers tomorrow. They go to Clermont and it's a 2-leg knockout game. Worcester Warriors, if Toulon win tonight and Biarritz don't get a bonus point, then Worcester at home to Cardiff next Saturday. But a losing bonus point for Biarritz would mean that Worcester go to Toulon. Here's Parkinson in. That's driven away through the offside for a single. Chris Wright, I think it is, way out on the boundary there. Yeah, so I gave you a week to sort out your travel arrangements and everything else. Back to the cricket.
An amateur won the Grand National.
Yes, Noble Yates, 50 to 1.
Well, the horse isn't an amateur.
No, but the
I think the horse.
amateur horse. Sorry, horse, you're not getting paid. It is. You're not getting any outs. That's flicked away. It's in the air for a little while from Libby.
It's a few drops of rain in the air, curiously, despite the.
Oh, there are.
Heaven knows where it's coming from.
How bizarre.
Weirdly, there are.
A friendly cameraman away to our right is putting his hood up. Here's the next ball from Parkinson, pushed away on the offside by Libby. Picks up a single. There's no umbrellas up around the ground and people are still sat out, so a very weird tail end of something.
Amateur racehorse. You think he
Amateur
sort of
racehorse.
pulls a milk float in?
called Trigger. It's the Parkinson in bowls, driven by Libby, half stopped by Ackerman. They'll come back for 2 as it goes out towards the extra cover boundary. 2 more. Steptoes are all called Hercules.
Hercules,
Hercules. That is 2 more to Pollock, who is on 79. Libby on 66. Parkinson in again. Pollock down the ground. 1 more.
Anyway, the bookies, are we happy? 50 to 1.
50 to 1. Yeah, you never see a bookie on a bike. That's 150 up for Worcestershire. Very good effort from these 2. Shake hands in the middle of the pitch.
Anybody listening back it? Be honest.
Oh, yeah. Well done if you did. Next ball is pushed back down the pitch. Bowler himself does the pin. I suppose if you name Yates, you know, you might have a couple of quid on it, mightn't you? Just for
Yes,
the name of the
Noble
horse.
Yates.
Noble Yates. Or if your name's Noble. End of the over, 150 without loss is the Worcestershire total. A lead of 285.
They're going to be 370, 380 ahead at the close. And I'm now speculating, Bradders, that Brett D'Oliveira will declare overnight.
Yeah. It'll give his bowlers a night to get their breath back.
Have a massage.
I like to look these
in the morning.
Yeah, I like to look these things up, but they're way off any records here. These 2.
Round the wicket comes Ackerman and bowls to Pollock, who's forward. He's on 80 now, off 90 balls, so he's I think his attitude has changed somewhat. He's sniffing a landmark here. In goes Ackerman, bowls to him. He plunges forward really without getting to the pitch of the ball, and it bounces a bit more than he thought it was going to. He gestures at the rough with his bat there as he deflected it down towards Hendricks at backward point, but slightly inadvertently. Ackerman is in and bowling. That one drifts onto the pads of Pollock. Did he get anything on it? Yes, he did. He just sort of helped it around the corner, only a sort of 4 or 5 yards or so, which is why Swindles went in pursuit. A single is taken.
I gave out duff information earlier. I do apologise. That last wicket stand was nowhere near a record.
1911, did you say? In goes Ackerman, and Libby tries to force out into the offside, doesn't time it, and Mike makes the stop.
122. Brazen Pearson at Worcester in 1995.
Oh, okay.
I got the last wickets mixed up. I got the Worcestershire one.
Ackerman tosses that one up a little bit, and Libby waits for it and then just works it out to Rhodes at that mid-wicket position, straight-ish mid-wicket position. Some smoke drifts across the electronic scoreboard as Ackerman is in and bowling. That one's worked past Rhodes out towards deep mid-wicket, and the single is taken. It's from almost from the nets.
I presume it's a bonfire, is it?
Maybe it must be somebody's back garden, that, mustn't it? It's just on the other side of the nets, but
that's actually going to come across the ground.
That's yeah. I don't think it's going to be an issue, but it's spectacularly lit by the sunshine coming through the trees at the moment, so there are sort of great stripes of light and smoke. And if club photographer John Mallett has his wits about him, I'm sure he'll be taking lots of spectacular photos of that, because it's a remarkable effect one way or another.
Yeah, might be a bit stinky, man, going across the ground.
Yeah. It's the other side of the ground, so I don't think we're going to get a whiff. 152 without loss. End of the over, 287 the lead, 16 remain.
Here's Parkinson in, bowls all down and driven away through the offside, and Hendricks won't get round to that one, and Libby cracks it away for 4. I think he got a little bit tied down here maybe. I thought, go on, let's whack this away.
There's certainly a warm roar of approval from the Worcester balcony.
There's Parkinson, and Libby drives again. He's only going to get a single this time. Evans is the sweeper fielder on the offside. 157 this partnership, Worcestershire's highest ever first wicket partnership against Leicestershire. 278 unbeaten. Cyril Walters and Doc Gibbons, 1934.
Doc Gibbons,
I never found out. When I was a lad, Doc Gibbons worked in the same place as me. As the next ball is pushed out on the offside, they're going to pick up a single. One more to the total, one more to Pollock. It goes to 82, 158 without loss.
When was that again, sorry?
That was in 1934.
Ah.
But Doc Gibbons was an advertising rep for the company I worked for, the newspaper I worked for. I never found out why he was called Doc. Lovely man. Parkinson to continue. And this time, push back down the pitch. You haven't got an autograph, have you?
Worcestershire CC champions 1965.
No, it would have been too
So
late.
it would have been, oh yeah, but I was just curious as to when it was, when it might be, but
That's a nice bit of memorabilia. You've got the autographs here.
among various counties. It must have been at Scarborough at some stage.
Here's the next ball, and down again and driven in the air. Has he got it over mid-on? Libby he has,
Yeah,
just about.
just.
That goes away for 4. If mid-on had been on the fence, if he'd have been long on, he would have come in and got that one fairly comfortably, or he would have had the opportunity of coming in and getting that one. But Libby's boundary takes him to 75 and Worcestershire to 162 without loss. They lead by 297. As Parkinson bowls again, pushed back down on the onside, no run.
I wonder if this burst of aggression
Means anything.
implies that D'Oliveira wouldn't mind a couple of overs tonight. That's the Aussies in 1964, Bobby
Australia,
Simpson.
1964. He's got them all in here, you know.
No, not really.
Go back to that.
Stoke City, who were playing at Hull City.
Worcestershire.
Gordon
was
Banks among them.
Tom Graveney.
Yes, that's recognisable.
Don
isn't it?
Kenyon. Alan Ormrod, saw him the other week. Martin Horton, Jack Flavel, Roy Booth. That's great. That way. Norman Gifford. Nice piece of memorabilia. My old mate, well known on bargain on Philip Serrell, says it doesn't have to be worth a lot of money, but it has to be worth a lot to you to keep things like that. I've got to change a bowl in here. Can I hear singing?
You can. Stench is giving his best, trying to encourage the. I think it's the Ben Mike song.
Oh, right.
So he's heralding the introduction to the attack of Benjamin Munro Whitworth, or Whitworth Munro. Keep get it the right way round. As more smoke drifts over the ground. 162 without loss. As Mike is in from the Bennett end, bowls to Ed Pollock, forces him back up on his toes and back down into the crease. Mike, a pointed look at Ed Pollock.
I don't think I've ever seen a game where smoke stopped play. But it is, I mean, it's coming up through the digital scoreboard, and because the breeze has dropped a bit, it's not being whipped away.
Let us trust it is just a few damp leaves rather than anything particularly toxic, as Mike is in, bowls down the leg side, tries to pull it away, doesn't get anything on it, and a sprawling Swindles makes the stop, diving away to his right. This will not speed things up.
No, you least the spinners were getting through the overs fairly rapidly, which will have got Leicestershire's over rate up. I think that's a +1.
It does say +1, yes. Rare that Leicestershire have a plus in front of their over rate. They won't by the end. Mike is in again, a bouncer, and it's touched over the bar by Swindles. Gets a good glove to it, and it goes up into the air, but then another sort of 5 or 6 yards behind him. He has to pursue it, and the bye is taken.
Looks fairly clear away to the west, from whence the weather has been coming. And those flags are hardly fluttering away from the flagpoles now.
Long old day, isn't it? When
Yeah. I was here at 8:30
yeah.
to do my quiz.
I won't be leaving till about 8:30 either.
No,
By the time we got the interviews, and
could do a 12-hour day.
Let us not whinge.
No, we're lucky.
Better than working.
We're lucky to be here.
We are, and we know
Sitting
it.
here watching cricket and getting paid. Not a lot, but getting paid.
Mike is into Libby, who rather agriculturally, arguably for the first time, opens his sort of legs and tries to, can only describe it as slog it out into the leg side. Doesn't really get it at all. Thick inside edge, rolls out into the inside. But I just think Libby's change of approach in the last few overs betokens a
Well,
suggestion
may
that
have got
he
the
may have been
message,
told
yeah.
we'd like 5 or 6 overs at
or
the end.
we don't want to bat tomorrow.
Almost 300 ahead now, 298 as Mike is in. Bowled him off the inside edge. Again, it was another slog from Jake Libby. Took the bottom edge and into the stumps it went. So Ben Mike has at long last affected a breakthrough for Leicestershire, but well, Jake Libby sacrificed his wicket for the cause. He was going for quick runs there. His 75 came off 101 balls and included 4 fours, but he did a pretty good job for his side.
Yeah, and as you say, there was a distinct change in attitude there. I think when the drinks came out, there was maybe somebody said we might be looking to pull out tonight.
Yeah.
Well, we got 14 overs and 1 ball. We're going to lose 2 overs for the changeover. I can actually smell that smoke there. Well, I smelled smoke the other day and there wasn't any. So is that Azhar Ali coming in for Worcestershire in a difficult situation? He's an international Test cricketer, but he didn't know. But I mean, personally,
in his approach, yeah.
He didn't get any runs in the first
yeah.
innings, and he'd like to get some in the second innings. But his instructions are, I'm sure, to get on with it.
Yes. A lead of effectively 300. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty horrible shot from Jake Libby, wasn't it?
It just started to slog, really.
Yeah.
He took on Parkinson, didn't he, in the previous over a few times, and that an alternative explanation is that with Pollock approaching his 100 and playing a little bit more circumspectly, Libby thought, I'd better take a bit of an initiative here to keep things going. Now, so whether it was on, him thinking for himself in that respect, or whether he's had any instructions, we can maybe ask afterwards.
Well,
but I don't think they'd vouchsafe the truth.
No, it would be interesting to see if he hadn't gone, what Pollock's attitude would be for the next over.
I get the impression that Pollock would be. He's entitled to, in a way, think, well, I could get 100 here. And in comes Mike to bowl to Azhar Ali, who is dabbing one down off stump out into the offside behind square. George Rhodes sees on the ball, and Benny Mike, as the denizens of the Uptonsteel stand have been chanting, takes a wicket in his first over. Indeed, it is a wicket maiden.
Well done to them for their enthusiasm at this time on a Saturday evening.
So he's actually got, his match figures are now 3 for 46, which
Is that right? Yeah.
cricket's a funny old game.
Well,
isn't it?
yeah. Has he bowled better than Hendricks? Probably not, but
Hendricks has got 0 for 100 or whatever.
yeah. So The statistics don't always tell the truth, but he stuck at it, so well done to him. What have we got?
Parkinson.
Sorry, he's disappeared behind the barrier. He's in and bowls to Pollock. Pollock forward, just pushes away on the offside.
I'm not sure Azar, having been the victim of a run out in the first innings, will be quite as keen to
No,
respond to
that was
the quick single urging.
yeah. He ran himself out, really, didn't he? 'Cause there was never a run. Parkinson in again. Pollock pushes this one away, flicks this one away through the onside for a single through mid-wicket. Evans fields. One more to the Worcestershire total, 166 for one. Yeah. Well, you want to throw his wicket away, Azir Ali. You want to see a few, won't he? I don't think they're going to knock it on the head tonight. I think they might have got the instruction, we don't want to bat tomorrow morning. So, you know, clobber on, get another 40 off the last 10 overs. Parkinson in. Azir Ali drives down. A good stop there by Parkinson. Gets down well to his right hand side. Diving in the dirt and the dust. 164 for one. Parkinson's next ball. Azir Ali flicks it away. He's off the mark. Single backward a square on the leg side.
I think you might enjoy watching him this summer, Bradders.
Yeah,
He has a sort of elegance.
he got a very
bats.
good rep from the people at Taunton. Said what a good guy in the dressing room. Fine cricketer, of course. Got a century against Worcestershire 2 years ago.
Oh, so you've seen.
Parkinson bowls, pushed down the ground by Pollock for a single.
The lead is now over 300. And there would be many who would say, that's enough.
Yeah, it depends what they think of the pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If they think it's pretty flat, then Parkinson bowls, goes for some sort of a lappy, and he's gone.
Yeah.
Umpire's finger is up, and Azir Ali goes for one. Went for a kind of a lappy sweep shot, and
I think it hit him on the full. It landed on his boot, sort of thing. Let's have a look.
looking very disconsolate. Azir Ali. So not a great start to his Worcestershire career. We've got an angle picture. We haven't got the straight-on picture, I'm afraid.
No, could have done with a close-up from behind the stumps on that, but I think it sort of landed on his boot.
So, is RBW to Parkinson for one. Parkinson gets some reward for his efforts with the ball. Worcestershire 166 for two.
The lead 301.
Last ball of the over. So here's Jack Haynes coming in. I think, well, Jack Haynes gets on with it, but I think if Worcestershire were looking for something a bit different tonight, they would have maybe sent Leach in to go and smash it around.
As Woodhouse said, as Ali walks off, if not exactly disgruntled, he was very far from being gruntled.
Ungruntled. Yeah. Well, we time-wise, that's okay. Don't need to do anything yet a while.
Haroon, I've just sat down to watch Azhar Ali bat, only to see him throw it away on such a useless shot. Well, he was just trying to... Yeah, one of those things, Haroon, really.
We'll give him another chance, Haroon.
And Worcestershire County Snorkeling Club responds, well, he's batting for runs, not your pleasure. Somewhat tart response from the Worcestershire Snorkeling Club.
Not the bog snorkelers, are they? Cause I think the bog snorkeling championships have been called off, I read somewhere.
Have they?
Yeah, they're usually held in mid-Wales somewhere, Llandrin, Drodwells or somewhere.
Not in the fens somewhere.
No.
Or somewhere. they do bog snorkel over there.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Haynes has come out to join Ed Pollock, but it is Pollock on strike to Ben Mike. He's tucked up a little bit by that one. It swings into his legs. He just turns it and sort of slightly falls over as he steps out of his crease, and therefore picks himself up and steps smartly back in as Hassan Azad picks up at mid-wicket. The shadows of the trees, despite the fact that they're pretty much leafless at the moment, extending almost as far as the pitch now.
The bonfire has subsided a bit.
It has. The worst of the leaves have been burnt, if that's what was happening, as Mike is in. Pollock pulls high down towards long leg. I lost the flight of that one. Did it go all the way? No, it didn't quite. It was 4.
Yeah.
Landed in the shadow, so it was quite hard to tell, but a bit of a gift. And Pollock, that was a perfectly legitimate, it was not a slog hook. Swiveled, pulled into the shadows in front of the meat. It bounced and ran out for 4. He moves on to 88, 170 for 2. Ackerman has a word with Ben Mike, who charges down the slope from the Bennett end and bowls. Again it's short, and again it's pulled, and it's in the air, and will it be caught? No! Parkinson came running in, put out his right hand. I think he just got there. He couldn't quite hang on. Bjorn Hendricks applauds the effort. It would have been a spectacular catch if he'd held it. It was a top-edged pull. It went up in the air. Parkinson sprinted in, stuck out, dived, stuck out his right hand. Almost got to it. I think he just got it underneath it. Couldn't quite hang on. Pollock survives, picks up 1.
Yeah, he came in a long way. Can't see it on a replay.
In goes Mike and bowls to Haynes, who works a delivery off his stumps only as far as Barnes at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Poor old cameraman couldn't quite pick it up either. I managed to see it.
Was no ball called by the umpire?
It was.
Yeah.
It was, and he's coming out to show Ben Mike where his foot landed. Umpire Watts at that end. Mike kicks away the dust.
The Bog Snorkeling Championships are held in Llanwrtyd, Wales, says Jim Morris, my mid-Wales correspondent. Thank you, Jim. Hope you're well.
It must be the regional heats that are held in in the Fens. Well, they might be just what they do anyway.
Semi-finals.
Mike is in and bowls. Foolish. Haynes waits for it, works it out into the offside, sprints the first quickly, and he too clearly is under instruction to get on with it. And it's just a feel that the sort of events of the day may not be drifting to a close. There may be more excitement in store. Brad is unconvinced.
Well, there's a whole day's cricket tomorrow. 309 the lead.
I think he may want just to declare overnight, really. In goes Mike and bowls. Slower ball, but it's slightly short of a length. He charged in, tried to disguise it, but Pollock sort of read it and just worked it off his hip out into the leg side. Hassan Azad had ground to make up, so a single taken by Pollock into the 90s for the first time in first-class cricket for him.
Yeah, and I don't know whether it comes into it, but if you first match a skipper, you don't want to declare and then lose. Whether that might be something psychologically in the back of his mind.
Mike is in. Haynes covers up, plays it down the pitch on the on side out to mid-on. Such is the need for wins in the second division, so to speak. I'd always be prepared to take the chance. I'd almost rather
take the chance.
It's early. I know it's early, and you get plenty of points for what would points for the draw be? 6 for the bonus points already, so they're going to come out of the match with a good handful of points, whatever. Worcester, but how many chances will they get to go on and win a game in this division? There are some decent sides.
And it's hard work getting yourself into a winning position in 4-day cricket.
Yeah.
Here's Parkinson. He's trotting in and he bowls, and that's flashed away through the offside by Pollock. He's not going to get a boundary, I don't think, because Parkinson is very quickly around that boundary rope. In fact, he gets 2 at Pollock. He goes to 92.
Parky's bowling, so he'd be very. He'd
Sorry,
have done well.
He is. Who's that right there then?
It's Ed Barnes.
Ed, well done, Ed. He's doing a Parkinson impression. He's very good. He's in a band, the Parkinson tribute band. Push back down the pitch.
They could do a duo, the Parkinson twins. I wonder if they can sing.
I don't know.
The Simon and Garfunkel sort of thing.
There's not many twins in first-class cricket.
Ed Barnes wrote a song during lockdown.
Did he? 177 for 2. That wasn't the name of Ed Barnes' song, by the way. That was a fairly dull title, wouldn't it?
It might have been. We don't know.
178
It might
for
have been
2.
cricket related. It might have been the Blues. 177 for 2.
Yeah.
And I've bowled 40 overs.
Yeah. Got no LBWs. Where do they get these umpires from? That's a good song. It's an old Bob Dylan song, that is, I think.
What, 177 for 2?
Where do you get the umpires from?
Right. Sorry. Where do you get the umpires from?
Yeah, put your finger in your ear when you do that. Where do you get? Here's Parkinson, in he comes, and this is played extremely defensively by Jack Haynes. The ball hardly rolls off the cut strip.
It does scan. Where do you get the umpires from?
Where have all the flowers gone? Where
Exactly.
have all
That's
the
what
umpires gone? Here's the next ball from Parkinson. This is played pleasantly through the offside. There's a loud shout of wait, as the throw comes back in from Evans. And Haynes moves to 2. Pollock has 93. And if Worcestershire aren't going to declare, he's got a long time to get to 100 tonight now. 11 overs after this ball. Play back down the pitch. Parkinson does his own fielding. I'll go and do a quick update and then I'll return.
It is 6:30. I think BBC Radio Leicester have given up. Uncle Frank is hammering out the tunes. Big day of sport in Leicestershire tomorrow with the Tigers and City and the Foxes all in action. Leicestershire looking almost certainly to try and save the game, though who knows, as I say, how adventurous Brett D'Oliveira is prepared to be. 315 would be the target were he to declare now, which he isn't going to. Haynes is on strike as Mike comes in and bowls to him. It's short. It's in the... No, it's not in the air. I thought for a minute that he'd pulled it in the air. It was momentarily, but he actually sort of got quite well on top of it, and it rolls out towards mid-on where Ackerman fields. And there is no run. Haynes lifts his bat as Mike comes bounding in, bowls to him, works it off his legs out to deep square. Evans is the fielder. Jack Haynes takes a single, moves on to 3. Dad Gavin played for Worcestershire in the 1990s. Older brother Josh plays for Leeds Bradford, so saw him here. If he was playing, I must admit. I've got the scorecard somewhere. Was he here last week? No, is the short answer. He wasn't in the Leeds Bradford 11 that played against Leicestershire. Mike is in, bowls, goes for the drive. Pollock, as it seems past his outside edge, doesn't go through cleanly to Swindles behind the stumps, bounces just in front of Leicestershire's young wicket-keeper. He can't take it on the half volley, cross with himself. Didn't give away any extras, however, so not too much to be unhappy about. Mike goes bounding in and bowls short and is pulled by Pollock. Out to mid-wicket for 4. Good shot. Proper pull. Might cross with himself, but it was a good shot from Ed Pollock. And now that 100 very much within sight. He's moved on to 97. Bradders is still next door, so he may miss commentating. On Ed Pollock's maiden first-class century, so let us try and do him justice on behalf of Worcestershire supporters and Mr. Pollock. In goes Mike and bowls to him. He just works that one away off his leg, so it'll be just 1. And it runs down towards backward square. Parkinson comes in and fields, so Pollock on to 98 off 110 balls. He's picked it up again in recent overs. Nothing he's done has equalled the first over when he took 16 runs off the bowling of Chris Wright. Brings Jack Haynes down on strike. Slightly open stance for the tall young man. Just bumps now and again at the knees and lifts his bat as Mike is in and bowls to him. He jumps back and again works it away off his legs out towards deep backward square. Sam Evans is the fielder. It means that Haynes keeps the strike. He moves on to 4 at the end of the over. 186 for 2. The lead now 3-2-1. 10 overs potentially remain in the day, and we've got a chance of getting them, folks, because the ground is still bathed in bright sunshine, albeit also long shadows. The floodlight shadow is now right across the entirety of the Grace Road outfield and over the Geary Bar, and it is pretty much in Milligan Road now as well. Little committee meeting of the Leicestershire fielders now. Ackerman is talking to Parkinson. Rhodes is involved as well. Sam Evans too. Bjorn Hendricks down in front of us is not going anywhere. He's staying at long off. But Parkinson will continue from the pavilion end around the wicket to Jack Haynes. He bowls, tosses it up. Haynes clips it into the leg side, but can't get it past Ackerman, who moves across to his left at mid-wicket and makes the stop. 1 for 66 from 14.1 for Callum Parkinson, who is in and bowling, and Haynes has worked that one through the straight mid-on area. Mid-on, who is Lewis Hill, is 3/4 of the way back, so comfortable single. Pollock on 98 will be on strike. Bradders has disappeared from next door, and if he hurries, he might get to commentate on this ball.
Parkinson in his bowls to Libby, flicks it away to the leg side, but he's only got to get a single and goes to 99.
Not Libby.
What did I say?
Libby.
Did I?
Pollock.
Pollock. Oh, it's a good job he didn't get under.
It is, isn't it?
Oh, I've just had to race from next door.
You did well to get here.
I don't ever speak ill of my BBC colleagues, but if I'd have had a gun. Parkinson in the bowls and Haynes sweeps. And sweeps beautifully as well. Cracks that one away. That really smashed into the boundary boards. So Haynes goes to 9. Worcestershire go to 192 for 2.
Evening, Richie, who's been loyally watching on the stream and listening to the commentary, and maybe about to listen, stroke watch, Ed Pollock's maiden first-class century, but he isn't yet on strike.
Haynes is, and he's tapping the ball out on the offside. No run. 9 overs left after this one. I don't know if Jake Libby got 100 in the next over or so.
You're convinced it's Libby?
Did I say Libby again? Oh, mate, I was here at 8:30 this morning. You know, been a long. And another boundary there for Haynes, a lovely sweep shot. That was the shot that Azhar Ali tried to play, so maybe Jack Haynes, young Worcestershire batsman, could teach Azhar Ali, experienced Pakistani cricketer, how to play that shot.
Yeah. Walk into the dressing room afterwards.
331 is the lead. I'm just trying to see over the... You can't quite see over this balcony. If any Worcestershire players are in their whites, which would be the likes of Charlie Morris and Joe Leach. Anyway.
Yeah, they want Mr. Pollock to get into three figures. I bet comfortable though it's been in this innings, I bet his heart is racing a little bit, you know. And Leicestershire, will they bring in the field?
Yeah.
Will they try and put him under a little bit of pressure? They've taken Mike off. Ackerman has taken Mike off, and he waves at his fielders to come in.
Well, he was through Worcestershire's academy and youth cricket and everything else, Ed Pollock, and then he went off and got a contract at Warwickshire. So Ackerman, the bowler, Pollock, the batsman. Pollock on 99 on his Worcestershire debut. The Worcestershire skipper got 99. Got to 100 rather yesterday in his first match as captain, so can Pollock all but emulate him.
Ackerman's making him wait, isn't he?
Yeah, he's bowled practice over already, but he's ready to go. Pollock trying to clear his brain. Waits, pushes on the onside. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 8 saving the single. In the circle. Ackerman, this is professional cricket. You don't give anything away here. Pollock waits. Turns this one away down the leg side. And there's a huge roar from the balcony below us. And Ed Pollock, his fist in the air, his helmet's off. And he almost throws his bat to the balcony. Good job he held on to it. But he throws it up in the air. And Ed Pollock, on his Worcestershire debut, has a century. And a good 100 it's been. 113 balls, 10 fours and 1 6. Well batted. Ed Pollock, all the Worcestershire supporters down in front of us, are up on their feet.
Spectacular cheer. That's what you want to hear.
Back to normality as Pollock goes forward to Ackerman's next ball. Well, there was no shout from the balcony, come on in lads. And if they declared now, they would have 6 overs remaining in the evening session, or in the day session. And Pollock once again pulls this one away down to deep square leg, where it is Parkinson fielding out there. 1 more to the total.
I might as well get to the end of the over if
yeah, because you're going to waste
yeah,
three balls. Where the might be worried about the light, mightn't you? The umpires might say.
It's still sunshine.
Well, it is.
Low, but it's still there.
Yeah. Ackerman in. Bowls. Haynes pushes. Up the ground. Comfortable single. Up to long on. And
200.
200 comes up for Worcestershire. Which makes the lead 335, I reckon. Ackerman. Bennett's end. 2 balls left of his 9th over. Bowls and back onto his stumps goes Pollock, plays the ball out on the offside. No run. In fact, I've miscounted. That was the end of the over. And there is no shout from the Worcestershire dressing room, so they ain't going to declare tonight.
Jack Haynes pulls his trousers down.
He does, doesn't he?
Refastens his the sort of Velcro straps around his various thigh pads and inner thigh pads. And
ladies of a nervous disposition, they wish to avert their eyes.
He was well accoutred underneath those whites, though. Lots of thermals under there. There was no skin showing, that's for sure. And who can blame him? 200
George
for
Rhodes
2.
going to bowl? No. Oh, he had the ball in his hand, but he was...
hopeful, perhaps.
He had the ball in his hand, stood next to the stumps. I think he's gone soft anyway, George. I think he's got a jumper on now.
He has. He's putting sweat... Oh, not... Yeah, he's at extra cover, isn't he? Straightish extra with a cover on.
Got his long sleeve on.
Parkinson then will continue. 15 overs, no maidens, 1 for 76. It's been a tough whole game. Bowling-wise for Callum Parkinson, the 50-wicket man. Round the wicket he goes to Jack Haynes, who waits and just calmly turns the delivery off middle and leg into the into the vacant leg side. It is completely vacant of close fielders, other than Ackerman, who was at sort of short fine leg. All the other leg side fielders were on the boundary, so all he had to do was connect.
Has he got licence to whack it here?
As Parkinson is in, and it's driven away in the air for a while, bounces out towards deep extra cover, right fields, but Pollock, as Brad has said, has pretty much licence to go now. He always probably did have licence to go, frankly, but he did want those 3 figures, and you could tell from his celebrations how much it meant to the young man. Outlaws are back. In goes Parkinson. It's hit in the air down towards long on, but hit very straight. Dive from Hill. Can't get there. Goes for 4. Nice clean strike from Jack Haynes. Picks up 4. 206 for 2. The lead ticks on to 341. 7 overs left after this today. Parkinson. I'm glad I'm not on my bike tonight. Dark, wouldn't it? Parkinson is in and bowls, and he's giving himself a little bit of room, Jack Haynes, but Parkinson sort of followed him a little bit and managed just to cramp him up sufficiently to prevent him from doing anything other than pushing the ball out 2 roads at extra cover. Parkinson is in, tosses it up. Down the wicket comes Haynes, getting to the pitch of the ball, clipping it away neatly through mid-wicket, out towards deep mid-wicket and taking 1. Moves on to 20 of 18 balls. Run rate still over 5 for the innings, 5.2. Parkinson going to go over the wicket, of course, to the left-handed Pollock, just trying to find a little bit of purchase in the rough. Tosses it up. Pollock drives in the air through the vacant mid-off area, down too long off Hill. Picks it up at the second attempt, gets his throw away though, and it is just 1. Pollock keeps a strike, moves on to 104, 208 for 2. The lead 3-4-3. Overs remain 7. Sun blazes out again across the ground.
Yeah.
I'm bog-eyed.
Hendricks down in front of us just got his hand up in the air over the top of his cap to keep the sun out of his eyes in that last over.
A long day at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Long day, you didn't get it till 9:30. I did wonder.
I had a bike race this morning.
Did you?
Yeah.
Blimey. How far?
On Zwift. It was 53 kilometres, so what's that? 35 miles?
What time did you start that?
7:15.
Blimey. Okay, point made.
I had to get up earlier to have my porridge as well, to be fuelled.
Yeah. Here's Ben Mike coming down the slope from the Bennett end, bowls, and Libby's cracked this one away. That's gone for 6. Just got inside that. I keep saying Libby, don't I? Pollock gets inside the line of that one and whacks it away into the seating in front of the practice nets for 6. Fine shot. God, he's got his 100 now. There's 6 overs and 5 balls left in the day. He's got licence to just plunder it, isn't he? Although the sun's shining, the pitch is in shadow, so could be that the light might be an issue. Pollock waits. Ben Mike bowls a bouncer that well, he's was he 5'8", 5'9" at Pollock? He would have to have doubled his height. My screen's gone blank for the feed now. Whether it's just a personal thing. Perhaps I haven't paid my bill. 214 for 2, Worcestershire. The lead is 349. At least the wind has abated somewhat this afternoon. Here's Ben Mike in again. Pushed away on the offside. And they're going to pick up a couple. No, they picked up one. 50-run partnership between these two. Come off at 40 balls. Good effort. Just what they needed really to keep the scoreboard ticking along. Pollock to face. Ben Mike races down the slope. He's got this one away. In the air, and he's gone. Caught. Good catch. Good rolling catch coming in from the boundary. And Ed Pollock goes for a career best debut century for Worcestershire. Career best in any form of cricket. He's gone for 112 any form of first class cricket, and that's nice. Hendricks on his way towards the middle taps his hand.
122 balls. Great effort from Ed Pollock.
Yeah.
And he has left his side, or he has put his side, George Rhodes was the catcher by the way, in complete control of the game, giving his captain a very comfortable position.
He's going to get a big round of applause from the Worcestershire supporters as he makes his way off. Well batted. Not too many left in the ground, but those that are here giving him a great ovation. And the skipper makes his way towards the middle.
I think we can now conclusively conclude that there won't be a declaration before the close. It will be, I'm pretty sure it will be overnight. The lead is 351. So let's say it's going to be 370 or 80 at the close.
Ben Mike's got another wicket.
Yes. He's the bowler of the game, isn't he?
Yeah.
Funny old game. 6.2 overs to go.
112 in the end, wasn't it?
It was. And let's see if I can find his final figures. 122 balls, 10 fours and 2 sixes.
Well, he'll be a happy bunny. Yeah, catcher in the end was George Rhodes. Good catch.
Was.
It really chucks
It
that
running in
from the boundary.
Yeah, was.
D'Oliveira waits and flicks it off his pads from Ben Mike. He's off the mark with a single. 218 for 3. Lead of 300. And does the scoreboard beat me? No, 217 for 3. D'Oliveira on 1. 352 the lead. Ben Mike to bowl to Jack Haynes. Haynes on 20. And he'll get at least one as he chops it down to third man. He's coming back for a second. Just goes out of my sight for a moment, but in the end he jogs back, so it's a comfortable 2 runs. Haynes has 22, D'Oliveira has 1. And we have 6 overs remaining. So we will finish, hopefully, just after 7 o'clock. The over rate, of course, improved considerably because Ackerman and Parkinson bowled a fair few overs in this session. Parkinson to continue, 1 for 84 off 16. So he's going up 5 and over, but I think he's bowled fairly tight, doesn't he? Obviously got clobbered a few times by Ed Pollock. Here is Parkinson bowls. D'Oliveira drives out through the offside. Only be a single. 1 more to the total, which goes up to 220 for 3. As the shadows lengthen and the evening comes, Parkinson bowls a sweep here from Jack Haynes down to deep square leg. Picks up one more. A lone pigeon lands on the outfield. Oh, he's joined by another pigeon. So he's no longer lone. Parkinson in bowls. D'Oliveira's had a swipe at this one, got it out through extra cover. Only B. Oh, he's coming back for a second. That's good running from D'Oliveira, because that was straight to Evans, who's pretty quick to the ball. But it's a long boundary out there, and he's had to come in off the boundary. So D'Oliveira, ace scamperer of second runs, picks up 2. 2-2-3 for 4. A lead of 358. Parkinson bowls. D'Oliveira drives down the ground. Work for Hendricks. Long off. They're going to come back for 2 more. In fact, he's made a bit of a dog's breakfast of that, and D'Oliveira will pick up 3. Just didn't pick it up cleanly. And D'Oliveira never one to miss an opportunity. He's moved on to 7 of 4 balls. Haynes going over a run of ball as well, 23 off 20. He faces up to Parkinson and once again plays that sweep. Lovely shot. Timed that perfectly. There's 2 out on the rails, but neither have a chance. He's bisected them perfectly. So Haynes picks up 4 more, goes to 27. And Worcestershire are 230 for 3, a lead of 365.
It would be a good one for Leicestershire to win from here.
It would. Here's Haynes, who immediately pushes the ball out on the offside, immediately calls for 2 and comes back for 2. I say Evans is quick out there, but he's got a long way to go. He has a lot of acreage to cover. End of the over, 5 remaining in the day, and Worcestershire are 232 for 3.
13 from the over.
Yeah.
Wow.
They lead by 367.
Fish puns now happening. No way Pollock got this net full of runs if we had Abbas playing.
Abbas.
Very good, Foxy Phil.
That's very good. I don't think there's anybody called Trout, but John Barkley's middle name was Trout Beck, wasn't it?
It was.
Well, not his middle name, one of his names, J.R.T. Barkley.
John Robert, something.
Yeah.
Trout Beck Barkley.
Here's,
Oh.
am I on this one or you? I can't remember.
It's me, I beg your pardon. Sorry, I'm pocket-eyed at son and writing and what have you at the moment. Poor piece of fielding. A poor piece of keeping, really, unfortunately, by Harry Swindles. There's that one. He tried to dab it on its way. D'Oliveira didn't get anything on it, but Swindles rather fumbled, and as a consequence, a bye was taken to 3-3 for 3. The ground is almost in shadow now. That might be a factor in terms of the light. The sun is almost below the trees away to our right as Mike goes in and bowls pulled in the air. Should be caught at mid-on. Is caught at mid-on. Jack Haynes didn't get hold of that one. Ackerman ran around to his right. And, of course, the wicket taker is Ben Mike again. He's picked up his 3rd wicket in just 4.2 overs. And Worcestershire 3 for 4 now as they push for quick runs, and Haynes swipes irritated at the ground as he walks off.
What did he take in the first innings, Ben Mike?
2 for 40 something.
So he's got 5 for
2 for 46.
He's got 5 for
73.
73.
Yeah. But a nice little cameo from Jack Haynes, 29 off 23 balls.
Right. It's that time in the game when you do a job for your team, and you don't
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And Ed Barnard comes out to the middle. The two umpires in consultation, but I don't like, because of the shadows.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Out
Yeah.
there, but they're going to keep going to the bitterest of ends as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Actually, it's not so very cold now either, is it?
No.
It's well, it is, but
Well, it probably is when we get downstairs.
yeah, the frost.
Let's have a look at the folks in front.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all muffled up. I don't suspect that Ed Barnard has come out to bat at 5-7 in a county championship match too often, if ever. Only those daft day-night games we had. What a pointless exercise they were, the pink ball games. Ludicrous.
In goes Mike, and he's picked up another wicket. He's on a hat-trick. He's bowled Ed Barnard. So he has now got 4-4-27, which may be his best first-class figures. A toot of a vuvuzela. What a day this has been in terms of the action.
What have we seen today? 42 overnight, 171.
Yeah, made room,
3,
stepped back,
3.
tried to carve it over the offside, missed, and is bowled.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 wickets for 404 runs today. Dull old game, county cricket.
His best bowling is 5 for 37, which is, of course, I remember now, at Hove against Sussex. So he's got 4 for 27, so it's on the cards, but I'm pretty certain he hasn't had a first-class hat-trick. So it'd be that sort of day.
Ben Cox is on the way to the middle. Excuse me. I bet he's never come in on a hat-trick ball at 2 minutes to 7.
I think that is a fair assumption to make. So, Ben Mike, what sort of field will you set, or will Colin Ackerman give you? I suspect it might not be too different from the field which was set previously. No, we don't see lots of fielders gathering in close proximity to Ben Cox. Brett Oliver has come down and had a sort of serious-ish word with Ben Cox. Probably something like, get something on it, just work it away for one. But no, oh, hang on, we are having a bit of a change. Hassan Azad. Oh, he started to run towards slip, and Ackerman said, go away.
Go on, get out of it.
Go back to exactly where you were at shortish extra cover, on the push. Hendricks is swinging his arms around a little bit as well. Maybe that. Oh, no, Azad has now said, oh, yeah, all right.
Come on, lads.
Come on, let's give him a bit of
some of us were
he's
here
going
early
to slip
this
now.
morning.
Well, Ackerman is. I can only imagine that he's playing for time here. We might stop it. Well, I don't know. At the end of this over, if the shadows really do become a factor, but Azad has gone from that short extra cover to first slip, and Ackerman is going in to second.
All right.
They seem to have just suddenly decided,
Yeah.
Leicestershire, that, it's a hat-trick ball, let's set a different field. George Rhodes is going to go in at leg slip, and all of a sudden we've got a sort of quite attacking field on the part of the Foxes.
I haven't seen a leg slip in the game.
We haven't. Here comes Mike on a hat-trick, comes in and bowls, attempts to turn it down the leg side, thumps into the pad, but it wasn't straight enough for a leg before shout, so Mike has only himself to blame, and he's got his hands behind his back like a naughty schoolboy as he walks back past it. Look at that, bless his heart. He's walking to the headmaster's study for a lecture.
Yeah, your homework was rubbish again, lad. Must do better.
You didn't hand it in on time again, did you? I didn't. No, I'm sorry.
And you haven't got a dog, so don't come up with that one. Talk to your parents. You haven't got a dog.
So, by wicket, leg by is the story of the over so far. 234 for 5, the lead 369. Mike got to do better. Will he do better? Bowls a high bouncer that D'Oliveira wafts his bat at and then looks dismayed at the umpire for not calling wide. The two umpires are going to have a word now because it is pretty dark over there and it is 7 of the clock. And everybody's looking a little
put the light meter on the stumps, isn't they?
unsure about what's what. Out comes the light meter. There would be 4 overs to bowl. How come that wasn't a wide, says D'Oliveira as umpire Malander comes down. The two umpires standing together. Out from umpire Watts' pocket comes the light meter. At 7:01 p.m.
Can we claim overtime?
On goes. Go on. So say we'll go on. We might as well now we're here. As we're here. What's the word? The light meter is lifted off the stumps. And
That's
that,
it.
ladies and gentlemen, is the end of an extraordinary day's play. In fact, there was a ball left to be bowled, wasn't there, in the over? So 42.5 overs. So Brett D'Oliveira will have a think about it overnight. 234 for 5. His lead is 369. Leicestershire would need, were he to declare overnight, 370 from 96 overs. I would suggest he will call it a day. I can't imagine he'll go for an over or two